leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Nah, 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 nah. Ayy, that, we ain't gon' top till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah, 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 nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one, number one. But you on the block list if you act up. Hit you with a bang if you act up. Let's get it. Welcome to the stream. Leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Skrat, 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 skrat. We ain't gon' stop till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah, 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 nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one. We're number one. We're number one. What we gon' play today? The stream is starting, so don't go away. Welcome to the stream. Leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Nah, 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 nah. Ayy, skrat, skrat, we ain't gon' top till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah, 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 nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one, number one. Put you on the block list if you act up. Hit you with a bang if you act up. Let's get it, bitch. I feel like Zelda the way I slice shit up. Hey, 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 yeah. Skrat, 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 skrat. Follow that. Yeah. Enjoy the stream, cause you know where we at. To the stream, leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Nah, 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 nah. Ayy, skrat, we ain't gon' top till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah, 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 nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one, number one. But you on the block list if you act up. Hit you with a bang if you act up. Let's get it. Welcome to the stream. Leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Skrat, 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 skrat. We ain't gon' stop till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah, 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 nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one. We're number one. We're number one. What we gon' play today? The stream is starting, so don't go away. Welcome to the stream. Leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Nah, 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 nah. Ayy, skrat, skrat. We ain't gon' top till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah, 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 nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one, number one. Put you on the block list if you act up. Hit you with a bang if you act up. Let's get it, bitch. I feel like Zelda the way I slice shit up. Hey, 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 yeah. Skrat, 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 skrat. Follow that. Yeah. Enjoy the stream, cause you know where we at. To the stream, leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Nah, 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 nah. Ayy, skrat, we ain't gon' top till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah, 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 nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one, number one. But you on the block list if you act up. Hit you with a bang if you act up. Let's get it. Welcome to the stream. Leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Skrat, 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 skrat. We ain't gon' stop till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah, 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 nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one. We're number one. We're number one. What we gon' play today? The stream is starting, so don't go away. Welcome to the stream. Leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Nah, 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 nah. Hey, skrat, we ain't gon' stop till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one. Put you on the blacklist if you act up. Hit you with a pain if you act up. Let's get it, bitch. I feel like Zelda the way I slice shit up. Hey, yeah. Skrat. Follow that.
Yo.
Yeah. Enjoy the stream, cause you know where we at.
Good morning. How is everybody? How's it going, everybody? Hope you're good. Hope your morning's good. Yo, Saul, how are you? How are you, good sir? How is it going? It's nice to have my computer internet working again, you know. Hey, what's up, Notoriously Niche? How are you? Good morning. Welcome in. Welcome. Welcome in. How are you? Would you like to take a moment and talk about your car's extended warranty? My warranty's pretty short, so if you have a good extended warranty, you know, I mean, I got nothing by the time I'm sitting here chilling, you know, hanging in there. How's your week been so far? Yesterday, installing Red Dead took 7 hours. It took 7 hours to install Red Dead. Holy, that game is huge. You know, that game is a large game. It's a 100 gigabyte game. Yeah, I was like, all right, you know, I'm gonna end stream and I'm gonna install my game, you know, get it ready for tomorrow. And it said 7 hours of install time. Right, had a good ass stream last night. Now I'm working and needing coffee. Yeah, get you some coffee. Why L? Oh my God, Red Dead 2 finally? Yes, sir. It is installed. Why L, Legate, what happened? What's up? YL. No 400 megabytes download speed? I pay for a gig, but I have Spectrum, you know what I'm saying? So you get what you get. You know what I'm saying? With Spectrum, you never know. You never know what you're gonna get with Spectrum. You know? They give you what they want you to have. Like Spectrum is, yeah, it is. I get a stable 400 upload. Do you have fiber, Legate? Do you have fiber? We just switched to Google. Holy. Niche. How is it? Yeah, see, I don't have fiber. They don't offer that here. I'm waiting for AT&T to get over here, but nothing so far. I don't have fiber. That's part of my issue. Stable 900 down from Cox. Damn, even Cox is better than me. It's amazing. I'm so jealous. Holy. I am so jealous right now. Like, Jesus, man. I am so jealous. You might need a new coaxial RAN. I think I got a new one. They ran a new one when my box out back caught on fire, and I had to have a electrician come out here we had to get a new I forgot what that thing's called. What's that thing with the hold on, I gotta Google it. Hold on. Fire? Yikes. Yeah, we had 3 techs out and they didn't tell us that it caught on fire until it kept, power box thingy. You know what I'm saying? With the breaker box. That's what it is. Breaker box. We had to get a new breaker box and everything. And then we had to have them put another grounding pole down. So we have 2 now. Cost $3,000. And so that stopped. So I guess it was a grounding issue and they just never said anything. And so we got that fixed. Then they had to run a new wire. They didn't bury it for some reason. So it was just in my backyard. And then we had to call someone to bury it. They tried to charge us, but they were supposed to bury it in the first place. You know? And so then they gave us 2 free months of internet. And now my bill, I was going to get rid of the the 1,000 down because we never get it, but now it's cheaper than any other package they have. So that's my Spectrum story. I wish you'd fire me and break my box and insert a second grounding pole. What? I have a complaint to raise with the lead counsel. Okay. We are listening to complaints. Yes, ma'am. What is the complaint? I am ready to listen to all complaints. I'm not listening to any complaints. You have not DM'd me yet about literature. To be fair, I have not finished the book yet. We follow each other on Twitter. What is your preferred DMing apparatus? Your camera quality is crispy? Thank you. It's just a Logitech C9 222. I need your preferred DM apparatus, and I will DM you literally right now. Good morning. I am the head of the lead counsel, quite literally. What? I do need to get more lights, though. I need to balance out my lighting setup. That's my official name, yes. I don't care. Discord Instant. Hot Shark Porn is back on Twitter. Okay, let me look that up. Hot Shark Porn is such a good username. You know, it's just like yesterday. I heard a rumor that one of our House of Representatives has a throwaway Twitter with the username Zaza Demon. Oh, speaking of Demon, I've been working on new ending screens. My professional is Halliburton Misses. Okay, I got you. I've been working on new end screens, and look at this. This is what I'm working on so far. So far, you know. Yo, what's up, YK? What's up? What's up? How are you? Okay. I see you made a Roblox account. I've been had that one. Remember, I made it that same day. But then I was like, I looked around at the Roblox landscape and I was like, I don't think this is for me. You know? I feel like I missed out on that boat. Even as a kid, though, I don't think I would have liked it. You know? I don't think I would have liked Roblox. I need to sign in on Instagram. What is my password here? You got to play specific games like Frontlines. I tried it, but it just feels like I could just play Call of Duty. You know what I'm saying? Like if I wanted to play it, it's kind of like I could just go play some Call of Duty. So, which I don't even want to do that. Weirdly enough, Minecraft over everything. It's for kids who don't have money. Yeah, that's true. And I see people scamming kids on there, so I feel bad for those kids. Ain't shit at work. Slow day's kind of good, right? Slow day's kind of good. How are you? Pretty good. You already have me on Insta. Yeah, I have to log in. I don't remember what I'll do it on my phone. I was gonna log in on my computer, and I was like, yeah, I don't know my password. But you want me to DM so you can find me? Yes, please. Wait. I think I have you recently. I see you. I see your story. I'm DMing you right now. Road days over slow days. Interesting. There we go. I sent you a DM back. It's also for people with smaller storage capacity because it's all cloud-based. That's true. Slow throat day. Yeah. That's why you need some tea. You know? It helps a little bit. You know? Snow, do you not have points? How come your gamble didn't work? Yes, that's when I make my money. How come your gamble didn't work? I don't know. Let me see. Let me try. Is it not working? Yo, let me check the bot. Let's check the Stream Elements bot. It's being weird. Oh, I'm logged out. The OG Roblox games were stuff like Roblox, GTA, Big Paintball, Roblox World of War, and a few others. Give me some points so I can test it more. Well, if the bot's not working, I can't do that. You know what I'm saying? I gotta check the bot. I mean, I can see why Roblox is popular with little kids because it feels like the games are for those with like really, really short attention spans. But like, they have to be attention spans shorter than mine, and mine's already pretty short. I came home from work. I'm so tired. How was work? Still not working. Yo, what's going on? Why is my bot down? I need my Gamba. Your parents didn't let you play shooters or anything. You could go to get the Roblox World of War. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's a good way around those rules, huh? Like your hoodie? I don't know how it got me bricked, though. I don't know, bro. I don't know. It's from my old college that I didn't graduate from, but they still claim me as a graduate. I found out yesterday. It's weird. I did not graduate from there because I got thrown out because of money reasons. You know?
I got that cream cheese
God.
coochie on live.
I forgot about this sound. Yo, what's up, Glitch? You tell your parents, like, see, it's just a little kid's math game, and then you get that Call of Duty. Strange. Dad played IRL shooters with him. Damn. How are you, Addy? I forgot about that sound. Oh, I forgot I had that. Yo, why is my Gamble bot not working? Enable. Let's try it again. You good? Your hood on got me concerned. No, it's just cold.
I am a
Incredible.
banana.
Yesterday, let's see. Gamble all. Why is the bot not working? Just ignore me. Just cuddle in here, gang. Oh, you're good. You're good, Beck. Okay, smooches for everyone. I might drift off. Hey, if you fall asleep, I have dulcet tones, you know? Like ASMR-y almost. I got you. Drift to dreamland. It's okay. I'm here for a while. You got that terrible school computer? Roblox can help a lot if you still want to play some decent games. That's true, too. That's true, too. You know? I guess as a kid, I probably would have played it. It's 4 p.m. I probably would have played it because I was a poor kid. You're playing it, you have bad specs or are young. True. That is true. I guess the Gamble bot's just off. It's 4 PF here. Damn. Not 4 PF. The true throwback was playing Armageddon on the school computers. I don't think I played that one. 4 p.m. Don't. 4 p.m. I knew that was going to be the response. Gamblebot lost it all and got iced by the mob. I think that's what it is. I think Legate got the bot yesterday. I'm so glad my kid isn't in a Roblox yet. Yeah, just you wait. Cool math games and Roblox, the two go. Yo, cool math games. I remember those. Yeah, just wait. Just wait, Niche. It's coming soon. Soon. Who want to gamble their cream cheese coochie today? Well, the bot's not trying to... Oh, fuck it. I'm into Roblox. You play Roblox? I tried it a little bit, and I don't know. I guess I don't find the good games yet. 4 pockets full. We getting lit over here. You know, Snow's in there with Lil Baby, you know? The Lil Baby. Yeah, the hood, like, I'm good. The hood is just because it's cold. Yesterday it was 94, and now it's back cold. So, you know, I'm just adapting. Sonic Speed Simulator has me prisoner. Oh, that's why. There's Sonic games on there. I see. Plus, I logged in because we were talking about Roblox and Discord yesterday. Yo, what's up, Firelina? How are you? Yo, I love this emote. How are you? Welcome in. You remember? Don't put the dot YK so it doesn't asterisk it. I can't see it. This old man from down the street had me prisoner. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. You know, Ohio School Gun Update is the greatest Roblox game. Yeah, definitely not. It's stuff like that that makes me not want to play Roblox, you know? It's those weird games like that. You know? I'm sucking my way out of there. Good luck. Let me know how that goes. Let me know how that goes, bruh. You know? Just let me know. I love that emote Lena put in there. I need mine animated like that. I gotta get mine animated. Stickdeath.com? I believe so. Beat the tab just in case. There's some good massively multiplayer games there because of the super low requirements. I can understand that. I think Roblox does a good job. Like, it's good for some people. You know? I just, I guess I haven't explored around a lot, you know? I'm a huff and I'm a buff and I'm gonna blow this house down. Yo, good luck, bro. Good luck. Are you able to with your wisdom teeth? You good now? You good? You know? You good now? I hope so. You can get free things that are a bit worse than the mainstream stuff, like some Roblox RPGs are actually good. I guess if you like, you have to explore for it, right? They're not just front page. I do remember stickdeath.com, by the way, YK. I do remember that. I was looking at it. The site's not really up, but I was like looking at the images and stuff. Pockets full of what, Snow? Yes, it's a cool pocket in the back. I used to collect kids and hold them for later. Ah, okay. I get it. Like, I'm storing it for when I'm really hungry. Yeah, on the front page, they advertise anime fighting simulator and stuff. Yeah, so I guess you have to really search for it. You know? I guess you have to just search for the shit. And I'm not patient enough. I need people to just tell me the game to search. Swear to God, if you get distracted from my favorite game, I'll cry. Thief, I will try my best not to. You want me to cry? I don't want you to cry. But I'm just saying, you know me. We've had new people come through. We've had new people come through and go, you have ADHD, don't you? And I'm like, is it that obvious? Any laptop suggestions for editing other than a Mac? Ooh, let's see. Let's see what the suggestions are. Because I have a Mac. My ADHD lets me hyper focus on a game when I stream. Mine is one where I often get distracted. You know? You know by now. It's part of my charm, I think. It's part of my aesthetic. You know? Let's get the Mac. They say, hold on. I know what I love you for it. See? Oh, I also can't choose when I do it. Yeah. My distraction is so bad. Bitches. Yo, what's up, Doc? I was talking to my brother yesterday, and he was like, bro, maybe you should get on meds for it. And I was like, I don't think I need meds. I'm good. He's like, maybe it'll help you hyperfocus. I was like, but then I'll be a zombie, and that's not as entertaining. You know? 10 inches back. Back up. What's up, Doc? How are you? How are you? Yeah. I don't know why the gamble bot's not working. I'm trying to fix it. Tired, to be honest. It's weird. Do you have a long night or a long day ahead of you? I don't know why I said night when it's morning for you. The gamble command only works when the roulette mod is enabled. Is the roulette off? Fuck is roulette? It'll be a sad day when Roblox bans child labor and gambling. There's gambling on Roblox? Finish is back, but I got a sneaky suppression. You can still reach me. Yeah, but I was tired of shit last night too. Was supposed to be content day, but I didn't do shit. I just passed the fuck out. Sometimes you need a recovery day, you know? Roblox even has its own stock market? What the fuck? Yo, where's my roulette command? Is that shit off? Trying to fix the gambling for everybody. An item market that goes up and down. It's like an investment for Roblox coin. That's wild. That's actually wild. Let me turn that stream off. I'm not watching that right now. Apparently, Urban Dictionary says your pockets are full of gangster money. Want to bring that here, baby? You have to use real money to enter it? Yeah, I'm good on that, my boy. I am good on that. That's not something I would even want to participate in as a kid. My mom would have not let that shit happen. You know? She would have not let that shit happen. So apparently the roulette command is broken. That's why the gambling's not working. But I can't find the roulette command. Don't worry, Snow, I'll take you without the money. There we go. See, look. Beck is so nice. She's so nice. Add points, but level. I think it's just gone. Custom? No. You want SimCity and can't afford it? There's an alternative there. If you want a farming simulator, there's an alternative. Yeah, those are games I never found fun. Don't you fucking ignore me, you dirty bitch. Those are games I never found like farming simulators and stuff like that to be fun. Weirdly enough. So where do I leave my pockets? Where's the fucking roulette command? Raffle. Does roulette work? Let's see. Nope. It's just not working. Let me see. Points works. Gamble. Okay, call in for real now. I'm gonna cut off. Nothing like stream issues, people. Yeah. The gambling addicts won't get to gamble today because it's not working for some reason. Oh, apparently you can duel each other for points, by the way. I just noticed that. That's a thing. But once we get the gambling up, we'll be good. What the fuck is going on in this chat? Who knows? That's a daily question. Buttons look like. That's the daily question we have. My daddy Skratsx will hear you in my dreams. I hope they're good dreams. You know? I hope they're good dreams. Skratsx rumble me? I can't yet. We don't have gambling. I had a dream last night. How was your dream? Let's see. Let's see if this works. Nothing's working, bro. None of my... Is the Stream Elements bot just down? Like, what's going on here? I think it's just down. Slots all. Hi, dehumanized. Yeah, everything. The bot's just not working. The bot just does not want to work. Slot machine too? How are you? My throat is too deep. I'm not the one to use that little dagger on, sir. That's your computer plugged in? I think so. Like, I have to check it all. Let's see. Let's just see what all's working. So apparently, Gambler's down bad today. Yeah. No Gamba today. Sorry. Maybe the stream elements will be active. So Nightbot works. Make sure your computer's plugged in. Yeah, 1 second. What if I shut my whole computer off, like messing around? Hands. That works. Right? So Fossabot works and Nightbot works. It's just stream out. Let's see. Yeah, because the exclamation mark snow doesn't work. The stream elements bot's down. What's going on? See, Nightbot works. Yeah, Nightbot works. But stream elements bot's not working. Hands? I'm keeping mine where they are. No, show them hands. Why is the bot not working? Wait, hold up. You can have stream elements and Nightbot? Yeah, I have 3 bots. Go to stream elements and make the bot leave and rejoin. That's what I'm about to do. Kicking it out. Yeah, I have Fossabot, Nightbot, and this. For some reason, I thought you could only have one. No, I have multiple. I don't know why, though. I just do. I would show my hands, but they're sticky. Wow. Switch to light mode. I need this light right quick. You want one of these? Let's see. Chatbot. Does that mean the spam filter's not going to work today? Oh, God. Guys, you know what'd be hilarious? What? Okay, I need to just kick the bot from my Twitch channel, I think. All kinds of technical errors today. Make me a mod next time you see Curse so I can fuck with him for a minute. Okay, I got you. I got you. I got you. Creator dashboard. Okay. Okay. I'm the law around these parts, baby. Getting my bots. You know what? I'll fix the bot later. I'll fix it later. Yo, what's up, Glitched? What's up? What's up? Anyway, I forgot what I was doing. I'll get the bot fixed later. Sorry, gambling addicts. I'm sorry. We'll get it fixed. I'm the jaw around these parts. No gambling day. You need a day off. You need a day off anyway. You know, you need a day off. Also, I was on Twitter last night. I don't know why I have my voice changer screen out. And who the actual fuck birthed you? And I saw that we're getting a Shrek 5. What do you think? Shrek 5? And a Donkey spinoff? I feel like it's been forever. It's 404 day gamble bot not found. Holy. That's a good point. I think Shrek needs to stop coming out with more Shreks. I didn't see Shrek 4. I actually didn't know there was a Shrek 4. You don't want to know. So we're getting a good amount of Shrek stuff. You know, I probably don't. So yeah, Shrek remake's coming. I saw that and was interested. Like I have an eye. I love Shrek movies. How was Shrek 4? The last one I saw was 3, I believe. Don't want it? Give me a Toy Story 5. I'm all down for more Toy Stories. They haven't failed one time. Toy Story's been fire every single time, huh? Gamble my throat. Gamble bot's down, Snow. You can't gamble, my bad. The bot's down, my boy. The bot is down. Love most fairy tale adaptions. I got a donkey and I'm dragging the wagon. Yeah. Let's see. I'm fixing this bot. I'm committed. I think it was good. I didn't know there was a fourth one. I legitimately did not know there was a fourth one. What was that one about? Why are you a real thing? Let's see. How do I part channel with this? Go to Stream Elements dashboard. My dash. It's basically the plot of Die Hard 1. Damn. I love Die Hard. I love Die Hard. Okay. I had a little thug cry for Toy Story 4. Damn. I remember when Toy Story 3 came out, I went with like a girl and a bunch of my friends. And you remember that part where they were about to like die in the incinerator? They were hard crying. Hard crying. All right, let's see if this works. Damn. All right, the bot's working again. The bot's working. You can gamble again. Enjoy. Damn it. Of course. The bot works and takes all my shit. Damn. You only have 50 bands? Broke at. You know what? Watch this. Damn fiends. Watch this. I'm about to abuse my power. There you go. I'm back up again, my boy. I'm rich. You see how I can do that? It's not working? Damn. I gotta fix it all. To sum it up, it was how Shrek missed the old days of being an ogre, so he makes a deal with a bad person to make this happen. I'm trying to sell off Snow like a cheap fucking prostitute. I don't think you have to try very hard for that. I wish I was your power so you could abuse me. See? You don't have to try hard. You don't have to try hard for that, you know? Like, you're pretty... He makes it easy. Oh, yeah, did I show this? I'm working on new end screen. This may be my new end screen. I'm working on it. I got a few options here. Any bidders, people? Any bidders? But I'm free, see? We have multiple things for end screens. I'm working on it still, though. Works in progress. Just giving you some updates on what's going to change around here. You know? You know? That's one thing. Does nobody want me? You said you're free, Snow. No one bids when you said you're free. You kind of ruined it. You know? You got to act like you're not free. You know? Then you're good. I'll toss in a schmeckle. Ooh. A schmeckle. Now. Wigglytuff emote, bro. What is that? The Wigglytuff emote. Oh. We have a Star Wars Jedi Survivor hands-on preview. We got to check that out, right?
Star Wars Jedi Survivor story takes place 5 years.
I just noticed, sorry. Hold on. We're getting all the buffers. Wait. Okay, I'm waiting. Wait, give me a minute to play this. Okay, I got you. Let me know when you're ready. I'll play it when you're ready. BRB? All right. As soon as you get back. I can turn anyone into a rock-type Pokemon. I never really liked rock-type. I never used those. Gonna see Mario this weekend? Probably not. I've seen the previews and I'm not super excited for that. I may give it a little time to see what people think. You know? Are you? Let me look at the trailer. I actually haven't seen this trailer for it. Let me see. You're a water type?
Where am I?
Ooh, fresh meat for the grinder.
Pay him no heed. He is cute, but he is.
The trailer is eh?
There's no escape.
I saw the other one, and the voice is weird to me. That's part of my issue.
Got to be kidding me. My army.
They need a Smash Bros. Movie? Just a battle royale of them fighting? Yo, they can make their Super Smash Bros. Movie like Hunger Games. All right, we good? Okay, 1 second. I need to decide if I'm seeing this movie, Doc.
Bowser is coming.
I'm not afraid. I'll do anything for my brother.
We're going to save him.
I think that's the weird thing. So fucking excited for Fallen Order 2. So excited. It's gonna be good. I reinstalled the first one. This better not have spoilers. That's what I'm scared about.
Here we go.
Niche, are you gonna see this movie? Like, are you interested in seeing this movie? You're gonna watch it? I don't know. I don't know if I am, to be honest with you. Love that we got... My kid is making me? Okay. If you see it, well, when you see it, I need a review. I don't know. I need a review. That's one of those movies I gotta wait for. We're going tomorrow? Oh, perfect. Check out the Blue Beetle trailer. DC's creeping up. Yo, I saw that yesterday, YK. That movie looks sick. The only thing that threw me off about that trailer is I did not know George Lopez is in that movie. George Lopez being in that movie really threw me off. I see him with this long-ass beard strip. It was weird. I want to see it, but I'm going to let it die down a bit so I'm not in there with a bunch of kids. Is it out today? Tomorrow, I think. Is it? I told my niece his name was Oreo, and she still thinks that's his name. Jesus, no. George Lopez mullet was fire? Yeah, it's just the beard that threw me off. You know who else's facial hair threw me off? Hold on. I got to show you. I don't know if you saw the picture. Where is it? Open a new tab. This motherfucker's mustache, like he dyed it black like we didn't know. I saw him yesterday, and this threw me off. I was like, what is Vince doing? Her and my cousin always fight about his name. Look what you started. This threw me off. You never saw? I didn't. Okay. Here we go. That's Vince? Yeah, that's Vince. I saw that yesterday, and that threw me off. I was like, what is Vince doing? Here we go.
Star Wars Jedi Survivor story takes place 5 years after.
Looks like James Jameson from the Daily
Burn. Going in an interesting direction.
He does look like a James Bond villain.
I can't talk about what and who.
Vince McMahon part in wrestling legend, part-time supervillain. True.
You have to trust me that
He
Survivor
is.
sets up some intriguing ideas and teases some potential.
I hope there's no spoilers in this. There better not be spoilers. You know? I just want to see how it plays. I'm still mad that Cody lost.
Interesting character dynamics.
Did you watch
in the second
WrestleMania?
chapter. It's unfortunate that I was less impressed by.
Did you see the Spider Across the Spider-Verse new trailer? No, I saw it was trending on Twitter, but I haven't seen it yet.
But the sequel to one of the best Star Wars games is shaping up nicely. In Survivor,
If I see a cutscene, I'm boycotting you. Look, if we see a cutscene, I will skip.
Ever-expanding threat.
I did? How'd you like it? I discovered wrestling for the first time 2 days ago. Well, I didn't discover it. I knew it was a thing, but I watched a little bit 2 days ago with chat.
Galactic Empire, while also fighting against them. All these years later, the Empire is still expending efforts to hunt down and kill any Jedi who managed to survive Order 66 and Cal's exploits in Fallen Order.
The WWE discovered you. Yeah, they did when they took my video down.
The start of Survivor's second chapter with Cal.
I can't wait to see Cal come into the actual shows. It's gonna be good.
Grease,
it was long as fuck. I really just wanted to watch the final match. I saw Snoop Dogg did the People's Elbow.
I haven't been all that excited for Survivor leading up to its release. In 2019, I was hungry for stories like Fallen Order, which was exploring a relatively untouched segment of the Star Wars timeline at the time. Beyond a handful of stories like Star Wars Rebels and Star Wars Darth Vader, the post-Clone Wars era was still a largely unknown.
I fucking loved Clone Wars.
Canon. That's no longer the case in 2023 with Bad
Yeah, that was awkward.
Andor,
It was.
Tales of the Jedi and Obi-Wan having further expanded on the era and the various factions struggling for survival under the Empire's shadow. So, seeing Survivor, yet another
Who didn't?
story
Clone was
set during this
iconic. Clone Wars was iconic.
wasn't
It is.
all that exciting.
It was.
Survivor
You're right.
seems to subvert
So good.
expectations in its second
I kind of want to
chapter,
watch it again.
potentially tying the mystery
I haven't
of the
watched it in a
origin
while.
story to a completely different time period, the High Republic. First unveiled in 2020 via a golden age, and when the Jedi Order
I skipped
was
it.
at its peak.
I had to.
It's also
I don't want to spoil
new
it.
to the Star Wars canon.
What's your Twitter? I'm a follow. It is. It's there. Skratsx. Sometimes I forget if I have it like my TikTok name or not.
Outside of comics and a handful of books.
It was gas.
The next chapter in Cal's story
That's
is
convenient.
heavily tied to the High Republic.
Clone Wars is definitely is what defines Star Wars right now. I agree.
Especially since the implication of what I played.
So much lore came from it.
Survivor will help bring more of that lore.
I'm keeping my hand on my keyboard. And how are you, Alu?
Day of the Skywalker.
I'm keeping my hand on this keyboard to get rid of cutscenes. Star Wars never really tickled my pickle. I understand that.
Of the High Republic stories are going
The
to
games are so fun though.
in Survivor. And if you have no idea what
Hands.
the High Republic is,
They're right here.
I think Survivor will provide ample reason to pay closer
Doing good,
attention to the
man.
time
Good,
period
good,
and
good,
seek
good.
more information about it. Survivor plays like its predecessor, armed with a lightsaber and half a dozen Force abilities.
I never loved Star Wars until I watched Clone Wars. Clone Wars is a good, like the movies. I heard like people shitted on like episode 1, 2, and 3, but those are my first Star Wars, right? And so then I was like, oh, I'm not supposed to like these. So I was a young impressionable kid. I thought Jar Jar Binks was lovable as a kid, which is like blasphemy to say, right? It's blasphemous. But I loved it, and everyone told me it was bad as a kid, and so I was like, oh, it must be bad. 1, 2, 3 was fire to me? Same. The movies are fucking awful compared to what's out right now. That is true. And so if you base your Star Wars fandom on the movies, even though the movies are what started it, obviously, I don't think you're going to like it. Clone Wars, though, Clone Wars was fire. And the other thing that got me into Star Wars, Jedi Knight. Miss, I love Anu. The Jedi Knight series, I played Jedi Academy so many times as a kid.
can cut through weaker enemies in a single blow.
People didn't really like 1 and 2 and 3 until they dropped the 3 recent ones. Yeah.
Away at their posture weakens
like,
them
all
and
I remember as a kid,
Jedi
Jedi Academy. Yeah. Jedi Academy was gas. I played that game so much as a kid.
Like Fallen Order, Survivor's combat is fast-paced.
And so that's what really got me into Star Wars. I had a lightsaber and everything as a kid.
Essentially Star Wars.
I heard the anime on Disney's good. It is. Those multiplayer Jedi Academy matches, too good. Too good.
Good Jedi. Cal adds a little flair to
Like,
every swing of his lightsaber. In
man.
motion, it looks cool as hell.
And so I think those who just watched the movie, I can understand if you don't necessarily love it. The anime is good though.
Begins, and without that context, reliably parrying can be tricky. This was an issue in Fallen Order, and it's disappointing to see it rear its head again in Survivor.
Honestly, I'm cool that parrying's not great. I hate parrying. I'm never good at it. I'm a dodging kind of player, you know.
Around, but it's frustrating to mess up a parry in a lightsaber duel because
parrying was not an issue in Fallen Order.
In the midst of an attack animation. I'm hoping this is something that becomes.
Gameplay looks solid. That's what I'm saying. I can't wait.
Become more used to Cal's movements.
I cannot wait.
With all of the abilities and equipment he unlocked during the last game, giving you access to a double-bladed lightsaber that can also be wielded as a single-bladed saber or split into two.
It's just something you need to practice with, man. Fights get so much easier. Yeah, I do need to practice. I've just always been a dodging player, not a parrying player, you know? It's like even in Elden Ring, you can parry, but I suck at it. So I've always been a dodger. That's why Sekiro was so fucking hard for me. Honestly, what got me into parrying is Dark Souls and God of War. I've heard God of War really makes you parry. That'll help. Sekiro too. I was fucking terrible at Sekiro though, because I suck at parrying.
Strengths and weaknesses. Cal can more easily focus on dealing quick and powerful hits to a single target when using the dual wield.
But all my Elden Ring points in the Unga Bunga.
The double-bladed fighting style makes it easier to deal with larger crowds. Survivor adds 2 new styles.
God of War was so fly. I love God of War, bro. I haven't played Ragnarok or I haven't played any God of War that has his son in it. Unfortunately, I know one's on PC, so I gotta play that one.
Many of them. I never encountered a situation where I needed the wider swings of the double-bladed style, nor did I meet an enemy that moves so quick.
I love double-blade. Listen. Okay, I'm listening.
Out the 3 starting styles in the first 15 minutes, I switched to a default single-bladed style and never went back. This feels more like an issue with enemy
God of War is too good. Ragnarok shit on the first one, and the first one was already fire.
There's a healthy
the next game you should play God of War 2018. Do I?
Foes who can more easily block your
I'm down.
And agile assassins with blades of
I'm down.
Who can go toe to toe with Cal. But there aren't
I love God of War.
resistance or immunity to specific lightsaber styles of what I saw.
I'm telling you.
At least in terms of lightsaber styles, Survivor isn't encouraging
love that
you
one.
to evolve.
I heard that it I heard like the original God of War series was already great, right? But I heard that the last 2 just shit on the other ones. Original's far different. Is it? Or everyone loves God of War would be a popular play. I think I'll play it.
Respond to certain force powers.
The first one starts by punching you in the face and doesn't let up.
But
okay.
most fights play out the same since
the last 2 are complete rework, like how Assassin's Creed did.
Encouraging you to switch up your style in the moment-to-moment skirmishes. It's hard not to compare Survivor to other.
It's all perspective for real. I gotta play it. God of War has a special place in my heart. It was one of the first games. You know when people like you hear basketball players say, "I knew I was gonna make the NBA when I beat my dad." I never had that moment in basketball because my dad beat me once and said he retired, right? But what helped me, Prince of Persia. I heard there's a remake of Prince of Persia coming out. Sands of Time. I love Prince of Persia kid. But God of War has a special place in my heart because it was the first time my dad asked me for help in a video game. And that's when I knew. I was like, oh, it's my time, boys. I'm becoming a gamer.
Arsenal features a singular weapon that can change forms to flavor combat on the fly.
Shit better not be $60. Probably gonna be $70.
Multiple weapons for each serves a unique purpose.
Sands of Time. God, I loved that game as a kid.
Doesn't seem to stand up to such comparisons with its peers if the 3 hours I played are any indication.
So these 2 God of Wars are more like you don't just hack and slash your way through it. You have to actually
to learn the different combos for all 5 styles.
Do you see me now, Gods of Olympus? Skratsx. Warrior Thin was it. I love the series is so good.
Spreading your ability points
sold the big black cutting board, aka BBCB. Yo, congratulations, Curse. Good sell.
meaning the first big step of Cal's journey is getting the gang back together.
I think when I had that moment is when I taught my dad WoW and got him addicted like heroin in his veins so I could keep playing it.
Do everything he
Yo,
can to keep fighting
good
the Empire at every
tactic
possible
there.
turn, while
Good
Grease,
tactic.
Seer, and Marin all want more than a life of constant
Zeus.
rebellion. It's a tried and true storyline.
It was the Zeus
especially
fight.
within Star Wars. But
I was
one of the
11.
most interesting
That was
parts,
smart.
The cause of the dissolution and the moral.
I think it was the Zeus fight
has already
that
happened. All we're seeing
my dad
we're
was
left
like,
with is
okay, I'm
rounding
getting
up the group
frustrated.
we've already spent bringing
Do this
together
fight.
Fallen Order.
And I did it.
Didn't showcase much of this process.
Thanks,
Everyone
homie.
agrees when the
Congratulations.
season ended, but
That's
given
cool
how
as
little
fuck.
conflict there was between Grease and Cal, it does make me a little worried that the interesting part of the storyline.
He's like, it's pay to play. Had no idea what that is, so I switched tactics. God of War 3 so good. Fucking loved it. Hey, what's up, Justin? How are you?
Send them to a town
What's
called
up?
Rambler's Reach on the planet Kobo, where they'll hang out in the cantina that Grease
This
owns.
game looks. I'm
I'll
skipping
find
all
out
this.
Cantina and find seeds on other worlds to plant
I'll
a
do it.
garden
Got
on
you.
the roof. But a hub is only as good as the
Oh.
characters in it.
How do
In the
I-
3 hours I had, I didn't even want to take
Hold
the
on.
time to revisit the town or the cantina while I was still on.
Hold on, I
Kobo.
got you.
Unless the game is going to force me back to interact with the people I'm sending there or these characters evolve in a meaningful way, I don't see myself ever
Got you.
wanting to take the time to go back to Kobo. Much like the lightsaber styles, it currently feels like a superfluous system that could just as easily be included with folks.
Okay, this part doesn't matter. The God of War 2018 is a 10 out of 10 game. Damn. I'm the law around these parts now, baby. I gotta play it. It's 10 out of 10. I think I need to get that PC port. Okay. Before I get it, is the PC port as buggy as The Last of Us? Because I've seen The Last of Us on PC and it's not. It's all God of War 10 out of 10. I agree. Is it buggy? No, not at all. Okay, bet. Then I will get it because that's what I was worried about. From what I heard, because The Last of Us, you want one of these? The Last of Us Part 1 on the PC looks terrible. I'm not up on PC games, but I assume not. Yeah, like, look at the review real quick on PC. Okay. 2018. Oh, The Last of Us is new. That's true. Let me see. Oh, shit. 93 on Metacritic. Gotta do some work. Should I hop back in later? Okay, I hope work goes well. Niche. We'll see you later. I'm gonna be here for a while. You know, we got a new game today. You know what it is. Yeah, it's safe to say this game is pretty safe. Whoa. One person had a bad experience. But other than that, I think we're good. God of War port came out a while ago. More than a year, maybe. Don't you fucking ignore me. Always that one guy, yeah. This game is shit. How dare they? Meh. Okay. Oh, it's only $20. Shit, I'll buy it right now. What's after Red Dead? I have no idea. Probably God of War, now that we're talking about it. This is the worst possible game I've ever come into contact with. It's unrealistic. Meh. How dare they? I can't believe it. How dare they put this game out? Where's my wallet? Only 20? Yeah. I'm telling you. GG. This site right here, gg.deals, bruh. I'm telling you, it has the deals. If you want a PC game, don't just buy it from Steam first. Go look on gg.deals. You know what I'm saying? Look at all these. It like you can highlight and like bookmark what games you want, and you'll get notice when they're on sale. You know, I'm telling you. I think Curse missed it. I think so. I'm telling you. Like Resident Evil, I think that game's $70. $60. Look, 46. Running there as we speak with no money. I'm telling you. Shout out to today's sponsor. Yeah. I'm going to start making UGC for gaming companies. What you think? I'm going to start shouting them out and send them the video and be like, yo, let me do some UGC for you. You feel me? You can use some UGC. It's got to work, right? It's got to work. Then you'll see hashtag get your money. Get your bag? Yes, sir. I got to. I'm sending that clip straight to them. I'll be like, hello, I would like some monies, please. I would like some monies. Yo, I got a new credit card that's an American Express. It's my first American Express. And entering the number in is confusing because it's all spaced differently. You know? Of course, my card. New card. Get that dough? I got to. I've got to. It's weird. All I've had is like visas, and I get one American Express, and I feel like an idiot. What skin you put on the card? Ooh.
Oh my guys are ballers. Oh my guys
Okay.
are ballers.
Let me go to the skin site.
Oh my.
I think it's between Dark Magician Girl and Pot of Greed. It's one of those. And I don't know which one to get. Dark Magician Girl or Riot? All right, Dark Magician Girl it is. Because there's so many, right? Let me just go straight to the Yu-Gi-Oh ones. They have Pokemon cards too, but I was never like... So they have all of... Ooh, Exodia too. Oh, you can't see it. They have Exodia right here. Good card picks. They have Exodia, right? You know, love a good Exodia.
I got that cream cheese coochie on lock.
It's out of context. It's out of context. We got Pot of Greed. Which Dark Magician Girl, though? Isn't there multiple? Ooh, Dark Hole. That's a good one for my money. Wait, what? It's out of context, bro. I was reading a chat comment. So, what the fuck was that? Just keep moving. We got it. So we got Pot of Greed. Pot of Greed or Dark Magician Girl. You know? Dark Magician Girl, is that the one? Do I get that one?
Hey!
Yo, throat punch at chin. I love your name. Thanks for the follow. W Punch. Yeah, we're calling you Punch if that's okay. You know, I can call you any of the words in your name. Just let me know which words you like the best.
Jawbreaker!
See, we knew you were coming in here, Punch, so we got that sound.
Hey!
Yo, Evac Creations, welcome in. What's up? I'm good. How are you? So what you think? Pot of Greed, Dark Magician Girl. W Creations, yo, what's going on here? We're almost at 250. I think Dark Magician Girl has to be it. Because I already have Dark Magician, right? We get Pot of Greed with my next card. Fucking legend, get in here, baby. Welcome in. I think Apocalypse is right. Dark Magician Girl has to be the next one. It's confirmed. Game begin in a second. I'm buying the new God of War.
Hey, yo.
So, let me finish entering my card info. I'm telling you, the American Express one makes me feel like an idiot. New God of War on what? PC. PC. You mean God of War 2018? Yeah, that one. That's the one I mean. Not the PS5 one. I don't have a PS5. That's what I mean. You know? Otherwise, I'm knocking on your door in like 9 hours to explain why you're wrong for not picking waifu Dark Magician Girl. You right. It's going to be glorious, I'm telling you. I'm buying it. I love that fart noise. It's so funny. Only $20 too. That's not bad. You know what's crazy? That just reminded me. Hold on. Let me make sure this is still the case. Let me go to the shop. It is. It is still the case. Waiting for it to load, but I just saw it on Google. Why the fuck is Breath of the Wild still $60? Oh, you love the noise, you say. Why the fuck is this game still $60? It's been out for years. Why the fuck is Nintendo like this? You play Breath of the Wild on PC? No. It's Zelda. Yeah, but still. That game came out. And there's a second one coming out. Money is a construct. True. You're right. I think because Nintendo doesn't put their games on sale. Isn't that crazy? Online games, when it comes to big platforms, don't lose its value. I guess that's true. No, I have it. I have an emulator for it. You can arbitrarily put any amount on anything. That's true. Unfortunately, that's true. That's a good point. Here it goes. The reason why is because it's BF all finished, no DLC. True. It's worth $60 basically. Jesus Christ. I can't, bro. I can't. Which is why places like the PS Store, Xbox Store is putting GameStop out of business. Physical copies lose value. That's true. I'm getting that joint from someone selling it. Yeah, I think it's easier. Like I know Breath of the Wild 2 is gonna be it's gonna be $60 or $70. Oh brother, yeah, you saw it. You saw it. You saw it. I had to. I'm not trying to be rude. Look, Evac, I'm not trying to be rude, bro.
She jumped. I was being
I'm
fair.
not trying to be
I didn't
rude.
say, yo, Kate,
But
you
you
lying
can't-
bitch. I don't believe.
You can't just come through and then start. You can't. I need that sound. Thank you, Alu. You just reminded me. You can't just come through and just be like, yo,
Look at me, sure.
boom, here's
Look
my
at me,
graphic
sure.
design. You know what I'm saying?
Now.
It's like, you have to look at it like a date, bro. You got to take me out for some dinner first. You know what I'm saying? Don't just come through and try to get the action. I'm not a cheap whore. You know? Like, damn. I appreciate the hustle, though. That's why I timed you out. I didn't ban you. Snow is. Exactly. Have you met Snow? Yeah, Snow is the one to do that. I ain't kissing day one. Exactly. What's that rule I've been hearing on TikTok? The 3-month dating rule. Like, wine and dine me, damn it. Treat me like I'm valuable. Snow doesn't know limitations. That is true. That's a good point. That is true. The 3 Fs. Yeah, try to raw dog off rip like, damn, get to know me first. Find him, fuck him, forget him. That's what he lives by. So I'm not going to ban you, Evac. I can't knock the hustle. But, like, you can't just come through and immediately be like, yo, you want some graphic design? Because, look, you have to remember, especially when you're starting as a Twitch streamer. Did you see Gods of Olympus? No. Let me see. Especially when you're, like, a newer Twitch streamer, right? You can't... You have to remember, we're inundated with graphic designers, right? I got these graphic designs for your shitty streams, right? Like, we are... It's a Kratos joke? Hold on. Like, oh, I just get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Zeus! I get what you're saying. Like, you have to remember, we are inundated with graphic design people as new streamers, right? Every single person is. Did somebody say, like, look at this. Message requests. Look at this. I'm leaking DMs. You see what I'm saying? Raid Shadow Legends. I promised on Twitter they'd be on my meet. They are. Look. This is a graphic designer. Look. Paid artist. Commissions open. I do emotes. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, we are inundated with graphic designers, right? So you have to remember that. So if you're going to approach us for graphic designs, at least lie and act like you like me. You know? At least lie and act like you like me first. Wine and dine me. Don't just be like, hey, you want some graphic design? You know what I'm saying? Like, damn. Fake the funk. Exactly. Fake it. Fake like you like me. Fear not. Skratsx is going for a Raid Shadow Legends to save you guys your hard-earned cash. Code Skratsx. You know? Use the link below. Just kidding. There's no link yet. You know? You just have to remember that when you do your marketing. Be sure to use this code to unlock a level million Death Knight That on. Oh wait, let's do a different voice this time. Yesterday we used an echo, right? I need to. Where's my voice mod? Where it at? You know, I'm gonna be like,
Raid Shadow Legends, welcome in, brothers. Use the code for Raid Shadow Legends, get a Death Knight.
I got that cream cheese coochie on lock.
Don't ruin the ad with that sound. You know, Raid Shadow Legends, level 1,000,000.
you know what I'm saying? That was the best one. What? The sound. We're going to have to disable that sound if we ever get an ad in here. You know what I'm saying? We can't. We can't have that sting. You know? Legate came with the sound. He knew. Red Dead 2? Yeah, let me boot it up. Let me close some of these tabs. Oh. I've never liked you so much. Okay, let me close these down. We got God of War. We decided what credits card skin I'm getting. Maximum graphics chicks. I don't think. Can I run max? I don't think I can. I mean, we'll try, but I don't know if I can. I got my my God of War. Oh, we're getting a Harry Potter TV show, by the way. I don't know if you saw that. I don't know if you saw that. I saw that yesterday. Never liked you so much. I've just never said it. What? Where is it? No. Yeah. Yeah, leave it alone. Leave it alone. I don't want to be that guy who complains about what's the word that I'm going to say? Diversity, right? You know, I love diversity. But I feel like they're going to do that forced diversity thing that TV shows like to do. And they're going to ruin it. And the writing's going to ruin it. They're going to put some bad jokes in there. And it's just not going to be good. Hell yeah. Welcome in, Lump. Check General and Court. Got you. You finally playing Red Dead? I am. What is this? Fire.
Do you see, gods of Olympus? Do you need more proof than this?
Hey, I like Rockstar's lack of forced diversity. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm all for diversity. I just don't like forced pants to the ankles. I just don't like. I don't like the forced diversity where it's weird. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how to explain that without making it sound like I'm. You watch that stuff, but not the shit I send you. Yeah, if I showed the stuff you sent, I'd probably go to jail. You know, I'd probably go to jail. We can't. Yeah, I'm not trying to be that guy who's giving takes that would get you canceled, right? Because that's not what I mean. There's nothing like a game, movie, or show that tells you every possible second it's a Latino cast, black cast, white cast. Drake! Exactly, you know? That's what I'm worried about. So what I'm worried is they're going to do stuff like this. This is how the writing's going to be. And again, let me say it to start it. I do love independent women, right? But I feel like we're going to have a point, right? Let's say, do you remember the very first fight in Harry Potter, right? When the troll was in the bathrooms. Remember that? When the troll was in the bathrooms? And Harry's going to be like, Hermione, let me help. And she's going to be like, no. She's going to be, let me get the voice. She's going to be like,
No, I'm a strong, independent woman, and I don't need your help.
Right? And I'm just going to be looking there, and I'm going to be that guy on Twitter. What the hell is this? This isn't what I grew up watching, damn it. That's going to be me. You know? Like, I can't take it, bruh. I will be that guy. And again, I'm all for diversity. I'm all for diversity, not divorcity. I'm not for diversity. Diversity. She's gender fluid, you can't call her a woman. You know what I'm saying? I just came to see some spells. Not for diversity. I'm not for diversity. I'm for diversity. You know, I'm not for diversity. I'm for diversity. Vada Kedavra. That's what I'm here for.
My God.
Right? That's what I'm here for. I'm trying to see some spells and some fights. but I know what's going to happen. And they're going to give me them lame-ass jokes. You know how they do now. They're going to do those lame-ass jokes. We're going to be sitting here just like, cancel culture doing the Birdman hand rub. See, like, it's hard to explain what I'm trying to say because I do love diversity, right? I just don't love when it's just like, we're diverse. Look how diverse we are. Look how diverse we are. Look at us. Do you not see? Do you not see how diverse we are? You see it.
You see it. Look at how diverse we are. Enjoy our diversity. All we care about is diversity. The new Scooby-Doo Velma jokes. Exactly. We're gonna get the Velma shit. Of course he lost a duel because he's white. Duh. You know what it is. Now accept our diversity or get out. Fuck the plot.
You know what I'm saying? Velma was up. I have to log in to my Rockstar. Hold on, I gotta remember the password. Velma was terrible, bro. Velma was horrible. Hold on, I'm starting the game. I just have to remember my Rockstar account password. Velma was, oh my god. The day Rockstar gives in will be the day the world ends. Yo, Grills1287, thanks for the follow. What's up? Thank you. Yo, we're at 245. How are you, Grills? Satan, is that you? Is my voice changer still on? You know what I'm saying?
I got that cream cheese coochie on lock.
Stop, bro. It's out of context. I'm good. I'm glad. You came here right in time. We're about to boot up. I'm waiting for my Rockstar to do its thing. But you know what I'm saying? Like, what I hope... where are you in the game? I'm about to start up for my first time ever. I'm just waiting for my Rockstar to... My whole computer is acting weird. Hold on, I can't see you, chat. Everything just got weird. What is happening? All my windows just... Hold on. My monitor switched over.
Anyway, I started blasting.
My monitor switched over. Hold on. Okay, I see you again. I see. Oh, you never played it? Yeah, never. I've never played it before, ever. Everything just got... My monitors completely switched. They switched when I opened this game.
I beg your pardon?
Don't be mistaken, we don't play games in here. Okay, no spoilers. Yeah.
I am a banana.
Enjoy the... Please. Okay. Up. Everything's getting weird again. Hold on. It took half my screen. There'll be people who come in and spoil stuff. I was watching a streamer and a person came in chat and listed every single character death. Yeah, we'll ban them. I'll ban them so quick. Don't you worry. L humans, what is wrong? It opened huge. Like, cancel culture's already attacking you guys. Coming after my computer. Hold on. There we go. I can't see shit. Hold on. On. Headphones. Like, look how zoomed it is. You see this? See how zoomed it is? Like, it's gigantic. For some reason, the Red Dead Redemption 2 has a lot of spoilers. Looks normal to me. Does it look normal on yours? Like on my screen, I can't see. Yeah, it's so... It's giant right now. Press Z and then we'll enter settings. All right, display. I can't see chat right now. I'm looking for... It's not... Hold on, I'm full screening. It's graphics where you change it? Okay, I can't even see graphics, to be fair. Is this graphics? No, that's not it. I'm looking for graphics. I can't see it. Okay, I didn't even see that come through. I'm gonna guess that was Saul. If it was, it's our daily. That was a good one, Saul. I can't see. Oh, here we go. Resolution. Borderless. VSync. Off. Was that Saul?
Oh my God!
No, that was Apocalypse. That's way too funny. How do I save it? I'm looking for the OK button to save. It's literally on both monitors right now. Press enter to save. Okay, we're good. Thank you. Jesus. Legate, you're the GOAT. Does your monitor have out of the ordinary resolution? No, it's normal. It just opened on, yeah, like we're good now. Let me change the game in my game capture, and then we'll be good. See? Now it's good. It's good now. I don't know what it was on, but it was being weird. VSync is off. Turn all them graphics off. I don't think it'll work. Is there a thing where I can like... Let's see. Girls is like, just play the fucking game. Okay. There's a bar up there to pull up. That was really weird. What is it doing? Is it just running the test? We'll see what the graphics are. Hold on. I'm letting it do its thing real quick so we figure out the graphics. Are you excited? You bet your ass I'm excited, Grills. I've never played this game ever in my life. So, it'll be cool. I like the other way better. It felt like VR. There's a setting that instantly turns up to Ultra. I know, I'm running a computer benchmark to see if I can run Ultra. You know, I don't want to like break my computer in the stream. Swear to God, if you don't pew pew at everyone, I'm gonna be upset, Skratsx. You turn it all on Ultra? No, I'm running a test to see if it'll run it on Ultra. If it runs on Ultra, I will. It takes hours to load. It's doing the benchmarks right now. See, we're doing benchmarks. You know. Gotta get busy, but shake some ass, Papito. Did you just call me Lil Poppy? You're on medium right now? It should work. Okay. Holy shit, this game has snow? That's wild. Yeah. Snow's everywhere. Red Dead 2, awesome game as well. My work schedule changed, so I can't catch any of your streams. Haha. Yo, Marissa, welcome in. I'm sorry about your work schedule. I'm sorry.
Hey, yo.
We still love you, Marissa. We do love you. Yesterday, we beat Mass Effect 3, Marissa. And I went with, this is prologue. When you're in the real game, this is prologue. Okay. Yeah, we beat it and we went with the synthesis. We went synthesis. Which ending did you choose, Marissa? I went synthesis here. I cried a lot. It was sad. You know. Yo, what's up, Lost Warrior? How are you? Welcome in. Destroy. You did Destroy. That's what we were talking about. We were talking about Destroy versus Synthesis. And so I watched the endings for all of them. But I went Synthesis. Finding you? I'm pretty good. We're about to embark on my journey of playing this game for the first time. You know what I'm saying? For the first time ever. I'm just running benchmarks so I know where my computer lands. All right. I think it runs fine. Same. Chef survives if you have a high enough war asset thing, so I had to choose that. Yeah, we had 8,000, I think. Graphics. I'll try it on high. Yeah, I had 8,000. But I was debating between that or synthesis. Yeah, that was really what we were looking for. Like what we were going between. But I just felt like, oh, why are you playing the game so late? Okay. So I, as a child and as a young adult, mainly played sports games, right? And so because I was mainly like playing sports games and shooters, I missed out on a lot of these 10 out of 10 games. And so when I started streaming in January, I asked what are the 10 out of 10 games, and this is one that came up. It's never too late to play. But yeah. To be honest, I literally sat there for an hour debating. We had a whole convo about what we were going to do. A whole convo about it. But yeah, that's why I'm playing so late. That makes sense. All right. Here we go. Red Dead Redemption 2 time, brothers. This game is so good. Is it better mouse and keyboard or a controller? What do you think? Top 3 for you? Okay. I'm locked. This takes a while. Next is God of War 10 out of 10. Try Anthem. It's a third-person shooter. Controller? Anthem? Is Anthem a 10 out of 10 for you, Lost Warrior? Slightly good honor, but still pew pew lots of people. Controls? Okay. Controller it is. We got it. Spoiler, this game has horses. Damn it, here we go. It's already starting. I'm a console pleb, so I'm biased. Okay. I can play on controller. I don't mind either way. Yeah? Isn't Anthem like online only? Controller is the okay. Spoiler, this game has guns. Damn it! I can't control it. What are we doing? I can't even put on emote because I'll get spoiler emotes. No. Nah. These spoilers are crazy.
I got that cream cheese
ban
coochie
him.
on
I have
lock.
to. It also has water. What the fuck? Next, you're gonna tell me there's fucking people in it. Like, that's a joke. I haven't played this. Is this really your first time? Yes, it is. Dampest Bard. It is. This is one of the most immersive games I've ever played. So you're in for a treat if you like that. I do love it. Don't forget land. What the fuck? What's happening? Dampest Bard. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Online and offline if you put it on private. Okay. The big damp. Is there spoilers? This game is in America? What? What the fuck? I didn't sign up for a game in America. Yo, Lost Warrior, thanks for the follow. Thank you. I love playing this game. It's very fun. I'm excited.
We'll have to stop someplace. Okay.
I'm very excited.
Arthur's out looking. I sent
You
him
know?
up ahead.
This game has a slow start, by the way. That's cool. I'm fine with it.
Stop soon, we'll all be dying. This weather, it's May.
No problem. Stop spoiling bad for him. That's what I'm saying. Like, hello?
There.
Hello?
Arthur. Any luck?
Don't play online until you've beaten it. Okay.
Where we can get some shelter.
This game has carriages? Is that what that is?
You know.
Fucking carriages?
An old mine in town.
I've never played the online yet.
Come on.
I haven't either. I've seen there's like RP servers for this game. Have you tried Red Dead 1? No, but I heard this is the prequel to Red Dead 1. Spoiler, hats exist. What? You unlock free roaming after this mountain section. Okay. Like, he's playing Red Dead after this, maybe. Yeah. Because I heard this was a prequel. Spoiler, this game was before Red Dead 1. Holy fuck.
Bring him in here.
What? What?
Nani?
Exactly. Spoiler, this game has men. Well, I hate men. I can't play this game.
Miss Gaskell,
I can't.
get that fire lit quick.
Don't
Miss
tell him
Jones,
the end.
Bring in whatever blankets we have. Mr. Pearson? see
I
if
hope
the
you're ready for a
blankets
long
are-
playthrough. It took me 160 something hours to beat Mass Effect. So,
There was
well, this game has an ending.
more you could have done.
What?
What are we gonna do? We need supplies.
I hate when games have endings.
First of all, you're gonna stay here,
0 out of
and
10.
you were gonna get yourself warm.
0 out of 10 already.
John and Mike are scouting out ahead. Arthur and I, we're gonna ride out, see if we can find.
This game has 50 hours for average players.
Short bit.
They have NPCs? What the fuck?
We have.
Of course it does. Spoilers game has a light source. Fuck, bro.
Listen to me, all you.
I was hoping this game was gonna be like
Now we've had
what's that game where you're in the dark
a bad couple of days.
and if you're in the dark your sanity goes down around 200 for 100
I love
complete completion.
Davey,
That's not all the side quests, and Skratsx isn't average. True, I'm below average. It's gonna take me forever.
Sean,
Don't look at horses' balls.
might be okay.
Yeah, I've been told about
I
that.
don't know,
Don't starve together. Is that it?
but we lost some.
No, the game I'm thinking about is Amnesia. That's the game.
Yeah.
Amnesia. You
Like-
remember that game?
Throw myself.
They shrink in the
ground.
cold.
in
That's pretty
their
normal.
stead. I'll do it. Gladly.
I think my first playthrough was just over 200 hours. Longest game I've ever played was Witcher 3, just about 400. Holy. The Witcher 3 is on the playlist too.
We're safe. Now,
We're safe, damn it.
there ain't
Old but good.
following us through a storm like this one. And by the time they get here, well, we're gonna be.
What about Dying Light 1 or 2? I haven't played either, but I think that game becomes free on Epic Games on the 6th, right? This game has so many gigs.
I need you to turn this
gigs as in like things to do or like game size.
May be here for a few days.
Witcher 3 best game ever made in my opinion. Damn.
Get yourselves stay strong.
Game size? Yeah, it took 7 hours to install this game.
With me.
Yesterday I got off stream, I was like, alright, gonna install Red Dead, and it was like, get ready, buddy.
All right.
Yeah, it's huge. This game was a big game.
So they both must have headed down the hill.
Well, this game has grass. What the fuck? I thought it was just snow.
I ain't had time to ask.
I think mine was 119 is what it said. 119.
We missed you. That's what happened. Come on.
Did you sign up on High or Ultra? I think it's running a combination.
Get yourself indoors. You need to rest that hand.
This game took me 3 days to install because my internet is crap. Yeah. Of course it has grass. I didn't know.
We need you strong.
You going high on her or low on her? I don't know. It depends on what's more fun. I'll kind of see as we go.
Ain't sure what we're gonna find out here, Dutch.
Middle, probably.
We have to try. Stay close.
This game has an honor system. Yeah, I heard that.
This goddamn weather.
So I can't necessarily rob everybody, right? Spoiler, a lantern is in your hand. Is that what that is? I got low on her. I killed too many people. Is it more fun to just like shoot on sight? Because if you weren't here for the Fallout days, there were times where I accidentally shot people.
Anyway, I started blasting.
What's grass? People tell me to touch it all the time, but I don't understand what they're talking about. Honestly, Marissa, same. All I know is tile, wooden floors, and cement. It's fun for low honor? Okay. I do not know. Oh, thank you. I was not looking. Is it big spoiler? Ban them. Yeah, we will. Hey, right, fair. Yeah, I wasn't looking. Caught you. Relatable. Yeah. Grass is overrated, honestly. Better, much better ending with high honor, though. Okay, so the ending is better with high honor. So, I don't know. Slightly to the higher honor side allows you to still kill people and get an enjoyable ending, in my opinion. Okay. So we'll probably have to hover around the middle. Right? Like, are the decisions moral choices, or are they just don't kill people type shit? What about the money? What about the money, buddy? There are moral choices and sometimes don't kill people. Okay.
It's stashed with the rest of the money in town.
That makes sense.
It'll be safe for now, but we sure can't go back there to collect it anytime soon.
Remember, it's tap A, not hold A. Oh, okay. Got it. Don't kill that many people. That's something I'm gonna have to find, like a happy medium. The horse riding in this game is so realistic. It feels realistic so far. You can get low honor until chapter 6, and then I recommend you start helping and getting above middle honor. Okay.
Gentlemen.
How many chapters are there?
I think so. Found a little homestead down that way.
Okay. Anyone home?
Oh, there's 6.
Sure.
Oh, okay.
Place is blazing with light and noise.
Then an epilogue.
Like
let's go see.
6 and then 2 chapters of epilogue? Okay. Got it.
Well, you didn't make it. Nor did little Jenny.
Not little Jenny.
Davey was a real fighter. Both of them counted.
Oh, hold A to match the speed. Got it.
Yeah.
Only people that deserve shooting? Okay.
We don't know.
Quite a business.
Just matching the speed. So you tap A to gallop. What's your favorite Fallout game? I've only played 4.
Have you seen John?
I still have to play New Vegas. That's on my to-play list too. For safety, I still don't go too low because later in the game, it can be a grind to get higher on her. Okay. So, oh really? Yeah. I've only played 4. I played it on stream. I'm telling you, most of my gaming life, aside from like the Zelda series and some of the Final Fantasy series, I only played shooters and sports games. So I was only playing like Madden, NBA Live, 2K, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, SSX, stuff like that. GTA, yeah, GTA. Obviously played GTA. But the only GTA I played is 5, because I wasn't allowed to play the other ones when they first came out. So I had to play San Andreas. You know? And so this stream right now is me catching up on the games that I didn't play when they originally came out. You know what I'm saying? Only 5? Yeah, because and you may relate to it. I just started a new Fallout 4 run yesterday. I love it. Fallout 4 is so fun. But you may relate, like my mom was not having it. She was not having it. Because you saw how Grand Theft Auto was like talked about in the news, right? I've been meaning to buy a new PC and monitor. Nothing too nice, but definitely need to improve my setup now. Yo, you definitely can, Alf. Thanks for coming in. You know, my mom saw Grand Theft Auto shoot them. My fault. I burned out on Fallout 4. I have over 2,000 hours. Jesus. I think I have like 150 to 200 hours in that game. Shoot them? I don't think I can yet. But like, my mom saw Fallout 3 is top tier. I have Fallout 3 in my library and New Vegas. So I want to play both of those. I just haven't gotten to. Yeah, you can't shoot them. I was pressing the trigger button. You can't do anything.
I'm glad you're feeling so good about it.
Shoot them and steal their horses. All right, bet. I got it.
Back up the hill.
New Vegas ducks miserably? Really?
Shelter. So, this house, you speak to the people there already? No. I touched toes.
Who gave this man mod? I only played 3 and 4 Fallout. Yeah, I've only played 4. Oh, I gotta keep going this one. Well, I haven't played New Vegas. I haven't either. What's all opinion? True. None of your fucking business.
Let's head down there.
All right, let's get down. Let's, you know what I'm saying? Let's. I'm holding left trigger. I thought I was supposed to talk to him. New Vegas is the greatest Fallout. 3 is the most basic Fallout game in the universe. Because I bought Red Dead 2 for like $100 and it just didn't run on my now set up Traumatized. I refuse to buy next gen games now. Anything even close to Red Dead 2, nah. I feel what you're saying. This first part is boring. Yeah, he did say it's a slow start. What's that hard? The outer bar shows your remaining health. The level of the inner core influences how quickly your health.
Let's hitch up here.
Okay. New Vegas is shorter than 3. You just not like the storyline? It's meant to fuck with Curse, but the man joined, said one thing and left. Yeah. I know, but I stopped playing 3. Let me hitch my horse. Let's hitch him. Okay, buddy. There it is.
Let me handle this.
Now, I don't know how to say this, buddy, but run your pockets.
Someone's having fun.
Fixing to buy a new PC, though, so I might get my money's worth yet. Just 4 years late. Hey, you see me? I'm just now playing this game. It's never too late to play. You played The Last of Us? I played 1. I didn't play 2. But I heard a lot of bad things about 2.
Arthur, in that cattle.
I haven't played 1 in forever, though. I kind of want to play it again, but I heard the PC port is buggy. I got stuck and then it passed me off, so I just deleted it. I feel that. I've done that sometimes. Get to the shed and then press.
I said get out of sight.
Oh, the shed. My bad. My bad.
Arthur, take cover in that shed over there.
I got you, bruh. Let me get to the shed. I got the Ultimate Edition of this game on sale for $30, originally $100. I don't know what let me go around. I don't know what version I bought. Waiting for the fence opening. Arthur, do this. Arthur, do that. Yeah, I love this. Not this. This is stable, but I guess I can.
Anyway, I started blasting.
I love this man blasting. Bro, his cheeks are clapping too much now. They heard it from miles. It is. You gotta look at the mini map. I I wasn't listening when he said that. The first Red Dead is shit. Is it?
Hello, friend.
What you want?
I am very
I've basically
sorry
seen all this game by now, though, but I'm still pissed I couldn't actually play it. I've never watched it at all, so I'm going in blind.
Lost in the storm. Gentlemen.
We can't help you, mister.
I got folks
Arthur.
dying on the trail.
Arthur, we got a problem.
What's the problem, buddy?
There's a corpse right here.
Now, I just
Arthur.
need
A corpse?
There's a body
cans of food
in the
or
wagon.
something.
I hear you. Just
Gentlemen,
keep your eyes on Dutch.
please.
I think you should go now, buddy.
Hey, watch your fucking mouth, buddy.
Now, friend,
Who has the gun?
I ain't asking for much.
Shoot his lantern and his body will catch on fire? Bet.
I am kind of.
Do I shoot now? Do I shoot now? I don't want to shoot too early. Shoot? Bet.
Hey, I don't believe.
I can't see in this snow.
There's another one shooting from the window. Ready for you. Son of a bitch, yeah.
Oh, that's my guy.
Goddamn bastards, you're dead now.
Where's the other one at? Oh shit, he's over there. How the fuck did he get in there? I'm just charging him. Up. Hold on. Yeah, you're not running, buddy. Arthur, I said I handle this. Well, I handled it. Music is so good. It is. Press down the right stick for what? Shoot like a cowboy. You know what it is.
Micah, go bring the horses closer to the house. Arthur, let's go search the cabin.
You damn right. We searching the cabin, brother. What does pressing down the right stick do?
Smells like a party in here. Turn the place
Sim and press down right stick.
Grab as many supplies as you can. We
Hold
need the
X. Okay.
essentials. Food.
He's not at that part of the game? Yeah, I like just started. Let me reload. Okay. I'm holding X. Oh, this is on like Xbox controls. My bad. I know, I'm just saying. Oh, okay.
Up here too. There's a big price on Colm O'Driscoll's head.
Love me some baked beans.
The one on yours.
Need some of them. Search the cabinets. Oh, I was like, what does right stick do? I was pressing right stick and it didn't do anything.
You should eat something now.
Earth drain.
Up for the ride back.
All empty, you'll experience negative effects. Okay, that's good to know. Let me open my satchel up. No matter which one I eat. It restores health moderately. We'll do. Eat me some food here. I know I just wanted to see because I've never tried it that far. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm fine with that. I was just wondering what it did.
Dry, warm. We could maybe move.
If you see a white blinking dot on the minimap, that means the person's trying to speak with you. Okay. There are good horses in this game. Sorry. Damn it, Grills. Grills. I thought you were against the spoilers. Oh, so this person like on the bottom minimap this way is trying to talk to me, as well as you said if it's blinking. Oh, I am. I believe in you. Oh, need me some salted meats. Sorry. Oh, you're good. One thing I couldn't stand is how slow you loot in this game. Yeah, I wish I could just press it instead of holding it, but I'll get used to it. Give me those. Like literally right after free blow. You can get the best horse in the game very, very early. Okay. We'll get the best. Anything else in the area that I want? Let's walk a little faster, Arthur. Let's get to moving. But like Isabella when it unlocks? Okay. Arthur is dummy thick and it makes looting slow. That's probably what it is. He's got too much of a wagon. Note it down somewhere. What is it called? Hold on. I'll open my notepad. You said it is called hello? Notepad? Because it's realistic. Yeah, that's true. True. My Arthur always tended to be overweight as well. Wait, you can gain weight in this game? Or is it just you're holding too much? Like Isabella. I got it. The Pinkerton here is his cheek clapping from miles away. Oh. I always kept my Arthur skinny and didn't feed him. You gain weight in this game? Well, let's close the cabinet, brother. Yes, and lose weight. Yo. This game is cool. Wait, Arthur. Get your ass back inside, brother. Let's go up this ladder. See what they got up here. Thick. We go thick, Arthur. And it affects your stats. Oh. Okay. There's the daily. That was a good one, Saul. I like chunky, Arthur. If you don't eat enough, you get super skinny. People will even sometimes comment on your weight. That's rude. Wow. Wow. Poor Arthur. Thick boy. That's what we need here, buddy. You know, we just trying to. Guys gonna live through reality again. What are you talking about? It wasn't rude in 1899. True. I like skinny Arthur. Shoot the people that comment on your weight. That's what we're gonna do. Don't body shame me.
Arthur, keep looking for stuff.
Keep looking for stuff. I got you, brother. Let's see what else we got. Let's go over here real quick. Yeah, get you a good jog in, Arthur.
See what we missed.
Sure.
Love this snow run. Is there anybody in here? Fuck. What's in this barn door? Looks like we got us some animals. Yeehaw! Oh shit! I'll shoot you too, brother.
I'm gonna break your neck.
Yeah, get these hands. You don't gotta shoot him. He can catch the paws. Wait till I get my gun. Yeah, fuck out of here.
Sneaky little bastard. Should I kill him?
Yes.
No, not yet. Find out what they're doing here.
Fat Arthur has more health, then we're getting fat.
Oh, this son of a bitch will talk. Where's Como Driscoll?
I'm trying to ask him questions.
The others at an old mining camp southwest of here.
Skinny Arthur takes more damage, but less stamina drain.
What are you bastards doing?
Fat Arthur cuter though. Skinny Arthur looks older as fuck. Look at my message above it. Skinny Arthur makes you take more damage, but less stamina drain. And Fat Arthur takes more damage, but your stamina drain is much faster. Kill him?
I would say it looks like you have this, Arthur. Do what you want with him. I don't care. But bring that horse when you're done.
Oh, we're taking the horse, buddy. This is a good old robbery. I had to. There's some audacity in trying to attack me. You got to. And let me grab my gun. Oops, wrong button. My bad. Let me pick up my hat. How dare you? Doesn't affect you? Okay. Shh. Be quiet, horse. Howdy, partner. You know I'm here to get Miles, boy. Yeehaw, boy. Hello.
It's okay.
It's okay, boy. Just out here trying to be a cowboy, buddy. Let me pat you, horse. Here we go. We calm you. Okay, there we go. Now it's time to lead you. Chapter 4, you have to begin to get honor because the money box gets broken. C6. Okay. To the hitching post. Where the hitching post at? Is that yellow X the objective? You watch anime? I do. The yellow X on the mini map is the objective point, right? Or is that just random?
You need to hitch him. He's already skittish.
Is he Emitek? Stop. Can you please ban him? I'm gonna have to.
Micah, what the hell do you think you're doing?
Oh shit.
I got you. Wild thing, ain't ya?
Oh shit.
I wasn't doing nothing. She's one of them O'Driscolls.
No, she ain't, Micah. Look at her. Miss. Are you...
Oh shit. You done caught the house on fire, boy. Put the fire out.
It is gonna be okay.
We just gonna keep talking while there's a fire in the house?
No harm. Miss. Come on.
You told a big spoiler?
We need to get out of here, and quick. Come on now.
Who did?
You okay, miss?
Oh, did you not see that?
3 days ago.
Oh, I trust Legate. I know Legate's not gonna spoil it. Yeah, I know how Legate. Like, we're good. Do you watch anime? Like what? I've watched a ton. I've watched like almost 300 anime.
You come with us, Arthur. Miss, it's okay.
You know,
Bad man. We ain't them.
if it's like a helpful hint like that, I don't mind.
It's okay.
List some, like obviously Attack on Titan, My Hero, Demon Slayer.
What you want to do? What's your name, miss?
What else? Steins Gate, ReZero, Sword Art Online. You gotta play the Persona series if you haven't. I have not.
Mrs.
I think you're the second person. So Persona 5 is the best one, is what I've heard. Persona 4 is golden. Is the best one. Okay. Damn. Okay. Just a question so I know how to play. Is ammo found frequently? Don't swear at me.
Looks like it's Dutch.
I used to be in a Twitch chat with snitches get stitches rule. So if you report someone for a minor action to a moderator, you get the punishment they would have gotten. Damn.
First, Colm O'Driscoll and his scum.
Kinda, but you go buying is cheap. Okay. Because I was trying to like,
some of them there.
you know how like sometimes in Fallout ammo is sparse depending on what gun you get.
Scouting the train.
I was wondering if it was gonna be like that.
That's the last thing we need right now, Dutch.
Persona 5 gameplay is better and the soundtrack is better, but Persona 4 story and characters are way better. At the beginning, it's kind of rare.
And this poor soul, Mrs. Adler.
Like Fat Ma?
Miss Tilly, Miss
What?
Karen, would you warm her up?
Oh,
Give her a
I get
drink
what
or
you're saying.
something? And Mrs. Adler.
I have a song for Persona 5 in my Spotify. That's how we hanging. Low and to the left.
Widow. Animals. I need
Pretty good
some
though. How are
rest.
you, Ellie?
I haven't slept in
How are
3
you?
days.
You're over here. Miss O'Shea will show you the way. Mr. Morgan, we put you in a room over here.
Need a rope assistance?
Mr. Bell, you're with the fellas over there.
All right.
What? How come Arthur gets a room and I get a bunk bed next to Bill Williamson and a bunch
It's
of
dark.
darkies?
Is the game dark?
Get yourself
Give me to
a
up it.
bed.
I can up it. It's like too dark. I jam out to the Persona. Is like the graphics dark? Or are you saying the game itself is? You hear what Micah just said about why he gets a bunk with Bill? Oh, it's gonna be in graphics. My bad. No, it's not gonna be in graphics. It's gonna be in. Why did I hit general? You said a bunch of darkies. Oh, I did hear that too. I did hear that. Autosave for good. Temperature. I need to know. Let's put this on Fahrenheit. You know, because I'm American. You know how it is. The realism is immense. Yeah. Is the game too dark for you guys? Or no? Because I can up the... No? Okay. If it is, let me know. And I legitimately will raise it for you guys. No, it's the night I meant. Oh, I thought you were saying the game was too dark. My bad, girls. The graphics aren't high enough, though. JK. Damn. Damn.
He ain't been seen in days.
I can try Ultra.
Weather ain't let up.
He's strong, and he's smart.
Strong, at least.
Strong at least, yes, sir.
Abigail?
Arthur, how you doing?
Just fine, Abigail. And you?
I need you to... I'm sorry to ask, but...
It's little John. He's got himself caught into a scrape.
God damn
He
it,
ain't
Little
been
John.
seen in two...
Coming from Mass Effect, the voice acting is great. Yes, it is.
I mean, he may be as dumb as rocks and as dull as...
I hated this mission. The main character is such a better... Yeah, way better.
He got caught in some snowstorm.
Please go take a look.
Before I'd be like, wow, he's caught in some snowstorm. Let's go out to the right and again save him. But here we get emotion, you know?
You're the two best fit men we've got.
Now?
We're all Yeah, we're pretty worried about him.
I know.
That's because we played. I think it's because we played as man shepherd.
He looked for me.
Yeah, yeah, we played as male shep.
Thank you.
Marissa's right. I think it's just man shep.
This way.
I've heard female shepherd is way better from like multiple. Is this remastered? I believe so.
He kept riding north and never
I think so.
back. He wouldn't leave. Not like that.
Talking the most country accent in the game. You mean like you want me to talk like this right here, boy? Gotta go save Little John down there yonder. You feel me? I don't know why I said you feel me in a country accent. They don't say that. That was my voice that messed that up. My fault. I tried. I gotta stop saying like my stuff. Let's get on goddamn horses and get up this mountain real quick. Save us some Little John, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, I see some smoke.
You're like in the 5% minority who think Jennifer Hale is a bad voice actor? I've heard it's incredible, like from multiple people.
Well,
I'm gonna start a FemShep playthrough offline.
somebody left
See what I think.
recently.
You done get her done, boy. I didn't say she's bad, I just said she isn't great.
Sure, well, come on.
Is she better than male Shep though, I think? Like I've heard she's way better.
Some tracks leading to the river.
Alright, Javier, let's follow these goddamn tracks, buddy. She's so good, that's what I've heard. Is she's better, not way better. Your character's cold? How do I warm up? Is that possible? What you mean not that way? Come on, Javier. You follow them damn tracks. Horse health is displayed in the lower left corner. Your horse will collapse if its health bar fully depletes. Okay. How do I keep my horse healthy?
What really happened on that boat? We had the money, it seemed fine.
You tell me how it is, Skratsx, when you do FemShep? I will. Hello, stop galloping. Just walk, bud. We're good. Beat it? Okay.
Raining bullets.
You say raining bullets? I'll let you know though, Marissa. To change camera distance and perspective, press.
Bad way.
What button is that on this? What button is that on this? It's giving me Xbox ones, but I don't know what button that is. Not that. That's pause. How do I change the...
cliff wall here.
You done lost your accent. You not our kind anymore. It's the button next to pause? Which one? On the PS5? Triangle? I'll just press button. You can go into first person? Ooh. So I'm not going to go into first person while I'm driving. It's another one of those kind of buttons. Oh, got it. Thank you. Here, let me put my accent back on. Let's go, Javier. It's about time, buddy. I need a cowboy hat. I need a cowboy hat for this game. I really need to get immersed. Let me get some chaps.
We'll lose these tracks if we don't move fast.
Cowboy hat. That's what I need. If I'm gonna play this damn here game, I need a cowboy hat so I can feel like Arthur. You know what I'm saying? Hello? Don't loop. I'm trying to slow down a little bit. I used to love dressing Arthur up. The hat is rare. No, I meant in real life. I didn't mean in the game. You should use a keyboard or Xbox controller if it doesn't show the PS5 controls. Is the keyboard like... I mean, once I get it figured out, I'm good. The hat that I'm wearing is rare. Already?
Hey, stay on these tracks. Come on.
This game on keyboard is good? Okay. I'll try it on both and see what I think. I know aiming will be a lot easier. Here we go. We're going up this goddamn here mountain. Howdy, partner. About to get me a cowboy hat. And pretty soon we're going to get us a new horse here. You know what I'm saying? This horse right here is okay, but try to hold all your trigger buttons. One of them opens a menu. This one? Was that the menu? The keyboard is hard. So right button brings up just like Mass Effect. Damn right these horses are struggling. We're going up a goddamn mountain, Javier. What you think is going to happen, boy?
Yeah,
a lot of fresh snow. You hold that button, then press RB, you can eat food for more health. Oh shit, I can change guns too.
Follow nothing. Now let's push on a little bit.
Oh, I can clean guns too. Okay. Top-notch action skills right there. Thank you. It's growing up in Texas, you know. What the? Will there be? Oh, items. I pressed RB, but it. Oh, RB. My bad. Okay, so that's how I eat. I got it. I got what you're saying. Items. Yeah. I get what you're saying. That was my fault. I was hitting the wrong button. Then hover over one of them items and let go. Oh, so this is how I eat quick, right? Hide your identity when you. Oh, we got us a goddamn bandana. We about to be a real criminal, boys. But I don't need that right now, right? We're good right now, or do I need to eat? Shoot the horse butt. What? I don't need it right now, though, right? We're good?
Almost there, boy.
Or do I need to feed my horse? I don't have food for the horse. Damn. Oh, your health core isn't all the way full. Okay. Hello? Oh, LB to use. How come it's not? So it's using it?
Hey, look! Over there!
Oh!
You see that?
I see it. Okay. Arthur Drinking, got it. Don't you let that damn horse die. Trust me, I'm trying not to, Illy. I'm trying not to. I'm trying my darndest to keep him alive. Oh, shit. There's a dead horse right there. Oh, there's something bad up in these hills. Oh, damn. And to feed your horse, you have to wait until chapter 2. Okay, got you. So this horse isn't going to necessarily die from something that's my fault. If your horses die, they die permanently. So they die when they collapse, right? I cried when I killed my first horse by running into a tree. Oh no, I'm gonna kill so many horses on accident. Oh no. Let me fill my health bar up.
It's coming from up ahead somewhere.
Sorry, I'm eating some peaches. A little hungry.
Much further on the horses.
Now you have a chance to revive them when they get knocked down, but if you don't, oh, okay, I get what you're saying.
What's up ahead?
Approach the saddle on your horse. Got it. Man, we littered. Okay, what am I doing? View my store. Oh, I already did this. Select a sawed-off shotgun. Got it. And to revive, you need a special kind of medicine from the doctors. Why ran into a tree? What were you thinking? Oh! This game is realistic. Make sure you have a horse reviver kit or 2 on you at all times. Okay. That's only if you have revives. Learn from my mistakes. I will. I got it. That horse just did a stinky poo-poo caca right in the damn snow. Pretty soon it's gonna bury it and some poor feller's gonna step in that shit. Careful here, got it. I'm focused.
You sure about this?
Someone's crying for help.
Okay. Mierda, that we're high up here. You're telling me.
John, I'm coming for you, buddy. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not like super scared of heights, but this would freak me out for real. I'm not gonna lie to you. Because I panicked, I was getting chased.
Watch out here.
Well, I'm watching out, buddy. I ran off so many cliffs with my horse. Oh god. I feel like what's gonna happen to me is I'm gonna have a Skyrim experience. You ever like accidentally fallen off a mountain in Skyrim? I feel like that's gonna happen to me.
Okay. Good now.
So I'm just gonna let you know. I'm gonna apologize in advance. Don't get too frustrated with me. You know, I've fallen off them before. Yeah, that's gonna happen to me. I hate that it's showing me. I gotta up my stamina. Hold on, I gotta up my stamina. Fully restores, slightly restores. I don't have a stamina thing. Just think of this game as GTA with horses. Oh, bad.
We're coming, John.
I suck at driving though, so just be ready. I'll get better as the game goes, but to start, you're gonna get frustrated. I learned that within my first day of watching you. Yeah, you know. Roll through the food item until you have one that gives you stamina. Do I have one? Health core, stamina, moderate. Use that. There we go. Now I like seeing streamers suffer. I'm glad. You know, like if you're expecting top tier gameplay, this is not what we're here for. We're here for the memes. Johnny.
You hear me?
Hey, John. Where you at, boy?
John! John!
I'm here. Where's here, but you're on the ledge. What in the bloody hell are you doing on the ledge, buddy? John, get your candy ass off the ledge. Stamina is going down quickly. So I feel like we're gonna have to stock up on stuff pretty quickly. Amazing development. Thank you. Thank you. I killed my horse because it browned. Let's turn the graphics up. Bet. Let's try it. Hello? This be my favorite game ever. Really, Meek? This is my first time. How are you, Meek? How are you, Strange? Missed y'all. Missed you too. There we go. There. Because it drowned. Damn. All good, brother. How's you? All the way up. There we go. Let's see how it looks. It's been a while. Either that or I did a crime and it was trying to escape. Watch me. I'm going to do crime in this game. Just you wait. I just found out that I have astigmatism. How'd you find that out? And I need glasses. Oh, Strange with some glasses. I see you.
Scratch you got there.
That's a pretty damn. They fucked you up, John.
Good to see you, Arthur.
27 and I'm barely finding this out. I had glasses as a kid. It won't look too much different because of the snowy same environment. In the greater open world, it'll be different. Okay.
Freezing.
I have astigmatism in both eyes. How'd you find that out? You just went to the... I've been driving without them. My friend, my best friend in the world, he needs glasses, but he hates wearing glasses when he drives. And so there's been times where he's like, hey, can you just check to see what street we're on? And that's how I found out he didn't have that he needed glasses. I was like, what do you mean? He's like, I can't see the street signs. And I was like, what do you mean you can't see the street signs? And he's like, yeah, I can't. And then when he was with another friend, he ran through a, you know when they have the wet cement? He ran through that with his car. So now he has to wear glasses. I'm nearsighted and farsighted. I'm blind. I don't have contacts in. I can't see jack. Damn. Bro's a fucking menace. My script is negative 8.25. Bro, I thought I was
Can't go back the way we came. Let's try this.
I thought I was dumb. I just have astigmatism. He played in GTA RP. Did you go to the eye doctor or were you just like,
I told Dutch you weren't the right man.
What's going on?
Sure you did. You alright? I don't think so. Come on. Hopefully this will lead us out.
I need my glasses to find my glasses. Damn. You went to the eye doctor. Oh, it's the damn wolves. They're gonna try to kill her. My wife made me go. W, Addie. I told her I didn't need them. Now you know differently. W, Addie. If you can't see the signs, don't let that man drive. Yeah. And she knew.
All right, John, come on.
Keep the wolves away from Javier and John. Where the wolves at? Where these damn wolves at? Why do I have my shotgun out? Holy. I just completely... I only have my shotgun. Fuck.
Draw them off us, Arthur.
Fuck. I missed. Get off my compadres. Fuck. Get off my compadres. I have glasses, but don't wear them. Why? Addie and Strange are married? Yes, they are. I want to get LASIK eye surgery, but I'm terrified. I can see why. Wait, can I loot those wolves or no? Hold on. Do they got any loot? No. They just decompose. They're uncomfortable. I can see that. Sometimes if I wear sunglasses, I feel like I get a headache. Knowing my luck, I'll go blind through the procedure. That would be what I was afraid of, too. You can loot the wolves later in the game, skin them. Okay. Get on my horse. Also reload. Wait, I'm married? You didn't know? It's because you have astigmatism. You couldn't see. If you're blind, it's free money. True. True. I picture Marissa having like them super stylish glasses that look cool as fuck. You know? I didn't mean to. Let me. I see like a giant ass square in the middle of my screen. I don't know if you can see it. You're right. I like his horse.
Got bit by a dog. Died.
I don't see it. I'm seeing a giant square. It's slightly off colored where my reticle is, but it could be because of it's just like the gun. I'm gonna go fuck up a blind dude. I only wear my glasses at night before bed when I watch TV. Do you wear contacts most of the day? I used to wear contacts. So as a kid, I got the option to wear contacts, but I'm too scared to touch my eye. Oh, more wolves. Hold on, brother. Got you, dumbass. I can't keep shooting them. I'm sorry.
Shit, there's more on the right. More coming in on the left.
Got you, dumbass. Oh shit. Yeah, my game's lagging. We can't run ultra. We can't. It's lagging. It's lagging. We can't. It's lagging. I used to be scared as well. You can rub your eye. Oh, I can't. They're custom. Favorite performance. Maybe a few below ultra. So here's what I'll do. I'll lower it for now. When we get to a better area, we can judge it. Not that low. Oops. Wasn't paying attention. My bad. I'll put it on balance for now. And then when we get to like a spot where we can see the graphics better, remind me. But for now, it's lagging. Like I noticed it. Why do the buttons sound so satisfying in this game? They actually are. Gotcha. See? Look at that. Shot his ass. Stay away, wolf. Headshot. Come on, bud. I hate lag. Same.
Don't think so.
I don't think there's any more wolves, buddy.
Still with us, Marston? Just about.
You're gonna be okay.
And so I had the option to wear contacts when I was a kid, but I was too scared, so I wore like thick ass Coke bottle glasses. I play this game at 24 FPS just for max graphics. Ooh. Sight, gum, the other senses heightened. True. Even the dick. I don't think that's a sense. I don't mind 24 FPS. I'm not someone who really complains about FPS in games. Only like shooters, you know. Damn, you must have some ATF agent in the way you handle them dogs. You know what it is. You see what I'm saying? Wait for them to run into your reticle.
One thing you ain't sure
If going blind gives me a big dick, I'm ready. I gotta watch your Mass Effect 3 ending later. I also gotta see you play the Citadel DLC because the DLC is so good. It's in the last 2 VODs, I think. It's on YouTube too if you don't want to watch them on Twitch because sometimes Twitch is weird. But I uploaded the VODs. Did I publish the one from yesterday? So it should be in like the last 3 VODs. So you can skip like I'll put chapters up for you, Marissa, so you can see it. That makes it easier. The graphics makes the game break. Oh, makes the game great or break?
We need some help here.
Come on, help him down.
Yeah, I'll put chapters up.
You're alive.
Here we go. There we go. Ay, careful, idiotas. It's his leg.
Come on, let's get you warm. Thank you.
That way it's easier.
This is a new low. We've
Great.
got your
You the bestest? No, you.
Thank
you. You, Marissa. You are.
Thank you. Got any other lost maidens need saving?
Sounds like a PC issue.
If you and Dutch talked about how we're gonna get out of this.
I just can't run like the highest until like my graphics card is good, but it's not the best, you know?
We'll have to keep heading east. East? Into all that?
You know what I'm saying?
Civilization. I know. The west is where our problems are worse.
Them damn westerns.
Come on here, Strauss. Let's get warm.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan.
That's why I say on PlayStation. I actually can understand that. You don't really have to worry about that.
Shelter.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan.
Resting here in some old abandoned mining town while we wait the thaw. Hardly the spring I had been hoping for.
Finally, it's over. So this like the open world part.
Get strong. We get warm. We wait.
I love this game. I'm liking it so far. Taking everything. It's not open world yet. You've beaten it twice. I didn't know you could do that for the first half of my playthrough. Real? Oh, by the way, there's a way to talk to people while walking. It's holding down one of the R triggers or L triggers if you're on controller. Okay. Yeehaw!
Hosea, I don't feel that this is honestly anything new.
I beat 1 3 times and I beat the zombie one too. There's a zombie one? Chapter 2 is open world. Okay. Gotcha. I'm just I really should see how you play online. In this game, Red Dead 1 has a great zombie DLC. They gonna hog tie your ass. I'm just looting, you know what I'm saying? Gotta get some loot. Hold on, I'll talk to you brothers in a second. Hold on, brothers.
Stay strong, Hosea. What about you, Arthur?
I was like, how the fuck do I interact with people? And that's how. Thank you for teaching me, Marissa.
Because you know me, son.
Yo, bro, I'm trying to.
Just getting started.
Yeah, cool, bro.
Get some money. Well, they.
Oh my God. Okay, just talk.
Good men after us, because they ain't never gonna.
I love hog tying. My bad.
But we need money. Of course, Dutch.
Meant the prologue is over. Oh.
Son, for your strength, it means a lot to me.
Yeah, you're welcome, buddy.
We weren't there, Hosea.
Damn, bro.
And they shouldn't have been either.
Oh, we can't change nothing now.
Oh, time me. What we got in here? Nothing. Close the drawer then, brother. So, I know I'm going to have to stock up on supplies. Just looting everything? Yeah. Okay, do I become over encumbered in this game? Do I have to watch that too? Or no? I'd assume so because it's realistic. I'm just double checking.
Oh, sorry.
No, there's an item limit. Okay. Thank you for that. Because I always learn the hard ways. They set a limit to how much of each you can carry. Okay. I always learn the hard way in like open world games that there's a carry limit. Don't loot too much. Why? You mean in general or right now? All right, I think we're good. Let me sit. That's far. Because the game is slower? Oh. He just wants you to get right to the action. He's tired of watching you loot. Yeah. In the beginning, my advice is to legit loot anything. That's what I'm thinking. Because I noticed my stamina and my health, well, mainly my stamina and the health kind of lower quickly. So I just want as many supplies as possible. You know? Baby doll.
Okay there, Dutch? Thank you. Thank you for bringing John.
Okay, I agree. Yeah.
Finally,
Where the fuck is Big Booty Betsy?
He'll be all right.
This is not the place for you if you don't like slow gameplay. Yeah, like, I'm gonna be honest with you, Grills. Like,
Might be warmer by the fire.
I take it pretty slow. Like, I loot everything. It's just kind of how I do it, you know? Like, we'll get to the action, but I'm telling you, it's gonna be a little slow. So, I don't want to, like, mislead you. Sadie, like, when your friends are yelling at you to hurry up, ignore their impatient asses and loot every dead body you see. That's exactly what I'm thinking. They're gonna be like, hurry up, Arthur, hurry up. And I'm be like, hell no, brother. Gotta get to the bag. You know what else I'm used to because of Mass Effect? I meant dead bodies. Oh. I'm used to pressing L3 or R3 and it's showing me a direction to go in. That's a bad habit. What am I supposed to do? Like, how do I... You want that money? Yeah, I don't think so, boy. I'm just making a joke, like Big Booty Judy. I get what you're saying. Look at your map button. Oh, yeah, let me look for my map button. Hold on. We're just gonna stand over here real quick and press buttons. It's not square, triangle, circle. No. That's shoot. Not that. What is this? Oh, this shows where I
am a banana.
go get a lead horse. Yes, sir. This mission's funny. Well, that's my satchel. This is my task log. Okay. So every X. Okay, the map. Loot all of them. I wish I did my first. Okay, every X on the map. You found the banana button. I did. Thank you. Press the settings button and check the map. Oh, that's tasks, challenges, notification, invites. Okay, got that. Hoping someone doesn't find my banana. Don't hope too much, Saul. So this will show me where on the map I need to go, right? The big map. That's set. It's down. X are the dead bodies you'll see. Okay. Press option. Okay, that's my camera. Okay, so it's just like a regular map. Press option on map. Yeah, I thought you were saying there's a like a hotkey for it. You know? Bill needs to speak to you. And Pearson needs to speak to you. What is this? Arthur's horse. Okay. I get it. So that's how I'm just gonna use my map the big way. I get it. Got you.
Another cold morning.
On PC there is, but I don't know on controller, so I just guessed. Okay. Maybe I should try it on just PC buttons.
Oh, you boys, because I thought
I can experiment more once we get to the open world part.
on the lam, and you lot have all turned yellow. Apart from
Not
you,
yellow.
of course. Shut up, Micah. I ain't never seen so many long faces.
Oh, did you figure out the interact button? Yes. Yes.
I guess folks miss them.
Look at how scene transitions so beautiful.
I don't want no fuss.
When you fall, there'll be a party.
Press the right button, it comes up straight away. This button right here, or RB?
Funny, huh? Sure.
Damn. He slapped the shit out of you. No loading screen in this game except for the initial one, mainly.
Stop it! Now!
So it's good that I installed this on the SSD, right? Instead of my just plain hard drive.
Hard.
The small one.
Sit around waiting for him to come.
There's the one, brother.
All of you, we got work to do. Come on.
You sure about this, Dutch?
Yes.
Folks been through a lot recently. We hardly back on our feet yet.
He was back there, Lenny.
Get bushwhacked by Colm O'Driscoll. Let's go.
Colm O'Driscoll. What a name.
He's here for us.
I doubt that.
No, you're just doubting me.
I would never doubt you.
Realistic smoke on a cigarette. True.
You always said revenge is a luxury.
These graphics are fucking good.
This is the right call, Arthur. Take this. And this is about more than revenge for business.
Got me a rifle now. Hey.
They were talking about trains.
Not even matched, just barely halfway. Yeah, it's actually really good.
Always
Arthur's so handsome. It's the beard, man.
Come on.
I'm telling you.
You think
the beards really help.
Right time to hit a train.
Now you might fancy living on deer piss and rabbit shit. I'm getting too old for that life.
Agreed. Yep.
Mr. Matthews,
the beard. I'm telling you.
Smith, Mr. Pearson, would you please look after the place? There are.
I always give my Arthur long hair and a beard like that. Yeah, we're keeping the beard. Oh shit, we're riding again. I got a lasso. Hold on.
Right, Arthur?
Yeah. He said follow the main trail southwest. They're camped near some lake.
Okay. Let's go.
Hold on, I gotta get up front. I can't let you. This is the last mission of chapter 1. Damn, we're already almost done with chapter 1. You have to cut it because your hair will grow. Yo, that's actually cool. No? I didn't know we were on. Does it tell you when you're on chapter 1? Does it go like, boom, chapter 1? It's not the last mission? Oh. I think. My bad. I stopped running. Hold on. I'm trying to look at something.
Tracks.
Oh, my.
Horses, quite a few of them.
Okay.
Run. The only fools out here are us.
I think. We'll see.
They must be this way.
Oh, you got a couple more? Okay.
You good, Dutch?
Of course. Listen, I know you don't think
why are we galloping, boys?
Recently, but this is the right move.
I got that
no!
coochie on lock.
Out of context. It's the shortest intro chapter. Oh!
escort.
Okay, I got it.
Wait for him, and people you love.
I got it.
This feud between you and him.
Am I not supposed to be catching up with them? Like, I'm just holding A to match their pace.
It will be.
Some things I can forgive, others I can forget.
Got you.
What he did to Annabelle, I can't do neither.
You grow your hair out to a foot or two, I'm pretty sure. Jesus.
Yes, I did. And I hope the bastards will be reunited.
Your beard?
soon enough.
Oh, hell yeah.
That's how this'll end.
We're gonna have that yeared look. You know what I'm talking about? When people grow their beard out for like a fucking year and it's like,
See that smoke? Let's cut up here and take a look.
you get a glorious ZZ Top beard. Oh, you're on PS5? No, I'm on PSC. I'm on PC. But I'm using a PS5 controller. You know? I'm playing it on PC. But I don't have a PS5, unfortunately. I want one, but I don't have one. Okay. What now, brother?
This is it. Are we goddamn ready?
Goddamn right, we're ready, boys.
Now, Mr. Morgan and I, we're gonna head up here a little, see if we can't get a sense of the layout of the camp.
Why does he sound out of breath?
Listen, Mr. Bell, you two take up a hidden position just outside the camp. Mr. Summers, Mr. Escuela, you two.
Because he is?
Hold position here.
From what?
Let's go.
I guess that's what I'm asking. How do I get off this one? Okay, why? Still can't look at my menu. Sounds like me these days. I'm just wondering, like, why he's out of... Riding a horse takes energy, and the voice actors... Ah, okay, got it. Okay, what we doing? This is a cool mission. Okay. What am I looking at?
There they are. That's definitely them.
Home?
I think so.
Yeah, that's him.
Thinner air at higher elevations. Oh, yeah, that's true. Good point. The game gets better and better as it goes on. I love that. I actually do love that. Okay, he's getting on his horse. Attention to the mini-map for side quests and random NPC interactions. Okay. You said when they're flashing, that's when they want to talk to me, right? So that's what I got to pay attention to? Oh, shit. Damn.
They leaving?
Seem to be. Should we go get him?
No. Colin can wait.
He's breathing heavily because he smokes. That too. Thank you for that. Yeah, blinking white dots on the mini-map. All right. When we see one, we just go interact with one. Dots.
Come on. Let's get down there.
Damn right, we going down. I got my blicky on me. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I finally get my wheel back. He's smoking them cigars. I love smoking cigars in this game. What health effects does those have?
You boys be ready to pick them off from up there.
Sure thing.
I thought I got a rifle. What happened to that shit? Oh, there it is. See those slots? Yeah, I see it. I see it now. Why is it blinking like that? I think we're good with this. Or should I put a shotty here, you think? You can carry 3 guns at one time. And can only change guns at your horse. That's actually cool. I prefer the revolver if your aim is good. It's not very good on... I am pressing RT. It's not really good on controller, but you know, once I learn it, we'll be good. I do a decent job at hitting my shots. Why did I say Tennessee? Okay, I think we're good. Tennessee Walker's my horse name, I just realized.
We'll circle around the far side and go down that way. Hey, same as Micah and Bill.
Gotta get my...
Revenge is a luxury we can't afford.
Yeah, just wasn't sure you agreed with me.
Arthur, have you completely lost faith in me?
You can quick draw in this game if you want. Look up the tutorial on YouTube. Okay.
Equipment and away.
I think once we get to the open world part, I'll experiment with mouse and keyboard. I think that may legitimately make it easier.
There's enough of those bastards down there to deal with as it is.
True.
Come on.
You can name your horse in chapter 2. So Saul told me where to get the best horse, but I think I'm gonna hold off until I'm good with the horses. You know, I'd rather not get the best horse and then instantly kill it. Game very good looking. It is very good. Very good. I actually really like this game so far. And we're barely into it. This game has an attachment meter with your horses to make you feel closer to them over time. Are there benefits to that, or like is that worth building up or no?
It's steep here. Careful.
The horse gets better the more you use it. Ah, okay, okay. I like that. Kind of like in Breath of the Wild with horses. Like I said, just make sure you always have a couple horse revivers on you at all times. Don't be like me. So the horse's stamina and speed increases? Okay. Damn, it's going down there. You hear them? They're fighting. He says he's going to start hitting fellers? Remember to pat and feed your horses. Okay. You're too far from your horse, you can't whistle. I mean, that makes sense.
They ain't got me yet.
No, but the way our luck's been running.
Hush. Let's just get down there first. Down through these trees, quick.
Where the hell is Liam? At a certain range, it will hear and come to you. At another range, you'll have to run into its range. Okay. Also, is this one of those games where if I run a lot with him, he'll build up stamina? Not my horse, but like Arthur. If I have Arthur run a lot, will his stamina increase? Yes? All right, we're going to the gym, boys. No? Can you increase it at all or no? It's crouch, buddy.
Come on, follow.
Yes, you can. Decrease? My bad. How the hell does he not see me?
So, what are we doing, Dutch?
Over time, your Deadeye stamina and health increase like health from getting shot. Okay.
You want to take the lead? Go.
So we got everything we need. Yep.
Make the call, Arthur.
All this mixed device. Yeah, I'm confused. Well, I guess we'll see.
Okay, fine. You make the move.
Oh, shit. Hold on. Push up. Got his ass. Let's go, boys. Seat cover. Oh. Got him. Got him. Oh, I love that. Shit. I hate that I have to reload. What are you saying? But if you eat, you can regain stamina. I am the better source. Your Mass Effect guide. Trust me. Gotcha. Yes, you are. Not sure if the info is still good, but you can use Deadeye with thrown items, and they will seek out the target. Ooh. How do I use... I haven't learned how to use Deadeye in this yet. Oh, they're up top. Oh, shit. Eddie. Fuck out of here. Where else we shooting? So there's some on the left. I kind of understand where to see enemies. I guess there are little homing tomahawks in this game. Really? I need that. Where is everybody? Oh. I love how they just run out in the open. I saw people do it with TNT and Molotovs. That's actually cool. Got him. Where's the next? Let's advance. Moving up. Damn. He ate that shit. Low. Arthur. Thank you. What the fuck? We're charging in. Anybody? No? That it? I don't see any more red. Who the fuck are they shooting at? Oh, over here. Who needs fucking cover, brother? If you shoot enemies in vital areas, you can see them bleed out slowly. I love that. See? You can upgrade camps. All right, we're looting. They're gonna be mad, but we're looting everything.
Of course not. Colm doesn't give a damn about his men. All he cares about.
Oh, we got snake oil.
If you can shoot a gun, ride a horse.
Now we can be a snake oil salesman.
You're in. How long
Luke,
you have been with me?
what you got for me, buddy? Okay. Miracle tonic. That's got to be good. Genuine snake oil. Mm-hmm. Loot all the bodies after. Oh, there's still more. Shit. Who the fuck are they? Oh. Not the horse. I'm not trying to shoot the horse. Strange told me about that. Get cover. Shoot his head repeatedly and watch the head explode. Press in on the stick button, enter Deadeye. Okay. Right stick. Oh. Okay. I get it. I get it. The loot after is worth it. All right, I'm gonna loot everything. I hate that I have to keep pressing to reload. I get it, but like, kind of wish it would auto do it. Wait. It locks on enemies? That's actually cool. What? Why didn't it work? Why didn't it? Oh. Why doesn't it? What do I have to do to... That's my guy, that's why. That's an all you shoot. Yeah, I just realized. Thank you. Oh! There we go. Got it. You know how it is. Sometimes we shoot our teammates. If you're new here, it happens. We clear the camp now? Are we good? Why didn't want me to... Why didn't want me to open this? Select the Deadeye tonic to use it. Oh. So that refills my Deadeye meter. Also, you have to drink something to gain Deadeye because it's almost drained. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Okay, we're learning. We're learning here. You know? We're learning. Look at the Deadeye meter on the side. Yes, the one with the eye. So we have to keep on... We have to fill it up. Oh. Fill up my Deadeye, buddy. Thank you. Chewing tobacco. You can shoot so many people with Deadeye? Yeah, I noticed. I noticed it leaves like a bunch of red X's on them. There's chewable cocaine in the game that gives you stamina? Oh, we're gonna be coke hits. Don't you worry, brother.
We're waiting on you, Arthur.
Yeah, shut up, buddy. I'm looting. Hold on, buddy. Oh, wait. Do the X's disappear after I loot them or no? Oh, they become less. They're not as dark. I got it. Oh. Thank you, sir. Shoot his head multiple times, watch it explode. I will. Yeah, they become faint. I just noticed. Thank you for the hydrate. Appreciate it. We need to watch the gore. You know I'm all about those animations. I love those. Excuse me, horses. Okay, you're not just gonna let me through. I'm back. Welcome back, Niche. Welcome back. I followed you back on Twitter. I don't know if you saw. We're just looting. I accidentally shot a few allies. You know how it goes. I did, thank you. Yes, absolutely. Oh, we're getting some good loots. Blow his head off. Who? Just a random? The dead ones? All right, bet. Not doing nothing. Dutch has a rare horse. Got to get closer. Shoot his head enough? Okay. I got you. I mean, we're wasting ammo, but, you know. There you go. Damn, it really does explode, huh? It's going to be... The reloading button is going to be weird for me, because it's the opposite of what it normally is. Bitters. Love some bitters. Okay. Miracle tonic. Good loots. You can shoot off the limbs as well. Loot. They're probably like, this goddamn Arthur's taking so much time. Splitter splatter. You can also drown people and stab people in the gut. Yo. I think I'm going to really like this game. I can see why people gave it a 10. All of the X's. Grab these 3. He looks kind of like he's cuddled up in the snow, huh? If you shoot their head with what? Okay. First game is also an amazing game, worth it for completing the Red Dead story. Okay, there's another X over here. Not him. Oh, it's like looting. Really looting everything. Yeah, I told you, I always loot. Because you never know when I'll need stuff. You've seen me play. I think you got enough supplies. I mean, there's only like 2 people left. We might as well loot them now, you know. Everything. You know how it is. If you shoot their head with a shotgun, it's brutal.
Good work, boys. Now, let's tear this place apart.
Hold on, bud. I can't tear this place apart yet. Still looting. You can shoot off the limbs and heads with shotguns. Even when they're alive. Will I like decapitate when they're alive? Okay, we got the ammos. Yeah? Damn. That is crazy. I'm gonna miss my ammo drops that were in Mass Effect, you know. I'm gonna miss those. But, you know. You shoot off their leg, you can hear them screaming pain on the ground. Oh, I love that. Oh, we got ourselves a cigar. Need that. Smoking up packs, you know what I'm saying? Search the chest.
Here.
Dynamite.
This looks good. What do you think, Bill?
That was the creepiest. I love that. I know. I realized that as soon as I said that. As soon as I said that, I realized I was like, that sounded creepier than I meant it to be.
Think so, boss? Found this on one of them.
Thank you.
And with horses?
This is
Strange told me to avoid shooting horses if I can. So I'm trying to.
Something about the train they was going to rob. Mr.
Like, if I don't have to shoot them, I won't.
Mount back up.
But if I have to, you know, I'll take one out. Shooting an enemy horse decreases your honor? Okay, so avoid doing that. Did I get everything? To show the X's here? No! We need all these. Sorry, guys. We got to loot. Oh, it's this way. Okay, we're good. He's been arrested because the horse is innocent. You'll fail if you leave now? No! That's so many... 12 minutes ago. Damn. Damn, there's so many bodies over there. So much profit lost because you didn't look enough. Damn. Let me take the... Oops, I didn't mean to hit help. Damn. Look at all that loot. You lost all that sweet loot. Yeah. It's okay. It's bound to happen. You know? We're just gonna have to go on a rampage and steal some other loot.
When we rob this train, too.
Roll out the map to see how big it is. Holy shit. Jesus. What the fuck? F for miss loot. Yeah, F. Lost in the map. Yeah, I don't even know if it stopped. Hello? F. Yeah. Where the fuck are you? I have no idea. This map is... Jesus, bruh. I literally got lost in the map.
See about that.
It's endless? Yeah, it's ridiculous.
You know,
this game also includes the entire first game's map.
Of course he will.
How big is the first game's map?
But we're gonna stay a step ahead.
Like half of the map?
Make sure we always know where they are before they know where we are.
Nowhere near as big?
Allow ourselves to get a step behind in Blackwater. That won't happen again.
Small. This map's like... We have to explore every nook and cranny, right? I keep forgetting I have to hold A to maintain the gallop speed. You love this game enough, you gotta play the first? Okay. What is like the average rating people give the first one?
All right.
It's not a 10, is it?
In, fellas. Let's make some ground.
Bet. Let's make some ground, everybody. Woo! Got a 95? Holy shit. And users gave it a 9? Okay.
Hey, you see that fella? Wasn't he at the camp with Colm?
I think he was.
Leave him to me. All right, we're heading back. Just bring him back alive. He could be useful.
Bring him back alive? How the fuck am I... If I shoot the horse, is it going to lower my honor? Tell me now. Gotta use your lasso? Bet. Lasso him off the horse? Okay. How the fuck am I gonna... Got his ass! Ha-ha! Got his ass first try. Yeah, you're fucked, buddy. Hog tie his ass.
You're coming with me.
Come on, I'm nobody, mister.
That's what everybody says. Hold on. Taking your stuff. It's mine now.
Please don't.
You don't mind, do you?
All right. Yeah, I took my money. My dad never finishes video games because he gets bored fast. This game and The Witcher 3 are the only games he ever fully completed. Then he got tattoos of them. That's when you know it's good. Yeah. This game takes place before. Yeah, I heard that. I heard that this game is the prequel. You gonna fall off, bro.
What's your name,
Wait.
boy?
Hold on.
You don't know your name?
I want his hat.
It's Kieran.
Kieran what?
Duffy, Kieran Duffy.
Oh, I can't take it? Damn.
I ain't gonna lie to you.
Tough.
This is a real bad day for you, Kieran Duffy.
Because we're gonna beat your ass.
Somewhere
Turn the
you ain't
camp.
gonna like.
Why? What are you gonna do to me?
Something you ain't gonna like.
The gambler's hat is great. I do like it.
You to save your breath for screaming.
No, please.
Cut his balls off. We gotta handle him. Gonna make you squeal like a pig. That's why we hog-tied you, brother.
Mister.
Please, mister. Nah. You should have thought of that before you beat up my friend John. Now we're gonna let him take the first punch.
You better shut your mouth, you little shitter. I will shut it for you.
Exactly. He specifically didn't. I know. Where do I get horse food and stuff?
Nothing real about him, honest. Oh, take it easy. You're gonna break my ribs.
Fuck your ribs, buddy.
I swear.
Are you trying to test me? Is that it?
Horse bonding increased. Yes, sir.
Every bone in your body.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You just unlocked rearing with this horse. Hold RB and tap X when stationary from this move.
Clear?
Okay.
That's 2 bones right there.
Should I try it right now? No one cares? Exactly. Horseman love unlocked. It's the purest kind of love, to be honest. It is the purest kind of love in this game. I do love the music in this game, by the way. It is pretty good. The worst part of some people online, whenever people say, did I ask? How are we supposed to start a conversation if you don't say anything? True. I only played a bit of this game in 2018 when I was focused on football. So far, I'm loving it, Alu. Like, the environment is great. The music is good. I love how, I love shooting people in this game. Look at that beautiful sky. They did really good with this game. It feels very realistic. Sorry, I know it's cold, buddy. We got to keep it pushing. When did this come out? Hey Siri, when did Red Dead Redemption 2 come out? 2018. October 26, 2018.
Here we are, you sack of shit. Let's introduce
Let me hitch my
you to the
horse.
boys.
We're going to introduce you to the boys. Come on, Kieran. It looks really good, too.
Oh, don't worry. They're real nice.
They are. My stamina's low. We got to eat soon. Oh, hey, we got to the game. We did.
You found a little shit, did you?
Oh, we found him.
I got him.
This map is so big. It really is.
Welcome to your new home.
I literally got lost looking at it. I'm so proud of you. You know, I'm loving it. And it gives me a reason to use a country accent.
Now all we'll get is lies. Uncle, Mr. Williamson, tie this maggot up someplace safe.
Yeah.
I got a saying, my friend.
You know, by the end of this game, my country accent will be so good.
Save fellas as need saving, and feed 'em as need feeding. We are gonna find out what you need. I can't believe it! An O'Driscoll in my camp!
I ain't an O'Driscoll, mister! I hate that fella!
I hate that feller!
Son. Well done, Arthur.
I ain't no damn O'Driscoll.
We missed out on Colm.
Oh, there's time enough for that. Now,
You still get the occasional, I got that blicky on me. Not full Southern. Yeah, I know. That's my issue. I gotta work on it. Now we know why the gigs were so big. True. I'm not a knitter. I'm not. I'm not. Lenny, yeah. I know I still like some of my regular speech patterns come out. That's the issue. Looking for the information on the Driscoll's plan, train job, Dutch leads the gang and attack. Wait, I didn't know there was a checklist of things I need to do. Damn. That's optional? Oh. I didn't know that there was a thing for that. You can hunt in this game? Oh, we're going hunting, brother. We're going hunting. Don't you worry. Thank you. The hunting is pretty realistic. I'm going to be bad at it. Thank you. Thank you for the hydrate. All right. Let's continue onward. There's bears. That's an amazing canister of H2O. Thank you. It is the size of my head. I want it. I can whisper you the link for it. It wasn't too much. It's a full gallon. I hope that's not like too much. I can find the link and I'll whisper it to you, Marissa. If you do want it. Yes, please. Okay. Let me make a note. I will find it and send to you. No, I love water. I love water too. I love water. Whisper. Marissa. Link to water bottle. Got it. Yeah, I'll whisper it to you. You can hit deers in bleed out spots and hear them cry in pain on the ground while they bleed out. That's a little too much for me. I'm not going to lie to you. That's a little much. Thank you, thank you. I got it. I even spelled it water. Can I have one? Yeah, I'll whisper you the link too, girls. I got you. I got you. You can even make dogs bleed out, then skin them? Jesus. Jesus. I got you. I'll get you a water bottle. What's up, Pearson? Killing a bear is hard. Can't you just shoot it?
We have a few cans.
You vaccine with cats? Not my dogs.
For what? 10, 12 people?
I think I'm only going after big animals in this game, you know?
I do not wish to hear about what you got up to in the Navy, Mr. Pearson. We were stranded at sea for 50 days. And you unfortunately
Not the puppers.
survived.
That's what I'm saying. He kind of looks like Andy Reid, huh?
From Blackwater.
You look like Andy Reid?
To get supplies in.
Or kidders? I got you. We won't.
Sometimes
If you stand still in front of a bear and don't move, it won't attack you. A cool Easter egg.
We always have. If needs be, we can eat you. You're the
Yo, what's up, boss? How are you?
I sent Lenny and Bill
What up?
They found nothing.
Andy Reid the GOAT?
Lenny's more into
Doesn't he look like Andy Reid, Chris?
Bill's a fool.
How are you?
Unless those mountains are full of game that want to read, ain't no wonder they found
Enough of this. We'll go find something. Come on, Arthur.
Wait a second. Hold on.
If you pet a dog in town and become friends with it, when you come back in town, it'll remember you and come up and give you expecting pets.
Sorted, salted.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Starving would be preferable.
Come on, let's go.
You can't go hunting. Look.
Can't believe I missed the Mass Effect ending stream. What ending did you choose? Synthesis.
Look, if this game in those hills, I'll find
Synthesis.
it. And you can kill it.
I uploaded, if you actually want to see the end, Chris, I uploaded the VOD on YouTube. So you can just like scroll to the end and watch it. You can go in any house. I feel like that won't go well. You make dog friends? 10 out of 10.
Here, you take this. I can't use it, and you'll have to.
Oh, you're joking.
Use a gun, and we'll scare off every animal.
Oh, are we learning how to hunt now? Oh, damn, I chose destroy. Yeah, we talked about why.
Come on. This way.
And then we watched the other ones. I just moved a mattress, threw out a couch, chair, swept the rooms, and now I'm folding laundry. It's hot, so it feels like a workout, but I forgot I am partaking in Ramadan, so I can't even drink anything. I'm just suffering and I'm not done yet. Damn. Any game that lets you pet the dogs is a 10 out of 10 game for me. Understandable. Let me select my bow real quick. Oh, I can't.
How are you holding up, Charles?
I'm okay, apart from this hand. Stupid mistake.
Still bad?
It'll be fine.
I really like. I forgot to rate it. Just break the cat's ribcage by kicking it. What?
Never really got the hang of it.
Any game that would let me eat the dog makes me feel even better. That's why I modded Minecraft and Ark. It's great. Rate ME3. I'm not gonna lie. I was scared about. What did I just do? I hit the map. I was scared that the Mass Effect 3 ending, because I heard it was bad, was gonna ruin the game. But I loved it. Except for like with the destroy ending and the synthesis ending. Those two were good. The other endings were shit. So I can understand if you chose the other two endings, like you shoot the kid on accident or you do the other one. You see a bear in this mission, just saying. Okay, I'll remember. But I think Mass Effect 3 elevated upon Mass Effect 2. And so I think overall, I'd give the series a 9.4 out of 10. I mean, I'm crying 90% of the time while playing 3. There's so many people that died, Marissa. I was sad. Mass Effect 3 ending is better with your game. It had all the DLCs and extended epilogue. The base game didn't have that. Yeah, that's what I think. Do you think Mass Effect would be in your top 10? Currently, yes. I think so. They fumbled with the no harem option. That's true. That's my only complaint. I hate that I have to choose one love interest. I should be able to choose multiple. Don't get me in the harem rant again. Mass Effect is definitely my top 10. I think it is. I think I have to put it in there. That's why they're mods. That's true. Wow, you whore. Just choose one. No, Sora. If I want Miranda and Liara, I should be able to have Miranda, Liara, Jack, Ashley. Dragon Age Fire 2 on God, same creators as Mass Effect. Okay, I'm going to add that to the list too. But right now, Mass Effect is in my top 10 games that I've ever played. It was too good. I loved every moment of it. Well, except for the Legion mission when we were in the computer age. I hated that mission. But other than that, it was good. Yeah, other than the scanning was annoying. But even with this, that's how you know the game's good. Even with scanning, I loved it. You got to play Knights of the Old Republic 2. I bought that. I bought those. Dragon Age is another one of my all-time favorites. I did buy Knights of the Old Republic because I haven't played those. Got to play Greedfall. It reminded me so much of Dragon Age. Yo, what's Greedfall? I'm putting it on my wish list. I'm not getting off the game for the record. Oh, Greedfall's only $10? That's Greedfall trailer you just heard. Add it to my wish list. The scanning isn't necessary, but for the best ending it is. Yeah, so like it wasn't something that I had to do, so I'm not too mad about it. And it made the ending good, so I'm not hating.
Now the weather's eased off a bit, they'll be needing to feed.
You know? Knights of the Old Republic 2 is the greatest game ever.
We'll head up this way.
I need to get it.
On some higher ground.
Yo, what's up, Vioro? Did I say it right? Vioro, how are you? Welcome in. How's it going, Vioro?
North from Blackwater, getting stuck in the storm.
You can def tell it's not made by a AAA game. The combat is still a little unpolished, but I love the intertwined quests, stories, and companions. Yo, Vioro, thanks for the follow. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome in.
I still don't really know.
That's right. I'm all right. Okay, Vioro, cool. I'm pretty good. I'm enjoying the game so far. I'm gonna finish cleaning and folding laundry. My favorite activity. Yay! I hate folding clothes. I like folding clothes. Oh my god, bro. Appreciate you. Enderroll is a great RPG too. Since I can't drink, you drink. Here, I got you. You want? Here, I'll go full screen for you, Sora. You ready? Look at the water bottle. I got you. Drink double for me. All right, I got you. There you go. Good? That's just for you, Sora. A double. You know what? I'll make it a triple for you. Is that a water bottle for Shaq? Jesus Christ. Yeah, you know, it's a gallon. It's a whole gallon. You know? What country are you from? The U.S.? I'm from the United States. From the United States. Can you send me the link to that water bottle? Yeah, let me add you to the list. I had one like that. I need a replacement. I got you. Whisper, Marissa, Grills, and Sora. Yeah, I'll do it after stream. Oh, I can tell by the bottle. Yes. So I got you. It is a giant water bottle, though. I'll give it a try then. Maybe after I finish Cyberpunk, I'll look into it. Marissa, how are you liking Cyberpunk? Cyberpunk's so damn good. You got to unlock the secret ending. Yeah. I didn't unlock it. You have to get Johnny to what? 70? 70? I'm watching from Italy right now. Ooh. Italy, so I've not been, but I want to go. I want to go. 70, yeah. I had Johnny at 60. You have to get your relationship with Johnny to 70 to get the secret ending. So I missed it. But you're playing at a good time because we should be getting the Idris Elba DLC. No, you just have to say specific dialogue with Johnny in his personal quest. I had Johnny at like 40. Damn. I wonder what I missed out on to be able to get him there. Because I have not gotten it yet.
There's some patches of grass here.
But I said, I think I'm going to play with FemV next time. And
let's try this way.
I'm going to have relations with every single person in the game that I can. You know? Speaking of endings, which Far Cry games do you own? I think I own some. Let me look. Steam, library. Do I have Far Cry? No, I don't own a single one. Wait, let me check my other ones. Which Far Cry should I own? Did I get one for free? I heard 3 is really good. I think it was Lumpy that told me about it. I don't own a Far Cry, it looks like. Let me check GOG. There's too many game launchers. I wish I had a launcher that can like hold them all. There's too many. I'm romancing Judy. I fucking love Judy. Did you play Just Cause? No, I didn't. A lot of them have endings in the first like 10 minutes. Really? Okay, I'm adding Far Cry. Sorry, that's Greedfall you hear. I know. I love Judy. I wish I could have romanced her, but I was dude V. So I'm becoming girl V just to romance Judy. I love Judy. So I need Far Cry. Big booty Judy. That's the best. Even though I do love Pan Am. Don't get me wrong. Pan Am's still my number one. But I love Judy too. Also bought all the Shenmue games too. Oh yeah, we did talk about that, didn't we? I'm just writing these on a note, so I don't have to keep looking them up on Steam. Hold on. Those games are amazing as well? Okay. Legate, what was that RPG you said? I'm writing these down. Far Cry series. Shenmue. Enduro. Just Cause. I haven't played that. Anything else? Oh, the Just Cause is so good. The map is... Okay. So I have that on there. Is there anything else? Persona. Yeah, we got some games. I love this. Anything else? You know what else comes out? I know Thief's gonna be mad. Like we're getting distracted. Remember when we talked about Dead Island 2? Remember that? Dead Island 2 comes out in like a few weeks. Another top series for me. It comes out April 21st. Dead Island 2 comes out April 21st. So, or 3, depending on how you look at it. Then oh yeah. What's the good GTAs? I've already played 5. San Andreas is the one I hear the most. GTA 4. You're noting games to play after Red Dead? Yes. Yes, it is. Too many games this year. There are. Dead Island 2. I gotta play it. I never finished Hogwarts. Horizon Zero Dawn. Haven't played it. Need that. We said God of War. 2018. Red Dead 1. That's right. Red Dead 1. Forgot about that. Or Forbidden West. Forbidden West. Need that. We have so many games. So we have games. We have a lot of games. We're good so far. Viora, what's your favorite? Bro's wish list is infinite? It is. So many. June is Demon Time. Oh yeah, Diablo. Last of Us 2. Isn't that only on PlayStation? That's one. I have to get a PS5. I'm gonna get one soon. Why don't we go on a Rockstar spree? What other Rockstar games are there? Oh, The Witcher 3. I still have to play that. Red Dead 2 is my favorite, but other than that, I think either Far Cry 3 or GTA. Okay. I think it came to PC. The first one did, but the second one I don't think is on there. Because we're gonna play the first one. I'm adding that. I'm gonna put 1 and 2. Because we're gonna play the first one on here, but we're gonna wait till it updates. We're gonna wait till that updates because it's buggy as hell. Red Dead 1, Red Dead 2, GTA 4, and San Andreas. Deadass might just buy a PS5 for the Silent Hill 2 remake. Oh yeah. Oh, Resident Evil. Haven't played those. GTA 3. I'll add that. I haven't played Resident Evil, so we got to do those. I think it was the ones I was told was 4, 2, The Village. Right? Are there other good Resident Evils? We have the Star Wars game coming up. If you do Red Dead 2, then go into Red Dead 1. That the playthrough with both games would be about the length of the Mass Effect playthrough. Resident Evil 7. It's one of my favorite. Okay. 7. That's true. If it'll be as long as the Mass Effect playthrough, I'm cool with that. Oh, yeah. Assassin's Creed. We're behind on those. If you like horror games, you should try Visage. Ooh. Horror games. We don't play those around here, buddy. I'm considering MLB The Show 23 till Diablo comes out. I've been watching Feeve play it, and it looks so good. I'm getting Game Pass soon, just so I can try it. But I'm going to play the career mode, not the... He's playing franchise. Yeah, if you shit yourself playing it, we're not playing that. There's only one horror game that we have coming up, and I don't know when we're going to play that, but we'll get to it eventually, and it's this one. You know, eventually. But not right now. Not anytime soon, buddy. I can't wait till Diablo, though. Oh, my God. There's so many games. Diablo's going to be so good. Yes? Do you like Outlast, Marissa? Hooded Skratsx, you know what it is. Alien Isolation. Isn't that the one where the alien has... I haven't played that. I'll add it. Isn't that the one where the alien's on AI? Right? Like it's like an AI... Oh, yeah, I did say Dead Space. Dead Space. Yeah? Okay. Fortnite? I've been playing Fortnite. Don't get me on Fortnite. I used to play Fortnite so much. So much. I used to play Fortnite a ton. This is the games we're looking at right now. Look at these. We have games for a long time for stream. Dead Space. I'm going to put the remake in here because I need to get the remake for it too. Oh, what's the Mafia game, Legate? Mafia. Even though Diablo was only on Twitch for like a week during the beta, it was top 15 watch that month. Jesus. Mafia Definitive Edition 1 and 2. Okay. Isn't there a third one? Days Gone? I haven't heard of that one. What is that? I'll add it though. Oh, we also said Borderlands 2. Borderlands 2 is on there. I never finished Hogwarts Legacy. That may be an off-stream finish. I don't know. We have a ton. Look at all these games. Look at all these games, bro. We have so many. Anything else? Is there any other games that we're thinking of? Resident Evil 4? Where's Resident Evil? Oh, I got it right there. So we got that. I put God of War on here. Bloodborne? I don't have a PlayStation. Sekiro? I played Sekiro before. That's a good list. I think this is pretty good. Oh, there's a new Zelda game coming out too. Jesus. Tears of the Kingdom? We'll eventually get... That may be an off-stream one. Hitman? I have Hitman. I haven't played Hitman for... Bioshock? I've played all of those. I played Bioshock. Halo? Sniper Elite? True. I'll add Halo. We may get to Halo. Only the stories, though. I'm not playing online. I'll be honest with you. So, you have to tell me which ones has the good stories. Oh, yeah. I haven't played Half-Life. Half-Life 1. Black Mesa. Wait. 1. Black Mesa Remaster. And 2. Hello? What just happened there? Damn. This is a pretty good list, huh? Resident Evil 8? Which one's 8? Is that Village? Or is 7 Village? Which one's Village? Is 8 Village? I forgot which one is which. Let me see. Resident Evil. Your community has good taste in games? I think so. 8 is Village. Okay, 8 is Village. This is why I love you guys, for real. Like, look at this. We pretty much have Portal 2. I've played Portal 2, but I'll definitely play it again. Portal 2 is one of my favorite games. I'll add it. That could be a chill one. Saints Row. Saints Row good. I heard the remake was terrible. Undertale? What's that? Deathloop is fun. Is Deathloop a game? Deathloop. We have games forever. Terraria. I played Terraria. I have Terraria on here. The older Saints Rows are good. Okay, let me make that up because I heard the new one is shit. I've heard the old ones are bad. Like I've heard bad reviews about those. Look up Undertale on Steam. Okay. Store. Yeah, like I've heard it's awful. That'd be a different kind of game for you to play. Uncharted. Oh, I haven't played that one that's on PC on here. We could do that. We could play Uncharted too. I think I have it. I just haven't played it. Heavy Rain. Ooh. Heavy Rain in the World Amongst Us. Okay. Wolf Among... I want to play the Wolf Among Us. I've literally been saving it. Because there's a second one coming, right? This would be a different experience for you? I mean, I'm good for it. I love that. Who did I see playing this? I've seen this vague, like, a little bit. Okay, I'm adding it. I've seen this. I've seen this. Okay, let's pull up the list. This game can be played so many different ways. Okay, Heavy Rain, Wolf Amongst Us. There's a second one coming too, right? 2 whenever it comes out. What else? Let's get Metal Gear Solid. I haven't played Metal Gear. I haven't played a single Metal Gear Solid. Solid 3, Peace Walker. Atomic Heart? Oh yeah, I forgot about that game. Game of Thrones? Is there a Game of Thrones game? What game is that? Is that one of the Telltale? Oh, okay, my bad. There we go. Is Game of Thrones one of the Telltale games? Is it? I think it is. I believe so. I don't know. I'm going to put it there just in case. I did love Terraria. And the other game I thought I didn't like, but I would like, that I thought that I would not like, but I liked, was Hollow Knight. I've heard of that one. Is Stardew Valley. I didn't think I was going to like Stardew Valley because I don't like Animal Crossing. But Stardew Valley was fun. I still play that in like chill times. Look up the Hollow Knight on Steam. I've seen Hollow Knight. Like, I've seen it. My brother has it. Stardew Valley got some bad bitches you can romance. You know I love it.
Hey, yo.
There it is. Cyberpunk. I played Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk was one of the first games I finished on stream. Journey. Ooh. That's one I've been meaning to play. I saw it. The first game that I beat on stream was Firewatch. Telltale made a Game of Thrones game in 2014. Okay. Oh yeah, I've seen this. My brother played this. My brother's played this on his stream. Okay. And you said Journey. Yeah, we have games for days. For days. Oh, this is that game that looks like Dishonored 2. I need to play both of those. Dishonored and Dishonored 2. This game looks like peaceful as fuck. Control. Okay. I actually really want to play this game. An irreplaceable piece of art. It looks so cool. Red Dead 1. Yeah, we do got to play Red Dead 1. I love the visuals in this game. Splinter Cell Chaos Theory. Okay, let me bring up the. I'm still watching, but I'm bringing up my list. I'm putting it behind my head so you can see it. This one released on PS3 exclusive. Now it's on PC. Okay, Dishonored, Control, Low. Splinter Cell, Chaos Theory. Is this Journey? Yes. So we're adding games. I'll show you the list of games that we've added so far. It looks so good. I gotta try it. So this is the list so far. Hello? Look at this list of games to play. Fable series? I've only played 3. I played Fable 3. And I hear there's a new one coming out, which I'll love to play. 3 is the worst one? Damn, I played the worst one. Oh, yeah, we did say Titanfall 2. I heard that was a 10 out of 10. Oh, Hades 2, when that comes out. I love Hades. And Titanfall 1. Halo series. I don't know why the internet just opened. Inside? What is that? We have Halo. Halo's right here. Master Cheeks. Oh, we need that. Inside. Look it up on Steam. That. What is this? All the Halo commercials slap. Oh, we do need to play Detroit. Fallout 1 and 2. Yeah, I need to play the Fallout series. Here's my notepad. Did I put Fallout on here? How did I not put Fallout? Don't know if it's on Steam, but Alice the Madness returns. Okay, Fallout series. Detroit. Human. What's that game with Elliot Page in it? I'm excited about the new Final Fantasy. Marissa. I fucking love Final Fantasy. We're going to play that when it comes out. It's the 7 continued. I'm going to put continued. Between Two Souls. Thank you. Thank you, Sly. Assassin's Creed Origins is amazing. Yeah, we put that in the Assassin's Creed one. Thank you. I love Final Fantasy. Souls. Did I get any other? Man, we got a game list. Like, we're not lacking. There's too many. And there's games that are still coming out. EDF? What's EDF? Oh, Alice the Madness returns. Let me see. I think I just saw it pop up. Oh, it's Beyond. My bad. Me too. Yeah. I bought Final Fantasy 15, but I haven't played it yet. Me neither. I have it. I just saw it. Alice Madness Returns. Ooh. Yeah, we'll play it. The Batman game series? Arkham? I played all those. I played Arkham. That's the alien bug thing I showed you earlier. Oh. Okay, I got it. If you're talking Arkham, I played it. Sims? Yeah, I'm just not playing the Sims, I'll be honest with you. I can't play the Sims. I can't play the Sims. I'm sorry. I've tried, it's just too boring for me. You know? I've tried. That one's older, but should be beatable in a few days. Okay. It's this one, right? This is the right one? The Sims it's just not for me. I've really tried, but I can't. It's too boring. You know, it's not my kind of game. Like, Uncharted 1 through 4. I mean, I played the other one. I think it comes all in one on the PC one, right? Sims 2 is the only good Sims, in my opinion. Like, now they're just kind of milking it, I feel. Tomb Raider, that's right. We did talk about that. Tomb Raiders. I've tried Rocket League. I'm not a fan of Rocket League. It's not my game. Let me check on the Fallout. I mean, not Fallout, Uncharted. Bro, you just abandoned? No, I'm going to come back. I promise. I'm going back. I'm about to open it back. I promise, Vioral, I'm going back. Oh, no, it's just the 4 and... Okay, so the series. I got it. Tomb Raider. We need the series because I haven't played it. I think that's good. Let me save it. Apex. Ooh. Apex. Apex is. Ooh. Me and Apex are. Here, I got you. We could keep talking while we're doing it. Let me move my notepad to over here so I have it open. Destin Skratsx for sidetrack. Yeah, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. You know, we get sidetracked here because I like talking too much. See, we're good. We're back.
No wind at all is bad, but if it's too strong, they won't move.
Apex, I've tried it. It just takes too long to kill people in that game. You know, I have ADD, been diagnosed since I was 3, so relatable. You know what's funny, Marissa? Someone came in stream. They were new, and they were here for like 20 minutes, and they go, you have ADHD, don't you? And I was like, is it that noticeable? I guess it is. By the way, enjoy Red Dead 2 without any tutorials or YouTube videos, because you will get a lot of spoilers. Yeah.
I see something.
World War Z.
Easy.
What is that one? We're carrying all my guns. Hello? Why can't I? Why can't I?
How can you tell?
Yeah, we're going no spoilers route. No spoilers.
Track them on foot.
Okay, buddy.
You're gonna need the bow. Don't leave it on your horse.
Bet.
The gun will scare everything around.
Okay. But battle? Battelle? What is that? So no gun. Got my bow. Hell yeah. Spoilers, Dan's game, exactly. How you save the games is you enter the menu before settings, press game option. What? Spoiler horseshit. Brawlhalla? I play that sometime. Oh, story. Oh. I can't save yet, though. It's locked. It's locked. Thank you for that.
You see the tracks?
I think so. Maybe not.
Focus.
Are these it right here? Oh. We smelling them animals.
It's easier in the snow, but once you get your eye in, you'll be able to track nearly as well in grass and woods. Keep your
It's a special kind of hell for people who spoil games, in my opinion. I agree. You know the people that you can't save till chapter 2? Okay. You know what people I don't enjoy? Are the people who spoil shows the next day. I understand, like, a week or two, but, like, the next day people, I hate them. All my YouTube recommendations 2 years ago. Yeah. The worst is if you, let's say like you're on YouTube and you happen to watch a short about like an anime, all of a sudden you're getting those anime spoiler people who are like, oh, can't wait for this to happen. They spoiled me all Red Dead chapters? No.
Down there.
Down where? I don't see shit. Oh, that deer right there.
Aim for their head or neck.
I can't really see. Can I get closer, or is it going to scare it off?
Get good tension on the string before releasing. Just don't overdo it. Take the shot.
Oh, shit. Hold on, I held it too long. Don't watch any Red Dead YouTube videos, 90% have story. Yeah, I'm sorry. At least they encourage me to play it because it's a masterpiece. That's what I've heard. I'm trying to get a little closer. Literally the only thing good to spoil. Okay, getting a little closer so I can see it. You're close enough, don't risk it. Is this one of those games where I have to aim up? Do I have to like aim up and for that or no? I guess we'll find out. Got him. This town ain't big enough for the both of us. No up? Okay, thank God. I don't mind those games, but I have to know. Attract the animal's attention by selecting call while aiming on it. This will give you a chance of a clean kill as they raise their head before fleeing. Oh, I got my arrow back. How do I... No, the bullets don't fall with distance. Also with snipers. Okay. Oh, you're still in the beginning? Yes, I am. I What we started doing, Doc, we got sidetracked, and I'm gonna keep playing, I promise. What we did was we had a game list of games I haven't played that we need to play on stream. And look at this game list. Sidetrack? No way. Look at this. That's our game list of games that I have not played that we will play on stream. So that's what we were doing. That's what we were doing over here. I got spoiled on season 6 of Game of Thrones ending. I was so pissed. Legit could not socialize with the world when that show was out. Yeah, you can't. It better not be in that fucking order. No, it's just random. It's just random. Let me reorder that. It's just a random. How do I? Can I not skin it? Yo, hey. How long you live for? I mean, we've only been live for like 3 hours. At least another hour. At least. I got spoiled Breaking Bad on my first day of watching it. Damn. Yo, am I looking for another one or what the fuck? Oh, we're going across the water. How do I? Can I not? Yo, what are we doing? What am I? Hello? What are we doing? Hunt another deer. Thank you. Jesus. Find another deer. Yeah. Can I cross the water without getting, like, my temperature being too bad? Oh, I need stamina. And Better Call Saul? I haven't seen Better Call Saul yet. We need food. Miracle Time fully restores health. That I fortify slightly. We don't need that yet. We'll use this. No, not health. Damn it, I need stamina. There we go. Stop talking the goddamn chat. You talking though? Oh, I can cross this and there'd be no issues. Okay, we're good. I thought I was gonna have like a temperature repercussion or something. You know? Yeah, cross it. Thank you. I thought there was gonna be like a repercussion for it, you know? Okay, I see the tracks. Oh, it sees me. Hold on. Go this way. On the internet, there's a 0% chance of not being spoiled. Yeah, see, I saw Breaking Bad. Luckily, I saw the ending as it happened. You know? How do I call?
Got it. Well done.
Got his ass. Oh, no! This is just like how Bambi happened.
One, I'll get the other. You sure your hand's okay?
The volume's low? Is the volume too low? Do I need to turn it up? Get him out, stupid fucking deer. Is the audio too low? I mean, it's maxed. I can't do anything. It's maxed out. See what I'm saying? Like it's maxed. I can't do much. I can turn up my desktop audio some though. Hold on. I'll turn it up a little bit. Just let me know if it's too loud.
Put it on my shoulder. Okay.
Yeah, it's max. Turn up your stream volume. Yeah, it's the PC. Let's pick this up. Okay. Where's the other one? Go back to the other one I killed. That's just like Bambi, bro. Damn. Hey. That was my deer. Do I have to carry this one or can I just leave it? Yeah, I have to pick it up. Okay. Is the volume good? I put Bambi in the cord for y'all. Okay, let me see. I just ate way too many tacos from Taco Bell. Yes, I'm disgusting. I love Taco Bell. I feel like I'm gonna die. Damn. Marissa, do you have extras? You can share. Oh. Yep. It's Bambi. Damn. Great way to go. Yes. The game. Wait. Yes, it is. The volume's good.
Coming for what? The new prince is being born. Come on.
No, it's on his end. Okay, hold on. Just what the fuck? In Italian, it's Bambi with an I.
So beautiful. So
What the fuck do you guys watch in your spare time? Baby traumatized me as a kid. This will traumatize kids as well.
That's the new prince?
The birds. What is this? I was so scared of the birds. No, I get it. I get it. This is not Bambi.
That's life.
That's life. You know, we just learned about life. Look at him. Look at Bambi.
Hey, look, Bambi, it's a bird.
Bird.
Look, it's a bird, Briss.
Bird.
Hey, look, Bambi, that's a tree.
Bird.
Hey, look, Bambi, it's flower.
Bird.
This is hilarious.
That's not a bird, stupid.
Then the winter cometh. Buckle's reputations are worse than mine.
Whoa, it's slippery.
Then the spring cometh.
Bambi, the meadow is a beautiful yet treacherous wonderland of grass.
Forrest Gump? Kind of. Chad, take a nice long look. This is why we can't play games. A bird. Please play Red Dead. I am. We're almost done with this video, then I'm back on it. I promise.
Well, it appears to be all clear back.
Damn. Damn. That's what we just did.
That's death.
I spit my coffee through my nose. Thanks.
Yo, how you doing, Bambi?
You should follow Leaf Stream if you don't like sidetracks. True. It happened. Girls has no idea. What state you from? Texas. Super late, but I'm here. Welcome in, Dagger. Welcome in, my boy.
Get up,
How'd you like
Bambi.
Postal?
Get up. Bambi, you must
That's
get up.
death. Look at Bambi.
I didn't know you could fly.
Bird.
What the fuck is going on? I don't know. I have no idea. Is Texas like the second biggest state in the U.S.? I believe so, yes.
Oh, I guess that's...
Yes. Postal 2 is great, but I'm still confused how they let this game slide. I believe so. Super Bambi. Yes, sir. Yes, Alaska's #1. Yeah. Damn. Damn. Whoever made this must have been on an acid trip. You know what? I'm giving that a thumbs up. They deserve that one. That's a thumbs up right there. You know? Damn, I'm too good with my geography? Yeah, you're better than me. I live here and didn't know that. I didn't pay attention in geography class, to be honest with you. Now, that's all you're going to get recommended after giving that a thumbs up? Yeah. That's on my VOD channel, though, so we're good. Yo, didn't I whistle for my horse? Where you at? What button is it to whistle again? I forgot. At least I know more than the average US person. Yeah, I think you do. Reminded me of Ren and Stimpy for some reason. The art style, I can see. Play on PC now, please. I am on PC. How's your day been? Pretty good. Pretty good. My horse is dumb and it's stuck. Oh no, it's good. I still remember that. Yeah. Try not to spam that. You know what I'm saying? Keep that on the low, Legate. Feel me? Keyboard. I was gonna go on keyboard. You got a job? I do. I do. I am a photographer. I am a photographer. You know? Gotta work to afford these damn games we put on the list, you know what I'm saying? Damn nice. Yeah. I love it. I do weddings mostly. I'm starting to venture out into like family stuff, but mostly I do weddings. And a video? What? Alright, let's cross this damn water. It's gonna be cold, buddy.
Ready to
are.
All right, Charles, let's go. Why the fuck are we playing games? Let's get going, Charles. Cause I gotta practice my accent, Doc. I have to practice my accent, you know.
Should be enough meat here to keep us all fed for a few days.
Oh, watch it.
You found him.
Jesus. Right.
I knew you'd be okay with that bow.
It's easier when they ain't shooting back.
You know, it took us 160 something hours to beat the Mass Effect series. We gotta play every once in a while.
Well, maybe our luck is finally on the top.
We will have React Days though. Just be ready.
We should be putting our effort into getting off this mountain now.
Soon.
Video live streaming? Yeah, true. Scared the shit out. It's coming out of the woodworks. Scared the shit out of me. I'm sorry. You know, gotta work on this goddamn hero accent.
We do get off here.
You know,
What then? Still
trying to really
price on our heads.
bird.
This is a big country.
Beard.
We'll find somewhere to lie low.
All right,
Dutch
Charles.
and Jose will have a plan.
A horse is kind of struggling, Doc.
Notice how Pearson's had a bottle in his hand ever since
The bear's coming up. Yo, okay. Before we do that, I need to. I guess we'll just do this.
Give the camp
Fill up. We gotta get my stamina up.
cook 5 minutes.
Seem really nice, man. I try to be. You know, I try. I'm not always the nicest, but I try. Like no funny. Remember what Legate said? When you hear the birds, the parent dies. Bambi for kids. Yeah. True. Yo, can we fucking move, horse? What the fuck is happening? Traumatization. It's weird. Weirdly enough, my biggest memory of Bambi isn't the actual movie. It's that fucking IMAX screen that plays before the movie on VHS.
Once we get out of here and we're back on our feet, we'll see. She might have family.
They won't attack if you stay still. True. The Lion King. Yo, I'm not gonna lie. What I say? Don't move when the bear's there and it won't attack you. I do remember that.
He's weak, but that makes him much more useful.
Legate says a lot, so we have to be like specific. The Lion King was my favorite movie as a kid.
You ain't dealt with them?
You know, until I saw The Lion King 2. Then I was like, the song kind of fucked me up. You know, when they were like, this little lion looks like Scar. So we're not talking to this motherfucker.
We've been scrapping over scores with them
You know?
for years. Big gang. Nasty sons of bitches. Their leader, Cole,
No, I was like, oh,
Dutch go way
long
back.
live the
Not
king.
in a good way.
That scene's iconic.
Proper blood feud.
So I heard.
Iconic.
Easy.
I'm not even looking where we're going. This is real skill. This is the type of gameplay skill you're looking for. I'm not even looking straight ahead. I'm just doing my own thing.
Watch out. Bear up ahead.
Oh shit.
Let's see if we can find another way around.
Why? Let's kill it.
You must be real hungry.
Oh, he's right
Stay
there.
well back. Spring storms like this are the worst for animals that sleep all winter.
Why don't we just pull out the blicky and shoot it? Fox and the Hound and Lion King were my... Fox and the Hound was so good. Damn, that brings back memories. Let's just pull the blicky out and shoot the bear. Come on, bruh. We already got our hunt.
Here, off the trail.
No, why we acting scared? Emperor's New Groove is... Pull the lever, Kronk. Wrong lever. Kill it? That's what I'm saying. Where's it at? Where's that bear? Fuck what he's talking about. We got a gun for a reason. Hey.
Bad idea.
Fuck it. Yeah, get your ass over here. What's up? Fuck, I can't. My horse. Oh, shit. Didn't expect that. Oh, yeah, we're dead now. Yeah, what's up? Yeah, run, bitch. Nah. What was you talking about? Now get your ass back here. Come here, boy. Oh, he ran. Coward. Fucking coward. Fox and the Hound, first movie was the GOAT? Yeah, it was. How do I whistle again? My horse completely abandoned me there, bruh. What the fuck? Damn. Where's my horse? How do I whistle again? No, that's not it. What button is whistle again? Let me look. Where's the controls? I can't believe it ran. What was that? Down? Thank you. Thank you, Cursed. The horse betrayed me? It did. It's not letting me. Dude, where's my horse? How dare you, horse? Coward. Yeah, maybe not. What a coward. Is there like a keybinds thing I can look at or no? Nope. All right. We'll just figure it out. I should put you down, but I'm not going to because I'm nice. I had that bear. That bear ran like a coward too. Hey, what's up, buddy? Don't ever run away like that again or I'll get a new horse. You'll live a stable life. You understand me? You like galloping?
That thing was huge. Are you crazy? You're lucky it scared that easy. Come on, let's get back.
Yo, I gotta go get ready for work. Have a good rest of your stream. Enjoy Lovey Game. Yo, Marissa, we love you. I will whisper you the water bottle.
How long you been with us now?
You can get a horse that ain't scared of bears. That's what I need. I like feeding people to the gators in this game. What?
Any of this. Blackwater meth.
We love you, Marissa. Have a good day at work.
Here? Sooner or later, a job's gonna go wrong. Nature of life.
I just thought you might have moved on by now.
You want me to move on?
No.
Thank you, Colin. You the best? No, you are.
I know you could run it alone, no problem.
I at one point fed a woman's rights protester to a bear after insulting her. Damn. Shoot him?
Wondering if someone's gonna kill you in your sleep.
I wish I could. It won't let. Oh. Wait, what happens? I can't save. What happens if I shoot him?
I reckon you're okay. This suits me. Sure.
You can't shoot him?
Oh. Gang, but Dutch. You know, Dutch is different. Oh, yeah.
Dutch is different. You all are a bunch of cowards.
He treats me fair.
I pulled the blicky out on that bear and you wasn't ready to back me up. We should talk about that when we get back to camp.
That ain't normally the case.
Well,
I can already tell I'm gonna love this game.
More than ever.
Good.
Dutch, no racism. That's no cool. Yeah, that's true. No racism.
Me? Oh, 20 years, something like that. Since I was a boy.
Only real cowboys are racist, and the only cowboy around here is me, buddy. I'ma let it fly with my accent. Wait till I get me a cowboy hat.
Huh. I'm sure.
Dutch saved me. Saved most of us.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we need to stick by him through this. He always sees us right.
Mm-hmm. I still remember being surprised when I heard a character say the hard R. Oh, I already know what's gonna happen. You know?
I appreciate you letting me take time with the other.
The realism's insane in this game. Anyone who says it, I gotta put him down. I hope you understand. You know, you're in the wild, wicked Wild West. Anyone who says it, I gotta put him down.
Anyway, I started blasting.
Yeah, I hear it. Like I gotta pull the stick out. You know.
Buck me faster than a bull. Won't take nobody but him.
Just wait till I get the good horse, buddy. Check out them nuts, bruh. I didn't even notice. Wasn't he the only black man says it, but he can. That's true. Realism. You can change outfits. This fit's not bad. I can't believe they animated the horse nuts too. They really went for the realism here, huh? Animation, yeah, you know.
I'm gonna hitch tie him over here.
Brought some food back, boys.
Let me hitch this bad boy. I'm disappointed in my horse. Mighty horse balls, yeah.
Thank you for showing
They really went for it, huh? GTA 6 will have truck nut physics confirmed. It better. We need truck nuts. There's more data about horse nuts in this game than all of NES games. That's fucking crazy.
Just drop it down in here. What a surprise. Find a camp rat loitering around in the kitchen.
Is that any way to greet an old friend? I feel like we
Bird.
haven't spoken for days.
I do my utmost to avoid.
There's megabytes of horse nut data.
It's his sad way
That's
of
wild.
showing affection.
No, it isn't.
Its balls are hairy. Yeah, you know. It's going for realism.
See, you got on just fine. Charles is a
4K horse nut texture.
You earned it. Jesus, what is that? Navy rum, sir. It's the only thing. The only thing. Keeps you sane, it does. Yeah, seems to have done a trick.
Gigabytes?
You go rest that hand, Charles.
I'll be fine.
Jeez.
You mind helping me with the skinning, Mr.
I
Morgan?
can't not see Andy Reid when I look at that guy.
Skin you. You're always one with the jokes, aren't you? Come on.
Petabytes?
Job for a man with a burnt
Whoa.
hand. I'll see you both later.
You skin that.
It's like 1.2 gigabytes or some shit. That's actually crazy. Approach the deer carcass. Let's skin it, buddy. Give me the... Petabyte is 1,000 terabytes? Jesus Christ. Yo, I should have pulled the shotgun out on that bear, huh?
Not too bad, Mr. Morgan. Yeah.
I wasn't thinking in the moment, but I should have pulled the shotty out on it.
You know, you could trade these or sell these in pretty much any town. If you're looking to make a legitimate bit of money, of course. Right now, I'm just looking to get off this mountain alive. Well, if you catch anything else, you bring it to me. Sure.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Heck, Arthur Morgan's first decent bit of hunting after all these years. Yeah. Well, we're on the run now. Everyone's got to do.
You make money off selling animal pelts, or you can donate it to camp.
Folk need it.
What does donating it to camp do? A few days later. You've unlocked the Master Hunter Challenge. Check your log for more information. Gives the camp food, it's nice, and you get a bit of money. So you get money doing either way.
Dutch being Dutch, he is
right?
busy making plans, and Dutch being Dutch, those plans involve robbery and dreams.
Who the hell is Leviticus Cornwall?
Well, I thought you was reading him as
Yes, less money with donating, though.
Now I see you're
I have the hiccups.
him to your other
That's good.
passion.
I'll mind you to show me some.
I have the hiccups. I'm going to have to get a spoonful of peanut butter.
Find a way, Reverend. You still here then?
I owe you.
Yeah. And you'll pay me. But for the moment, just rest.
Arthur, I think it's time for the train.
Want me to come?
Of course I do, but look at you.
I was always ugly, Dutch.
You look like shit, John.
Still, son. Hello, Abigail. Jackie.
The boy wanted
Gets
to
mauled
see
by
you.
Wolf Arthur, you will pay me.
You see me now. Or what's left of me. What about you?
Guess I was hoping to see a corpse.
Damn.
Bide your time. You'll see plenty of them.
You're a rotten man, John Marston.
He is an idiot, Abigail. We all know it. Now,
There's his son, Jack.
railway men. Bill.
Okay, looks
now
like
you ride
Thornfinn.
ahead and set the charge at the water tower just before the tunnel.
Ain't a problem.
Abigail, John, and Jack.
Weather's breaking. We could leave. I thought we was lying low.
Woods, you look like hammered shit.
One from me, Hosea.
I just don't want any more folks to die, Dutch.
We're living, Hosea. We're living. Look at me. We're living. Even you. But we need money. Everything we has in Blackwater. You fancy heading back there?
No. Listen, Dutch, I ain't trying to undermine you. I just want to stick to the plan, which was to lie low, then head back out west. Now, suddenly we're about to rob a train.
What choice have we got?
Leviticus Cornwall's no joke, Dutch.
Who is Leviticus?
Who the hell is Leviticus Cornwall, brother?
Magnet, sugar dealer,
There's also very good fishing in this game, and also some very good side quests and bounty
He
hunting.
has more than enough to share.
Dutch!
Gentlemen, it is time to make something of ourselves. Get your horses ready.
Get your horses ready, boys. It's time to rob a train.
Everyone ready? All right, let's head out.
Bird. When you go to Annaberg, once you get free roam, what's in Annaberg? I have 500 plus hours in this game and at least 20 hours in fishing.
Listen up.
information so kindly provided to us by the O'Driscolls, the train will be coming north from Big Valley. We're gonna pick it off after it crosses the border into the Grizzlies.
I have 1/3 of the average playthrough time in fishing. Jeez. A rare double barrel? Bet. More like anal bird. You're right. That's the better name.
I'll be fine.
Good. I'll take the driver and engineer, then run point. Lenny and Javier,
Is fishing that good?
take the front cars.
Or is it like you need to do it out of necessity for money and food reasons?
And Micah, you head straight for the back. That's what we're.
I got that cream cheese coochie on lock.
You and me, Morgan. Great. Have you got a problem with that?
Not if you keep
It's not a necessity, but it's fun and calming. Okay.
Don't worry about yourself, huh?
Enough. After Bill blows the tracks, we're gonna need to move fast. Is everyone clear?
We'll play that when we get to anal bird.
Yes, boss. Good. Now come on. Let's ride.
I think the goal for today's stream is to unlock free roam, and then we'll do the free roam stuff tomorrow. Look at that mountain range. And this isn't even on high graphics. Like the highest quality. So beautiful. Oh, why am I still fucking holding the moving buttons? But this is a cutscene. This almost looks as good as Fortnite. Nothing looks as good as Fortnite, buddy. Have you seen Fortnite?
Out in the snow, finally. Feels good, doesn't it? But we need to get.
How many days till Aaron Yeager's in the game?
Before anyone gets up here after us. Oh, look.
Fortnite maximum graphical quality looks better than any other game. This is the last mission of chapter 1. Okay. He's in right now. I can unlock him now.
Arthur Morgan.
That's literally the only reason I bought the battle pass.
What about young Lenny here? Always the first man on.
Hello, Arthur? Pay the fuck attention. Nice pants, Dutch. Bet they look better on the barn floor, I reckon.
Just stay calm.
Arthur.
Keep your eyes sharp.
Why am I having to steer, Arthur?
No mistakes. Not again.
So we do this, then we go back to Blackwater to collect.
How many times you gonna ask the same question, Micah?
Damn, Micah, get it together, brother.
Money to leave sitting for too long.
It would be crazy to go back there now. The place will be
I
swarming.
think Aaron starts in 11 or 12 days. Okay.
The place will be swarming with Pinkertons.
We go back.
That's the only reason I bought the battle pass.
Go back, and that's
'Cause I don't have as much interest in battle pass like I used to.
You'll just have to trust
I used to buy every single
And
one.
if the O'Driscolls are right, there'll be a stack of railroad bonds on this train. Good money. Once we work out how.
Hello, it is I, Santiago. Hello, Santiago. When we gonna duo no build? I'm down whenever, to be honest with you. I'm down whenever. I'm not great though, so need to rob the shop in Valentine for a good revolver. Okay.
Tranquilo. Whoa.
Tranquilo.
Is Bill there? Yeah. You want to head down? See how he's getting on?
Me either? Okay.
Okay.
Check on Bill. Do I take my horse or no? Do I have to do they want me to take my horse down there or no? You don't spend V-Bucks in between and get top one. Yeah, you can get a free battle pass every season. The issue is I don't get off horse. Got you. Gotta look at the back window first to unlock the ability to legally rob them. Okay. The issue is I don't play Fortnite enough anymore to do that. Why is my horse flashing? Yeah, my horse is flashing. How do you whistle? I'll figure out how to whistle for tomorrow. Also, the revolver has gotten in the doctor's office. We got a lot of adventuring to do. Yo, hello, horse? Can you fucking... Yeah, get the fucking moving, buddy. Get to moving, Bubba. I thought I said Dr. Shop. I probably read it wrong.
How you getting on?
Yeah, I'm okay.
We blowing this bitch up?
Of course.
Can I help a little?
All right.
Go ahead.
Oh, you just said
Set up
shout.
the detonator by those rocks over there.
Okay, sure.
Now just unspool the wire and then attach it to said detonator.
Okay. Connect the wire to the detonator. We blowing this bitch up for real. Damn. You don't gotta talk to me like I'm 4, Bill. I'm a grown-ass man. Look at this old school ass detonator. Man. Looney Tunes. That's exactly what I was thinking. This old school ass detonator.
Okay, this is good.
All right. That should do it. You head back up to the others. I got it from here.
Got you, Bill. Appreciate you. Bill Arthur is 36. He's 36. He can handle himself. Let's go, horse. Get to fucking moving, buddy. Get your ass up this hill. Yeah? Yeah. Arthur, Acme brand dynamite. Yeah. What we're going to do is we're going to put up our cardboard painting of a tunnel. And that's how we'll get the train.
He says all fine.
We'll soon find out.
Hard Road 36.
Everything okay?
Pretty sure Lenny's 18 or 19.
So, okay, cover your faces. Train should be here any minute now.
Put it on. Mask up. Here we go. And Dutch is 44. Hashtag unmod dog.
Gentlemen, it's time.
Here we go.
Good luck, all of you.
Good luck, brothers. I'm the law around these parts now, baby. Here we go, brothers. Hashtag unmod dog. The movement is starting. Get this trending. God damn it, Bill. Oh shit, we trending now.
You said it was fine.
Come on!
You're pathetic. You know that?
How am I pathetic? What did I do? Jump on the train? Oh shit. How the fuck are we doing that? Oh, right here. Got it.
Here we go.
Jump! The dog is immortal. He goes, how'd this motherfucker miss?
Hey, down here!
I got you, Lenny.
Pull me up! I've got you.
I got you. Stop yelling.
Shit. Yeah, you're okay.
BRB DDoSing dog.
Let's go slow this thing down.
Where's Javier?
Fuck Javier.
He fell. The others will get him.
You and me, big man.
You bet. Time to start looting and shooting. I guess I need my knife here.
No, we need to stop this train.
There's another guard up ahead. You want me to take him? Arthur.
Yes, you go.
Okay.
Lenny, you're younger and inspired. Been green since day one. Next. Come on, brother. Hold on, brothers. As a stoner, it never changes. Yo, I fuck with Deadeye. That's cool as fuck.
What the hell was Bill doing?
Shoot him in the Fortnite battle bus. Yeah.
I hooked up the wire, but we won't mention that.
This is Bill's fault.
We gotta hurry. We have to stop this train.
That's what we're doing, kid.
Deadeye is dope and you can upgrade it too. I'm gonna need to. That's a cool skill.
I got these sons of bitches.
Fuck out of here.
How you doing there?
You know who I am? Any game with a pistol, I'm cool with. I know, bud.
Stop this train soon. The other boys will never catch us.
You upgrade it by using it and getting headshots. Okay. Rifles are great, would recommend. I should probably use that more, huh?
Damn it!
Hello? Headied. Straight headied. I should use rifles more. There's something about the pistol that I just love, though. Train 249 stops here, buddy. Oh, shit. Damn!
All these bastards must be guarding something.
We need the car at the back, right?
Yep, keep pushing on it.
Keep it going.
Still okay?
Deadeye is cool as fuck.
Damn, he's got an arm. Who is this guy?
Still good, kid.
Shoot him.
Where the hell are the others?
I don't know. Damn it. I thought that was
Not even using cover. I'm being stupid.
We're gonna get out of this.
Yeah, repeating rifle for close-up gang fighting in Springfield for long range.
There's the other boys.
Oh, there he is. Oh, don't you run, boy. Where they at?
There's still more coming off the train.
Jesus. There's so many. That's our people. Yeah, it's our people. The horses are ours.
Brought so many boys up here for this.
Hold on, let me loot. You know what it is. Hold on, I'll be there in a second. That's our kind. Them mothers ain't our kind. Exactly. I just had to make sure that we got our kind. Give me all your shit, please. Thank you, brother. Consuming yellow tonic to fortify your bars. A fortified bar can be used for a short period without draining. Ooh. I already looted him, right? I didn't. How do I... Oh. I forgot. Climb up. No, I don't want to pick him up. No. Drop him. Drop him. I just want to loot him. All right, guess I can't loot him. You get looted. Give me that. Hello?
Come on.
Loot him, Arthur. Yeah, I guess we did. They're so impatient. Oh, we looted him. Where's the other one I need to loot? Lenny, move! Get out of the way, brother. Gotta loot them. You know, sorry, it's a looting stream, you know. Just gotta make sure. Oh, chewing tobacco. Also, your honor changes the music in the... Oh! So we'll know if I'm doing badly there, huh? Is there a body right here? There is. Just gotta loot. Yo, what's up, Killmonger? What's up? How are you? We're just looting some bodies here. You know how it goes. We went on a killing spree. You know that button you expand at the bottom shows your honor at the bottom. Oh, didn't mean to hit journal. That's my bad. I didn't even know I had a journal. If you start doing bad, the audio switches to Tyler the Creator. Okay. That's, I guess I'll know. Oh, up his whistle. Okay, so we're still in the middle. Up his whistle. Found it out. Okay, he's looted. Looted. Where's that other person I'm supposed to... Oh, he must be... Is he up? Imagine if she switched to Bastard. Not a working from home. I see a shooting ops with the pistol. Yeah, you know what it is. Gotta use... the pistol feels so cool. I know it's not the best, but it just feels cool. Hello? Can I not loot him? Love when we just kicking bodies around. Let me up. Gotta loot you, my boy. Have you started any new albums? No, I've been listening to books. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm gonna start it soon, though. I promise. We going for an honorable route or the FAFO? I think we're gonna try. I want enough honorable. They said that has the good ending. but I also want to be able to just shoot people. You know, so I think it has to be somewhere in the middle, right? Fuck around and find out is hella fun. I kind of like that. There's one more body over here. Can I not loot this? Oh, there we go. Mouth off, get the lead. I love that. There's one body over here. Hold on, Lenny. The body up here. I think the story make good choices, but in the open world kill people and stuff. Okay. I think that's how we do it. In the story, we make good choices. He said earlier, anyone who says the hard R getting it? Yeah, 100%. Anyone who says the hard R, sup. I have to. It's for my people. You know, we couldn't do this in the 1800s, so I'm doing it for them. I was the same. I think that's the way to do it. So in the story, we'll make a decision. And I'm white. This is retribution for my people that we're doing here. You know, for my ancestors. Find the Lemoyne Raiders and kill them all. Ooh, I mean, we'll wipe them off the existence of this planet. 2 more bodies and we're good. One's up here. There's a lot of them, huh? Yeah, that deserves it. I think so too. You know, they don't like your kind around here. Hey, you drop a hard R. Wow, there's a lot of bodies over here. I can't go over there yet because I need to get the loot. I learned from this last time. So it triggers at a weird point. I'm just kicking his. My bad. I'm not trying to just kick you. I'm trying to. Good. Okay. Good job, Lenny. I think you looted enough. You think so? How many more bodies we got? Look at all these. Lenny stole your shit. He did. Lenny was just like, oh, that's mine. Fucking. Goddamn, Lenny. Yeah, we're good.
Let's get the money and go.
Sometimes you'll walk over them, and when you hit the button too fast. Yeah, I noticed, like, I feel the loot button faster than when, than normal.
We don't want to kill any of you anymore.
Like, I'll feel it trigger before I'm right up on the body.
Trust me.
It gives like a slight vibration. Yeah, cutscene started.
Come on, boys. We got our orders. Okay. You asked for it. We ain't 5, opening this door. 4, 3, 2, 1.
That wasn't a fair countdown.
Seems our friends have gone
That wasn't fair.
Wake them up a little.
Yeah, shoot the doors. Yeah. Yeah. This'll teach them. Yeah, you guys do that. Hold on.
Mr. Williamson, give Mr. Morgan.
I can't walk. I was going to loot them other bodies. He didn't say how fast you count. That's true. That's true. Oh, my bad. Give me the dynamite. How come I got to do it?
Too much to us, but you boys in there might want to take a step back.
This time it'll work. Oh.
Now light the fuse.
I was going to shoot it. It's on you for assuming. Yeah. Yeah, that's my bad. Step back, fellers. While we're doing that, let me just keep on. Yeah, good job, guys. You can shoot it as well. That's what I thought we were gonna do. 26 cents. We're fucking rich, boys.
We don't want to kill you. We just want to rob your boss.
Yeah.
Get on up there. Search that train.
I got you. Just hold on a second. I don't want his horse. Oh, I didn't see you. Damn, his 5 o'clock shadow was looking crazy, huh? All right, guys. Time for me to search your train. Howdy, partner. Howdy. Time to get on the train. Get to looting.
Look at this place. It's like a palace.
Well, now I've seen everything.
Damn.
Oh, you two got the safe? I'll search the rest.
Oh, yes.
Get some beard care stuff and grow that bitch out nice. I need to. We're getting us a good ass beard in this game.
Brandy, will ya?
26 in 1899 would be like 942 today. This game is in 1899. Yeah, I figured it was in the 1800s.
Rushing to jump on that train.
He's keen.
We're yet to receive a payment of $2,000 for the initial phase of exploration.
Okay, let's see if we can.
So it's a receipt. We're good. Put it away. Got us a note from the oil company.
Getting there.
We got us a cigar and a watch. Damn. Look at us. We're looting every fucking thing in here.
See? That's how it's done.
What's in this letter?
Shit. Just a pile of papers.
Bonds?
Put it away.
So...
Hello, Phyllis. How are you? The cursive is high enough resolution you can just read that? Yeah, I know.
Give me those.
That's actually wild.
Railroad contracts, invoices, blah, blah, blah.
Search the drawer.
Got anything?
Not really.
I actually really like the gunplay in this game.
From the Spanish West
Okay,
Indies.
thanks. How are you? Pretty good.
A lot of sugar.
Pretty good.
Some fancy new.
Except still open up and read the menu because you never learned cursive. I mean, I learned cursive. Oh, he didn't learn cursive. I can read cursive. I can't write it, though, anymore.
Have you checked all the drawers?
I never learned cursive? I did. How's Red Dead going? Pretty good. Oh, you said you never. Oh, I was like, I learned cursive. I just can't write it anymore.
Let's hurry this along, boys.
I like it so far. So we...
No, this looks like
It's a dying script, so eh. Yeah, it was stupid to learn, I think. It's a waste of time.
Arthur, have you looked
All I know is shooting and humping. Exactly. That's what we're here to do.
Keep looking.
Okay, we got a bond. We walk through this door or no?
Got him.
No.
Nice.
Well, thank God. Come on.
Hold on, let me just check if there's anything else in here. Anything else I may want. Yeah, so our rules are, in the story will be good, but then everyone else can get it. It's actually faster to use cursive than it's to write plain text. Is it? I mean, my handwriting, I think it's the same. My handwriting's not very good. You can see a guy getting his ass beat as a kink through a window in this game. That's wild.
Bonds. They worth anything?
Oh, sure. Bearer bonds. I think we can.
That's actually wild.
Pretty easily.
I don't remember how to write cursive, though.
Would you get rid of all of
I only
this?
know how to write my name in cursive. And, like, small words. So I don't remember every letter.
I don't know.
Just kill people who you hate? Yeah, I think so. I don't kink shame, yeah. It's efficient because you're not wasting the time between pick.
Make
Oh.
sure they don't send no folk
Yeah, that's
after
true.
us. Okay. See you back at camp. When you get
That's a good
back,
point.
We'll be moving on. The rest of you, let's ride.
What do you say I was supposed to do? Do I kill him? We might as well.
Get on the train, quick, all of you.
Wait, what?
Bright ideas, I kill all three. So behave. Come on, move.
Are they gonna snitch?
Soul, I swear.
Nah. I don't think it's good to
If I hear so much as a footstep,
blow it up.
car, you'll end up
That's,
like all
I'm gonna be good in the story. Immediately proceeds to kill him. Will this affect my reputation if I kill him? I mean, I was like, they're witnesses, and we just did a crime. That will? Damn it. Does this count as being good in the story? Does this count as being good in the story or no? Because we said we'd be good in the story. Okay. Fine. Damn. Fuck that shit. I say we kill him. Fuck it. They're witnesses. Hey. No witnesses, brother. You know, they saw a crime. I had to. They saw a crime. I can't let them live. You know, witnesses. You know what I'm saying? This is how criminals get caught. You know? I've seen too many JCSs to let Dr. Sugar's is a terrible influence. Okay, now let's start the train. Now you got me wanting to play this again? It's fun. It's a wrap for them. Yeah, like, it was over for them the minute they saw us. I know I'm masked up, but still. I can't let them live. Should have hammer triggered them? Ooh. I felt a, oh no, let's just pick up. Pray on Dr. Snow's downfall. Oh my God, your prayer power. The doc only gets stronger. True. I feel like I should throw everybody off this train, but it's like the spirit bomb, but human form. Yeah, we looted everybody. Well, I guess I could have waited to loot till everyone was gone. I thought it was going to happen again where we just kind of rode off. All right, let's start this train again. I guess we're not going to be good in the story. We will from now on. We will from now on. We will be good. I just couldn't leave witnesses. It didn't make sense. You know what I mean? From now on until the next time. It's a constant climax for me. Fuck being good. Rob everybody. The fuck around and find out is kind of fun. I'm not going to lie. I couldn't leave them alive. It didn't make sense.
Put that book away and go help.
You're good in real life. True. True. In real life, I would have. You're supposed to be bad in games. That's a good point.
So, we getting out of this hellhole?
We're gonna try. Weather seems stable.
And we just robbed the Leviticus Cornwall train.
Fuck
We got money
Leviticus.
in our pockets. The worst is behind us, gentlemen. So the question is, where now?
I know this country a little. I told you, we should set up camp in Horseshoe Overlook near Valentine. We'll be
Horseshoe?
able to hide out there, no...
You go to LA, you can rob a train nowadays.
Well, then let's go. Clean noses and everything else. Arthur, you're in that one. Bring Hosea. I know you two like to talk about the good old days and what's going on.
Dante is just a brute. He wants to control you. Yes, free roam. We did it. He wants to control you. We did it. We unlocked free roam, boys. The title says backseater gamers needed. I don't micromanage. I do think it's funny that I was like, yeah, we're gonna be good, and then I immediately shocked 3 people. Your camera's too small? Why is my... You think my camera's too small? I felt like my camera's pretty big. You know? Evil backseat game. I felt like my camera's a good size. You want my camera to be bigger? And camera's just right for this game? That's what I thought. Like, we could do that thing where, like, I'm full screen and the game's, like, in a little window. This game needs as much screen space as possible. That's what I thought.
Lenny,
I think it's good.
Micah, get over here.
Do you think it's good in the spot it's at, or should I move it?
Up ahead, make sure there's no surprises. We've had
Me fair scratch, just stretch that bad boy across the whole screen.
Just go.
Just like this?
You can buy me a whiskey.
You know. Good? Okay. Oh, sorry, it's big. You know, we could just hear the game if you want. No, you mean stretch that thing. Oh, wrong website. Wait till we get a good kick stream. Playing games is just submitting to these fools. This is your stream. True. Giving suggestions as long as it isn't micromanaging is okay. Yeah. Kick activities, exactly. You know, kick is where you get the word that rhymes with kick. You know. Stop backseat gaming.
Gotta keep us moving, but calm.
What the fuck?
Shit.
How'd that happen?
Okay, let's take a look.
You all right back there?
Who?
Everything look all right?
Who did this shit?
I broke the goddamn wheel.
All right, let's get it fixed.
I'm not a
you know?
knitter.
I reckon we can handle it.
Respect my
Let
authority.
me hold the thing up while you try and put the wheel back on, Arthur.
You still strong enough to hold up a wagon?
Shut up.
I'm just saying.
Well, say less.
Say less. Not much goddamn wagon wheel. Not my goddamn wagon wheel.
Nearly there.
You went over a bump? Yeah, I just didn't expect. I didn't expect it to.
See?
I didn't expect it to continue to be like this.
Not quite.
That'd be a hell of a bump to knock my whole fucking wheel off. The doc gets stronger with every complaint. It goes to his head.
If they wanted trouble, we wouldn't have seen them.
It's a good wave. That's how my neighbors wave at me.
We really screwed them over down here. Come on, let's not push our luck.
What happened?
Well, get in. I'll tell you.
Does anyone try cookies and cream oatmeal? Nah. I'm gonna be honest. I'm pretty plain Jane when it comes to oatmeal, if I eat it.
Can we just get there?
Hey, shut up.
Not too far.
About to try it now and it looks eh. We need a food review in the food section.
Cut left.
I'm talking about burger. That's Indians? Yeah, I know what they are. Apple cinnamon has more meat to it. I'm a pretty plain Jane. I don't really like shit in my oatmeal, you know? Doc is gonna be a goblin this Halloween. Me, I just like, if I'm eating oatmeal, it's goblin these nuts. God damn it.
Killed or
damn
it. In the middle of nowhere.
Damn. God.
Maybe it's not.
Damn it.
I just heard some of the army out here was particularly unpleasant.
Oh, you like the brown sugar one? That's me. So, like, if you have the packets, I only eat the plain one or the brown sugar one.
We don't. Spider Duchess talk.
The stream has even more sidetracks? True. It's not for you, dog.
Complicated for the benefit of our block-headed driver here.
Damn it.
Hey, don't blame it on me. Never forget.
Or is the whole stream a sidetrack? I'm the law in these parts.
Just because it sounds fancy don't mean he knows a damn thing.
But yeah, if we get the like variety pack, I never eat like the one with raisins in it. I don't like apples unless it's apple juice, so I don't eat apple cinnamon one. You know?
Not that I can remember.
I just eat the brown sugar or the regular one, and everyone else can have the rest of them. That's how I've always been.
For a while, a number of free men.
Or why get the variety pack? My mom used to buy the variety, right? Because there was like 5 of us. There's 5 kids, and we all like different ones. But I just get the pack of brown sugar. That's the best one. But my sister loves the raisin one. She's big on the raisin one. Now fuck those kids. It keeps freezing. I think that's you. My stream's not dropping frames. I think that may be you, Grills. Unfortunately. Like sidetrack keeps people hooked. It does. Yeah, I think that's you, Grills. If you're on mobile, lower it to like 360. Yeah, I think it's Grills. Mobile Twitch sucks.
It's a long story.
That's Skratsx. Yes. Yes, Doc. Yes. It's good here. Might be your connection. Yeah. Skratsx. Yes. God damn it. Yes.
West in search of fortune and
yes.
repose in virgin forests as we planned. No.
Steer the wagon off the road.
In the correct direction on our
fuck
escape from the law eastwards down
I don't think it's gonna. I did it. Wasted. I did it. Hell yeah, brother. Mobile does suck. It's so behind. It does. I watch Twitch on my PC. This is bullshit. It doesn't let. Oh, we have to watch the whole thing. This game wants. Oh, hoorah! We're restarting the mission now. This is an RPG.
We're gonna try. Weather seems stable.
Why am I hitting square like that's gonna do something?
Cornwall train.
About to watch the newest EP of Vinland Saga.
So the question is,
I'm still so behind on Vinland.
I told you we should.
That was actually funny though.
Horseshoe Overlook near Valentine.
We'll so completed again. Doc, fuck you, revoke his power. That was actually funny. I can't even be mad. Also, didn't restart from last check pack, so it completely reloaded you. Yeah.
I know you two like to talk.
I held the restart mission. Fuck.
Wrong with old Dutch.
Oh well. Oh well. At least I know what's gonna happen. You should have read it. I should have. I wasn't paying attention. Damn. There's a skip scene button. I'm pressing them all. Wait. There it is. Thank you. This stream is meant to be sidetracked. You can't come at me for contributing. True. The S in Skratsx does stand for sidetrack. You know how it goes. I can't help it. This is fucking shit. Ain't reading shit. You know how it is. Cookies and cream oatmeal's decent. Phyllis, take a picture. What's it look like? Add a rule no listening to Doc. What's it look like? Does it just have Oreos in it?
Get us out the stream.
This is why your votes don't matter. I need Patty to tell me too. It looks like shit.
Ah, shit. Okay.
Oh man. Because you're a woman. Whoa.
Everything look all right?
Whoa.
What's going on?
I enjoy the women votes.
Goddamn wheel. All right.
We enjoy the women votes here. You know? All right, let's lift this goddamn wheel up. JK, yeah.
Hold up a wagon. Shut up. I'm just saying.
Rules.
Pick the wheel up.
Fuck Doc, don't listen to him, that's all. If a woman finds it funny, it's still a W. True. True. Respect my authority. You can skip the whole mission if you die 3 times. I mean, I don't mind it. I didn't know you can skip missions if you just die too much. Like, that's actually wild. Chris has a crush on me? Whoa. Is there sexual tension in my chat right now?
If they wanted trouble.
Does the other S in my username stand for sexual tension? That's why I have an S and T in my name.
We really screwed them over down here.
You know?
Come on, let's not push our luck.
Skratsx is a matchmaker. That's what this is.
Well,
that's ultimately what this stream is meant to be, you know?
I'll tell you.
No, Doc's PP is not the right shape for me. Oh, damn. I tried. Damn. Nothing I can do about that one.
Stay on this trail. We'll follow the river, then cut left inland.
You got a donut? That's a crazy shape.
So,
Square peg, round hole.
the
Yeah.
Indians in these parts got sold a very
You know,
raw deal.
we did save Paul's marriage that one time. That's true. We did save his marriage.
Country, they lost it
That was a
all.
good time.
Stolen clean away from
Paul
them
should
with
thank
every
us.
blade of grass. Killed or herded up to the reservations in the middle
You
of
know,
nowhere.
Paul really should have thanked us
How's
more.
that different from anywhere else?
Well, maybe it's not.
Doc's PP is bigger than your puny human form, bitch.
Out here was particularly unpleasant about it.
Unpleasant? How do you rob and kill people pleasantly?
Easy.
We don't. In spite of Dutch's talk.
I fear I was perhaps trying to simplify.
See,
something
immediately
more
compensate.
complicated for the benefit of our block-headed driver here.
Hey,
Don't you blame this on me.
never forget. This here's a con man, Charles. Born and bred. Just 'cause it sounds fancy don't mean he knows a damn thing about what he's talking about.
True. True, brother.
So, what happened to your tribe?
I don't even know if I have one. At least, not that I can remember.
All right, we're going right.
My father was a colored man. He told me he lived with our people for a while. A number of free men did, but when we were forced to move from our lands, the 3 of us fled.
True. Kendrick Eiffel Tower fucked the world for 24 hours, Dick.
All life I've been on the run.
Very specific.
Later, some soldiers captured my mother. Took her somewhere.
Very
We
specific.
never saw her again. We drifted around. He was a very sad man, and the drink had a mean hold on.
This is what happens on road trips. People just trauma
I
dump.
just took off on my own.
That was about the age we found young Arthur here. Maybe a little older. A wilder delinquent you never did see. But he learned fast.
W. Arthur. Yep.
As fast as Marston.
Remember that song? Yes.
Wait. I don't know.
I am a Kendrick person.
What's the problem between you two?
After 5 minutes in the car. I guess that's what happens, you know? You get on the road about 5 minutes, you know? You get bored and you're like, let me tell you about the worst moments in my life while we're trapped in the car.
Are we still heading west?
That way you can't escape the trauma dumping, you know?
In virgin forests as we planned? No. Are we heading in the correct direction on our desperate escape from the law east?
That song's gonna be stuck in my head now, Legate.
Yes, I believe so.
You know this area?
A little.
Not that I'm mad at
I've
it.
been through a couple of times. There's a livestock town not too far from here called Valentine. Cowboys, outlaws, working girls.
Let's speed this bitch
all
up.
kind of place.
Yeah, let's get this bitch
Probably
moving.
them too.
Dudu Olsen is in the Discord. I gotta see what it looks like. I don't think there's ever a time where oatmeal looks good. Yeah. Yeah. It doesn't. It doesn't look good. It does not look good. Yeah. Yeah, Phyllis. It doesn't look good. It looks like rat droppings. It does not look good. 7 out of 10 on taste. Have Petty rate it too.
What's it called again?
I don't know if Petty's an oatmeal guy though.
It's a good place to lie low.
It'll do for now. Now, how low do you think Dutch is really going to lie?
I'm good with oatmeal as long as it's hot. I don't fuck with cold oats or overnight oats.
Change, not him, but we kept telling
Overnight
him
oats disgust me.
didn't feel right.
I'll give him a bowl when he gets home. Perfect.
Real lead in Blackwater.
Perfect.
It worked out.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's gotta be hot. I see
His head like that.
there's this one creator I follow who does cooking vids on TikTok, and every once in a while she'll do overnight oats, and I have to skip those. They just seem gross to me.
Dutch, we've all been in this line of work a long time, and we're still here, so I figure we must have got it right a hell of a lot more than we got.
Like a lot of gym people are like, overnight oats are such a good way to get certain like protein and stuff in. I just can't fucking do it. Overnight oats do seem gross. They do. I can't do it.
Just some yarrow and ginseng.
Especially when they put berries in it. Yeah, that's when I really don't fuck with it. Like, oh, we're just gonna put some oats in here, a little oat milk, some strawberries, blueberries. It's just too much. I don't fuck with it. And it's cold. Why did the... Okay, so I can pick plants. The girl ghosted me about 3 years ago, and whenever I see her online, I send her the same goofy video, and I know she sees it every time because it says she saw it. Damn. Overnight oats is the name for Doc's pee-pee. Had oatmeal for breakfast today. I like oatmeal, just not overnight or cold. I also like mine, I always buy those minute ones, so I basically just like flash boil them. So they still like they have a lot of texture. I don't fucking know why she ghosted me, but didn't block me, still looks at my messages. Maybe she just wants to see how long you'll keep it up. Eating cold oats is what I imagine eating cold throw up would be like. Yeah. Also check Cord DMs. Okay. What, this is a sound? Okay. I got you. Let me hear it.
Wow, that's a lot of words. Too bad I'm not reading them.
Okay. I got you. I got you. I will make this a sound. Whoa, that's a lot of words. Yeah, what kind of videos? I just sent her 3 videos at once and she went offline immediately. Prawn. God, don't send prawn. Don't do that. You should send her the my spoon is too big video. You know? Do that. You know what I'm talking about? Create a blurb. Wait, let's see if it's already one. Wow, that's a lot of words. If it's the stuff you post in Cord, I can see why. True. I keep sending her Kendrick songs and a few memes. Maybe she doesn't like Kendrick.
Wow, that's a lot of words.
I recently have been sending her.
Too bad I'm not reading them.
Send her Skratsx stream, she'll come back. True, I got you. Here, I got you. You know? Just tell me what you want me to say, and I'll say it in my voice. You know? Or I'll put a voice changer on. I got you. We'll bring her back.
I got that cream cheese coochie on lock.
Use that sound. Say that. Yeah, use that. You know? She'll love that. That's what I'll send her? Yeah, send that. Send that. I'm sure she'll love that. We got a clip of that? Yeah, let me find it. I'll link it in stream. Hold on. Addy clipped it yesterday. I got it. Hold on. Video producer. Clips. Clips on my channel. Where is it? Oh, it's this one. Copy link. Here it is. There's a clip. It's called Hey Yo. Too later. There you go.
Peekaboo.
She's just buying her time building a restraining order case on Legate. Yeah, she's gonna be like, and this is why. This right here is why. I need the restraining order. This right here. There you go.
Yep.
I was like, it's not stuck. What do you mean? I added an Apocalypse. It's in there now. That's a lot of words. Before she ghosted me, we were friends for 7 years. Kind of sad. Damn. What did you send right before she ghosted you? The judge would immediately grant it and then come follow Skratsx. Yeah, he'll be like, I heard you say something about cream cheese. I'll be like, you bet your ass I did. It's out of context, though. Was the accidental dick pic. Not the accidental one. Oh, God. I didn't mean to send this to you. Wrong Jennifer. Yeah, accidental. Wrong Jennifer. You know I have multiple. You know, I forget to put their last names in my phone, so I'm looking for it. Okay. I got that cream cheese coochie on lock. We can get different voice samples of that, you know? Gotta throw in some random text like you've been in the middle of sexting already and shit. Yeah. Exactly. We're going the wrong way. We gotta go this way. There we go. You know? Wait till we get like more musicians who can sample stuff. I need someone to sample that and make me a song.
Head in there. Follow the track for a bit.
I've been following the track.
Hey, slow up. I'll jump on.
Oh, I didn't even see you. My fault. Jump on.
Okay, let's go.
Bet.
Any trouble getting in here, Javier?
Nope. Went well. This is a good
It was a post. It was a post of two Minecraft villagers fucking. I'm not kidding. Yeah, no wonder she ghosted you. No wonder. Why did you send that? Damn. It wasn't like porn, just a weird part of the game I re-uploaded in your server. Alright, let's check it out. Let's see why you got ghosted. Let's see. Okay. So this is why Legate got ghosted. Honestly, for what it just did to my ears, I probably would have ghosted. COD just implemented a Cronus detector software? Really? Is that enough to make you want to play? I haven't played Warzone in forever, though.
Here we are, gentlemen.
I don't blame her. Yeah, I can see why. Too little, too late for me. No, it's not. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
You weren't wrong, Hosea. This place is perfect.
I hope so.
Gentlemen.
The only way that I'd play Call of Duty is if someone was like, we have two choices, Overwatch or Call of Duty. Then I'll boot up Call of Duty.
Blackwater. We're on to something big.
COD been buried for me? Yeah, I can't. I can't play that game.
We have all made mistakes over the years, Jose.
I used to put eggplant emojis after all of her messages at one point, but that can't be it.
Together.
Yeah.
Kept us alive.
I had to install Battle.net again to play Diablo. That's the only reason I had
I
it.
guess I'm just worried. I ain't got that.
It's the only reason I have it.
I want folks safe before I go.
Battle.net games, aside from Diablo, are just too much for me now.
A long way from a dream of.
That's how far I said fuck that game.
My brother, but we are safe.
Like, I had it for Overwatch first, and then Overwatch just made me want to hurt myself. So
buy some land.
she was an artist and writer, a bit too good for me anyway. I'm not saying too good. I just, you know, you need to find someone who enjoys your memes as much as you do. You know?
Gentlemen,
Once you find someone who
I'm
loves your
going to
memes
head
as much
to
as
the
you do,
local
you'll be
town
good.
And, see if I
Just
can
start.
strike up
You have
a
to slowly build your memes.
Of course.
Someone who wants the eggplant. Yeah. What you have to do is you can't just jump in with the Minecraft meme, right?
Somehow.
You gotta slowly build there.
Everyone, put your tools down for a
Got
moment.
the RV already,
Come on,
team?
gather round.
I think he is.
I know,
I believe Legate is.
but we are safe,
Yeah.
and we are far too poor. So it is
I think what you have to
time
do,
for
start with
everyone
something. I'm super immature.
but stay
Legate
out
just
of
likes
trouble.
memeing. That's
Remember, we
it.
are itinerant workers.
He just likes memeing
shut down our
and
factory to the
trolling.
north. Now get out there and see.
Sora's
what
the
you
CP here.
find. Uncle,
Yeah.
Reverend Swanson, no more passengers.
And if you see Ramen roll through here, Ramen is also Ramen's super young. I think he's like 15.
Town, little way down the track.
I think he's our youngest viewer here.
Livestock town, all mud and morons, if I remember.
If you see Ramen come through.
a decent place to start.
Ramen said he was in middle school? Yeah. Ramen can keep their noodles. Exactly. Yeah, Ramen's in middle
Now
school.
remember, whatever it is that you
He's our
find,
youngest viewer.
the camp.
Donate money and valuables to camp to upgrade ammo, food, and other camp
Now be
supplies.
sensible out there.
The girls have your tent ready, Mr. Morgan. Come with me.
Kill that whole fucking
We'll be
camp.
ready shortly. We put you over here.
Fuck those people.
Sure, everything will be fine, Miss Grimshaw.
It should be. Most of your stuff from Blackwater got saved.
Everything apart from my money.
Oh, don't remember.
So you'd be perfect to talk to some of these pro reporters. Exactly.
We're gonna have to.
You're the MC? I am. Esportsters. Yeah, I think he would, he'd enjoy it.
Do it properly.
You don't need those lazy shit. So we have free roam now, right? I could have got with her because I was early, but I ruined it. Yeah, see what happened? Oh, we did it. What happened is you have to slowly build your memes, right? Like, I'll show you which one you have to send first. We'll go through them. Because I've seen some Legate memes. All those fucking NPCs do is tell you to do shit. Kill them. I still have contact with her sister, though. Is her sister, like, around the same age? Maybe that's your... To go to Valentine and get one of the better revolvers in the game. Okay.
Ain't been this far east in many a year.
Send normie means for the love of God. Yeah, like, start normal and slowly get there. You know, fill it out. She's like 2 years older. Maybe I can try her. Yeah, just start slow. My fellow mod. Just start slow, you feel me?
Jose?
You have to gauge how many you can get.
So
that, you know,
There's
like,
a bunch of the boys already in Valentine.
eat, drink, and rest to
Bill,
maintain your
Charles,
cores.
Javier,
Okay.
And Swanson found
Hashtag
something down at the
Panda.
train station by the lake, apparently. And Strauss came back with that creepy little smile on his face. I'm sure there's a whole list of unfortunates he's forced money upon.
There's the doc is here to stay.
And you?
I'm gonna read a book.
Good. Read that book. Okay. So let's look at your memes. Let me go to the Discord real quick. So like, yeah, I don't know which one you should send first. Like, I don't even think you can send this one, to be honest. I don't even think you can send this picture. Shoot him, now's the perfect time. Shoot him in the back of his old head. Not a sports page, not a magazine. Yeah, like a book. Read a damn book. Why can't I send that picture? I don't think you can send this first. What the hell even is that? It's from Roblox, I think. So it started with this, real woman, and then it went to this, right? You got to start with like a tame meme. Like, let's look at the memes. Hold on. Let's look at the memes. Let's see what Legate's put in memes. Yeah, like, don't send this one. All right? Has she laughed in your meme? Yeah, don't send this one. No. Yeah. Don't, just kind of gauge it, you know? Start with something T. Like, you can put the 4Gs on the G. You could do this one, right? You could use this one.
I put the new
You could send this one.
I trap into the
This one's a normal one, right?
Cause all my niggas got it out the streets. I keep 100 racks inside.
You could do this one, right? What about Julius Cole?
I put the new.
Like you could send that one. That was a normal one, right? That's a normal one. You could do that one. You could even do For the Trap. You can send that. Yeah, don't send this one. Let me see what else we got. Quandale Dingle, don't put that video. I got you on normal memes, bro. Hold on. I think the furthest you could go, let me find the Hear Me Out video I saw the other day. Separate the weird from the cringe. Yeah. So I think you need categories, right? You got to slowly build up. You can't just, it's like I was telling the graphic designer who came through here earlier, right? You can't just go straight for it. She wants all my racist memes. Yeah, don't send those. Yeah, don't send Quandale Dingle. Just don't do it. You know? Don't do it. Oops, wrong one. That's Dante. Hold on. Like, don't send any, like, hear me out type shit. Like, I'll show you. Damn, I missed the GFX designer in here. Yeah, they came in, followed and was like, graphic designer? Keep it. Where'd you send it? Is it in general? It's in general. Yeah, like, that's a normal one. You can send this one. Bro, just hit her with the one does not just simply apply Boromir, Lord of the Rings memes. Yeah. That's as old and normal as it gets. Yeah, like those. This one's normal. This is a good one. You know? Curse is sending good ones. Actually, I like this one. I'm actually liking this one. Pretty good. Pretty good. Hey, want to see a dead body? Get it? It's a dead body of water. Hey, want to see a dead body? Get it. Send this is America. Wait. The song? I mean, the song is good. You over here sending these dark fucking rancid memes and just bird head. Princess Peach is in another castle. How do you know she's in another castle and not like a cave or something? Because when she left, she said Bowser was going to demolish her tiny pink castle. I didn't even know she had a tiny pink castle. Have you seen it? Bowser's probably destroying it right now. Rancid memes. You know? Stuff like that. Like those. Like the furthest meme I would send to somebody that I first met is like this. But this is if you get my kind of humor, right? Like I'd be like,
I am so sick and tired of people talk about hear me out, hear me out, hear me out. And when I finally hear them out, the character they're talking about is this. This is not a hear me out character. Anyone with working eyes and half a brain would smash this immediately. When I say hear me out, when I hear someone say hear me out, I'm expecting something crazy, okay? And this is not like crazy. You are not different. You are not going against the grain. You are a coward wearing the facade of a revolutionary.
That man's lips are about to make me bust.
I'm not talking about this. I'm not talking about this. I'm not even talking about this. I'm talking about this. I'm talking about this. I am talking about this. I am so...
You know, that's the type of stuff I'd send. Yes. Hear me out. That dragon is bad as fuck. What about your bio, Sora? Let me see. Like, that's the kind of stuff I send, you know? The dragon can get it. You know? I love that he put Orisa in there. Nope, don't do it, Skratsx. Okay. What's wrong with it? What happened? Dragon Mouth game going crazy. I mean, look what it did to Donkey. You know? It did it. You mean Appa Stoppa? That one? Did I miss something? You'll end up on a list. I mean, you read my bio on Discord. No, my bio. Not my status. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Hold on, I'll look. Go to your studio. The last line is all that matters. You don't catch a charge, you look at Sora's anything. Looking at all of Sora's roles, there's so many. I'm in your server, by the way. What charge? Hold on. I gotta mute stream for a second. Be right back. Lev came through on a business call. So, what kind of charge? I don't want to charge. Best ass Skratsx. What? What? I did. I sent a picture of a World War I German soldier costume. She started to ignore me a bit after that. Yeah. Yeah. You know, you got to send normal memes. You know what I'm saying? Normal memes. Like, not even normal. You can send something kind of weird, right? Weren't you pretending to play something? Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, don't do that. You got to start with something tame. Something tame, you know? Like, you know what you should do? I posted something in general. Is that normal? Oh, God. Let me see. Actually, this one's not bad. This one's not bad. You know? Everyone knows the Florida man memes. You know? This one's not bad. That's fairly normal. All right? You can send that one. Yes. Yeah. I like this one. But you can send this. This one's fine. You know? This one's fine. You can send that one. Me as fuck. Same. I reacted. You can send that one. The easiest way to gauge someone's memes is like have them send you TikTok. You know? What am I doing here? Where are we going? She likes The Sims. Wasn't the right one anyway. Yeah. Let's see. Like that one's okay. You know? You said Valentine? That's where we're going. You said Valentine, right?
Arthur, my boy. My dear boy.
What?
What's going on?
I'm leaving.
Nothing. Nothing.
Valentine mission is great, and there's a side quest there.
In weeks. Nothing. We're free. We're free to plan our own.
Bro, are you drunk? What are you?
I hope so, Dutch. You kept the faith, Arthur. You always kept it. And I ain't losing it now.
Okay. Thank you. Read someone twice, then antagonize them. Is that what you do? Why? What happened? Oh, I can save now. Greet, antagonize. What's that do? It's funny? Okay, let's see.
Morning.
I'm gonna do that, and then we'll go to Valentine tomorrow. How do you... Oh, yeah, I forgot.
What's wrong? Thought you'd be happy to be off that mountain.
Oh, I don't know.
You ain't been yourself for a while.
Okay.
Okay, well, let's talk more later.
Isn't this in the same world as GTA? I don't think so. It's in the 1800s, so it could be. I can't antagonize her. Won't let me. Maybe you can't act. Yeah, I don't think so. So, okay. So the plan for tomorrow, we're going to Valentine to get the gun. Try Micah. Because a gang member. Okay, where's Micah at? That's Dutch. Can I try Dutch? You think it'll work with Dutch? Or just Micah? He's by Dutch. Oh, is he right there? That's Dutch. There's Micah.
So you and Lenny didn't see no trouble when you scouted ahead?
Nothing too much. No Pinkertons, anyway.
Good. Okay, I'll catch you later then.
Sure.
I can't do greet, antagonize. Won't let me. Can't antagonize game members. Apparently, you got to find a random NPC. Okay. Who's that by the tree? What are you doing, boy? I can't do it to anybody in the camp. What the hell? That's Kieran. That's old Driscoll you kidnapped? Yeah, I forgot about him. All right. So, tomorrow, let me plot the point. We're going to Valentine. Right? They hyped up the Pinkertons. Sound like Super Saiyans in this game. Unless it's a Pinkerton. Post office, stagecoach. Where in Valentine are we going? Gunsmith, right? So we're going to Valentine tomorrow, and we're getting the best revolver in the game, buddy. That's the plan. We're going to go Dr. J.E. in the other saloon. Okay. Saloon. Oh, there's a barber there, too. Oh, the doctor. Okay, so we're going to the doctor and then the other saloon. Got it. There's a second saloon with a side quest? Okay. So do we have to do a side quest first before we go to the doctor, or no? Because if so, we'll go there first, and then we'll go to the doctor. You know? Whatever order you want? Okay. Oh, yeah, it's open world. It doesn't matter in this one. Okay. Sounds like a plan. This right here is where we'll wrap it up for today. Yes, I know. Thank you. I like this game a lot, actually. We're going to play the shit out of this game while also doing other stuff. You know, memes and stuff. Thank you for the game list. The game list is extensive. Let's look at the game list one more time. So we also, we came up with a game list of games that I need to play. It's not in the right order, but this is what this is a list of games that we will be playing on stream for the most part.
I got that cream cheese coochie on lock.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's get that as a trending sound on TikTok, please. That'd be hilarious. Yeah, this is the series of games that we will play. Is Outlast on there? Oh, Phyllis, no. I have that. Please, Outlast. All right. There we go. Outlast is on the list. And it's saved. Yeah, there it is. You know what I may do? Because I don't know when we'll get to Outlast. What I'm thinking about doing is, what if I play a scary game? Do you not want Outlast? I don't like scary games. I don't like scary games. I bought Outlast. I have it on my computer. It's installed and everything. What I'm thinking is we may make that a channel point reward. What you think? It'll be a lot of channel points, though, to play a scary game. What do you think? That may be it. Play Resident Evil 4 instead. It's on there. Resident Evil 4 is right here. Instead of channel points, take the month of Halloween to do scary games. I mean, we could do Scary October. I'm cool with that. So we just gather a list of scary games for me to play in October. Bet I have a lot of channel points. I was waiting for this day. Uh-oh. Good idea, Sora. I'll start doing predictions for more points. Spooky. Yeah, Spooktober. I hate scary shit, and I'm grinding through it. Yeah, you have been. You have been. Cleon. I love Cleon. Not Leon. It's Cleon. You know? I do love it. I've been in there. No loans for Legate. Legate's a gambling addict. He really is. Okay. So what we should do is give me your scariest games. And in October, we'll play all of them. We'll play them all.
Oh my guys are ballers. Oh my guys are ballers.
Oh my. We will play them all. If you give me a list of your scariest games, Madison. Okay. Scary games. Madison, Outlast, RE4. What else? Is Nun Massacre? Oh yeah, Dead Space. Let me put Dead Space. Nun Massacre. Didn't Petty play that? I could have swore I've seen Petty play that, but I may be bugging. Yeah, he did. Okay. You know what? Let's do this. Let's also get a list. Let's pull a list up on the interwebs. Scariest PC games. I don't have a console. Alan Wake. I don't remember Alan Wake being scary. Am I wrong? I don't remember it. Is it scary? I've played Alan Wake. I mean, I'll add it just in case, but I don't remember it. Yeah, it's slower paced. So here's what we're looking at. PC games. Is The Evil Within scary? Manhunt 1 and 2? You can't play 2, right? That one's banned. Isn't it? Isn't that banned? Until Dawn in the Quarry got some good jump scares? Okay. Until Dawn the Quarry. You can play censored PS2 version on the emulator. That's a big setup. Yo, Five Nights at Freddy's. I fucking hate this game. I've never finished it because it fucking gets me every time. Hellblade? What's Hellblade? Are the Metro games scary? I hate FNAF 2. I'm going to put it on there. That counts, right? Does FNAF count as a scary game? Does that count? I fucking hate FNAF. That shit jump scares me all the time. FNAF is not scary. Yeah, kind of. The jump scares, man. It gets me every fucking time. Hellblade is good? Okay. And then Hellblade is great. FNAF ain't scary in my opinion. What'd you say about FNAF? Lev, aren't you working? Aren't you on a work call? Aren't you on a work call? Like, what are you doing in here? Nah. PT? Yo. If I can find a way to play PT, we'll play the fuck out of that and I'll be scared. We'll be scared together. Am I missing anything? Oh, let's go to IGN and the alien porn coming up. Leave quick. True. Visage? Fuck, I've heard about Visage, bro. We'll do this game. Let's do. Visage? Fuck, I heard about that. I may have a One Piece copy. I'm gonna say One Piece for that on my PC. Killmonger, is there a way that I can acquire that? Hell yeah, fuck those games. Let's keep talking. Visage is scary but slow paced. Doc, do you have horror game suggestions? Visit. Let's see what else it says. Pause the video. See, FNAF is right here. Dead Space. Enough said. We got Dead Space. The Witch Drive. I'm scared. I'll whisper you if I find it. Okay, thank you. The Walking Dead Telltale. That's not scary though. I played The Walking Dead. Doctor. Oh, what about what is that game where you're in the mortuary assistant, right? It's not horror. I was Oh, I've played that. We can play it again though. Yes, mortuary assistant. What Doc say? I forgot. I didn't see it. Lev, if you're about to hit me with Dead Space isn't good, check yourself. She's never played. She wouldn't know. She's never played it. She's never played it. The Cat Lady. Dead by Daylight. I played Amnesia. I'm getting Disco Elysium. I have that on here. Did I ask you about that, Legate? Because I have it, but I wasn't sure if that's a stream game. You know? Like if people want to watch that one. It's very good. That's what I've heard. Stalker. Pathologic. Oh, Phasmophobia. Isn't there another game that's coming out like Phasmophobia? Like Demonology or something? So this is like October playlist. Puppet Combo. Visage. There it is. Tetris. Yeah, I'm not playing Tetris on stream. Tetris is a wild suggestion. Resident Evil. Dead Space Remake. Scorn. Wasn't this game like... I played this. I didn't like this game. It was boring to me. But I also didn't play very long. Left 4 Dead. Phasmophobia. Man of Medan. Anatomy. I'm Scared. Oxenfree. Alien Isolation. That is true. That is a horror game, isn't it? Spyro. We put Spyro there. Little throwback. little throwback to Spyro. Duck Hunt. Oh, love that. Why did I put a... There we go. So we got Alien, Silvio, Pathological, Vampire the Masquerade. Oh, this is that game Darla was talking about. It's not a horror game, but Before You Open Your Eyes on Steam is an amazing emotional storyline about life. That sounds good. I like that kind of stuff. That sounds good. I like games like that. I feel like Legate could be a good game raider. Yep, there's Alien. Outlast 2. Dagon. Walking Dead, Saints and Sinners. What? Last Stand. Anchorhead. I think that's good. That's a pretty good list. I think this is a pretty good list of games. So this will be, put in parentheses, Saints and Sinners is VR. Oh, I don't have VR. I don't think I have. I know I don't have VR, but I don't know. Let me see. Let me see if it is. Saints and Sinners. The Walking Dead one. Doesn't. Oh, it is VR. Yeah, it's VR only. It is VR only. It's a game that uses your webcam so that each time you blink, it skips the scene. Like if you blink, life could go past you. Damn. It's about savoring every moment of life, and if you blink, you can miss it. That's actually crazy. That's actually a cool concept. So I think this, let me move it over so I can have the get the number out the way. This right here, I think is a pretty good game list. I think we're good here, you know? Goes through your whole life, birth through death. That's actually really interesting. I feel like I'd miss a lot because I feel like I blink a lot. Or I get dry eyes because I'd be too scared to blink. I like this list. Pretty good list of games. Man, there's a lot that I haven't played, huh? Damn. So we'll play all those games on stream at some point. We'll get there. Yep. W stream, everybody. W's. Who we rating? Anyone have suggestions before I start looking? Who shall we raid? Who you think? Yo, we are 2 follows away from 250. Damn. About to hit 250. We believe in you, cuz. Yo, I believe in all y'all. And I appreciate you for believing in me and watching me. You know, chilling with me. Still blows my mind that people, like, spend time in here. You know? Like, I don't know. It's still like a mind-blowing thing to me. Like, I think about it after I end stream almost every day. Like, people chill with me, you know? Look at all the friends I've got. I only got a few streamers online that I follow. Who do you follow? I follow a lot of streamers, actually. I follow a lot, but I watch few. Friends? We waiting for you to shake ass. Oh. I thought we were friends. You know, I thought we was friends. I guess I misinterpreted that. There's one MILF named Panda Mama or something like that. I watch her sometime. MILF right now. That's an interesting one. You know, I can't blame you. Who you follow, you know? I got Planet Daddy Gaming again. Panda Mama 8608. I think we may raid Meek. Meek streaming again. She's playing Skyrim. She got 3 kids. You want to raid her? I mean, I don't mind. I'm always good, like, raiding new people. You know, as long as you guys behave in there. I don't fucking know. Because we raided one girl after we did the very first tier list, right? We raided one girl after the very first tier list. And everyone was still hyped up about the tier list, right? And so they were talking about it in her chat. And I was like, yeah, she didn't fucking like us. She does not like us. She's married. Yeah, bro, come on. But she is playing Skyrim, and I do love Skyrim. Never mind, don't raid her. Damn. I think we're gonna raid Meek. Still going for her? There you go. Just don't send those memes. Don't tell her that. I won't. I mean, I'm not even in her stream. So I think we're gonna read. Actually, oh, he's playing League though. Go for Meek or whatever. I got you. You sound so deflated now. I think we're gonna raid. We're gonna raid Meek. You know, love Meek over here. Love Meek. All right. So I'm gonna raid Meek tomorrow. We're going to. I forgot this. Valentine. You don't go for married women. Good. That's good morals. You know, that is good morals. But yeah, I appreciate y'all chilling with me, man. I'll see y'all tomorrow. 10 a.m. Central. You know what it is. Is she white? I don't know. I couldn't tell by her picture. I couldn't tell you. Later. Curse, we still have to play. I don't know if Lev is streaming today, but we still have to play. What's the name of the game? She is hell no fuck. We still have to play Deceive Inc. You know, we still gotta play that. That shit looks fun as hell. Yeah, thanks for the warning. You're welcome. You're welcome. All right. I'll see y'all. Yeah, I'll be able to play like 8 p.m. your time. Okay. See ya.